The Shade Amulet, Koven Chronicles, Book 1 by Andrea Pearson. Copyright 2018, Andrea Pearson. Dedication to Travis Butler. 1. I'd been looking forward to sleeping in all week. Fridays tend to be quiet, let's be real. Most days are, and as I hadn't been contacted about a potential job by Thursday evening, I enjoyed a late night with Little Caesars pizza and house reruns. Getting rudely awakened at 7 in the morning, especially by a cat, wasn't on my to-do list. But then, neither was a bomb threat at one of the local high schools. Unfortunately for me, both ended up happening that morning. Sia jumped on my chest, meowing in my ear and repeatedly rubbing her face against mine. "Get off," I mumbled at the not usually this insistent feline. I rolled over, pulling the pillow over my head, but she persisted. After pushing her away a few times, I realized she wasn't going to leave me alone. "Fine. I'm up." She whacked me once as if chastising me for not obeying sooner, then scrambled off as I stretched. I ignored her glare, refusing to apologize to a cat, and got up, heading for the bathroom in the hall. I loved my little house. It had been built in the mid-1800s and was pretty much an antique where everything was concerned. Original crown molding, doorknobs, and hardwood floors had totally won me over. No garage and only one bathroom were minuses on a long list of mostly pluses. Sure, the hallway bathroom thing was inconvenient, especially when someone came to visit, but I was the only person living there, so it wasn't like it was an issue regularly. Sia followed me, curling around my ankles and generally making a nuisance of herself. I pinned my dark, messy curls out of the way before brushing my teeth and taking care of business. After a quick glance at myself in the mirror on the way out, noting the smudges of mascara under my eyes that made me look like a heroin addict, I headed to the kitchen. I'd take care of the makeup mess later. I wasn't in the mood to break out the remover, and Sia definitely wasn't in the mood to wait for her food. While Sia ate, I slipped into a chair at the table and contemplated going back to bed, absent-mindedly watching my cat. Despite her forcing me awake, warm fuzzies for the furball rose in my chest. I would have gone insane if it hadn't been for her. Most extroverts don't last very long living completely alone, and I'd been in the house for at least a year when I caved to both my mom and my best friend's insistences that I get a pet. I'd gone to the local store with plans to buy a dog, a big one with scary teeth, good for protection and company, but when I saw Sia, my heart melted. She was so scrawny and scared. "I want the Siamese," I'd said to the owner. He chuckled. "She's not really a Siamese. She just looks it, must have had one a long way back in her ancestry, but the only thing that's still there is the coloring." Sia had looked up at me with those big blue eyes, and I felt an instant kinship with her. I knew what it was like to feel like an imposter. For years, I hadn't been able to do much with the magic that surrounded me. I was an arete, just like every other fourth-born child in every other family, and as such, I supposedly had special powers. But those powers had always refused to let me control them. In college, I'd watched my friends develop their abilities and excel in magic, and felt like I'd never get the chance to do the same. It had taken a ton of time and lots of help from my professors before I found a topic that I thrived in, and which excited me and made me feel useful and needed. I'm a professional fire impeder, a fire arete who focuses on micro magic instead of macro. I learned fire down to the individual molecules that control it. The impeding part comes when I stop sparks from igniting. It's grueling, exhausting, and frequently dirty work that I'd been doing for a few years now, but the jobs, though scarce, pay well, and I love serving the community. I'm still not as good at what I do as I'd like to be. Even after all the training I'd received, mistakes still happened occasionally, but fire impeders are extremely rare, especially in states like this one, where the population isn't as dense as it is in places like California or New York. Sia's full name was Siamese, Sia for short. It's pronounced Sia like the singer, not Sayu, which would be silly. And while we're at it, arete is pronounced arete, not arete, which would also be silly. I really hadn't planned on living in Lehigh for more than a year, as I was only filling in for the last fire impeder while she healed from a broken hip. But when the 90-year-old woman realized just how much she loved not being called out for every emergency, she asked me to take over permanently, and I'd been here ever since. Sia finished her food and looked up at me expectantly. I know, I said, stepping to the fridge. I opened it and pulled out the Ziploc bag of raw, open-range chicken liver I kept there. Why any living creature would want to eat liver, raw or otherwise, was completely beyond me. But Sia loved the stuff, and the pet store owner recommended it after several months of my cat getting sick. I put it in her bowl, telling her not to drag it off because yuck. Then I poured myself some cereal and sat at the table to eat, resigned to the fact that I was officially awake for the day. Only 3 spoonfuls later, my phone rang from inside my bedroom, and I sprang to answer the call. It's not that I'm super lonely, okay, fine I am, but jobs don't happen often, and I can't exactly drum up business by encouraging hostage situations and active shooters. Not only that, but starting forest fires is still illegal, regardless of how much I get paid for stopping them. Hey Chief. Get dressed, Lizzie, Lehigh City Chief O'Hare said. There's an emergency out at Lake Mountain High School. A police escort is on the way. Ready now. As I said the words, I grabbed my purse, socks, and shoes and rushed to the living room. Good. He hung up, and I tossed my phone into my purse and slipped my feet into my socks and shoes before sending a regretful glance at the cereal. Sia would probably devour it after I left. Sigh. I headed outside to wait for my ride. Summer break was starting in a couple of days, and I knew the kids would be excited. Who would want to ruin the students' freedom from what they viewed as enslavement? I'd only been outside for a couple of moments when 4 cop cars pulled up, their lights flashing. I dashed to the front car, pulled the passenger door open, and slid inside. Chief O'Hare himself was driving. He glanced over at me. Buckle up, Lizzie, he said unnecessarily. I was already doing so. What's going on? I asked as he pulled onto Center Street and headed south. And why are you going out personally? Bomb threat. We think it's real this time. Lake Mountain had a couple threats in the first few years after it opened, back before I moved here, but from what I'd heard, none of them had been real. What's different this time? I asked. Chief turned right on Pioneer Crossing and said, lots of witnesses. Some kid called in, saying there was a bomb in the school. Officials followed protocol, put everything on lockdown, and called the cops. By that time, they'd already received 3 more calls about the bomb. Is there more than one student in on it? Don't know. He glanced at me. Is this a new trend you're starting? Huh? Pajamas, raccoon eyes. Oh, oops. I rubbed the black out from under my eyes. How do we know it's an actual bomb? Chief gripped the steering wheel. The first kid who called acted like he knew more than he was telling. They searched his locker and found a suicide note. He didn't say where the bomb was located, but it didn't take long to figure out, as he had Jim first. They found him in the boys' locker room, with the explosive device strapped to his chest. So what's the kid like? I asked, pulling out the state-issued ID that would get me into pretty much any crime scene. I wanted to be ready to hop out of the car the moment we pulled up in front of the school. Chief O'Hare glanced over at me. Not a stereotypical suicide bomber, if that's what you're wondering. He's popular and well-liked in school. Good grades, one of their best athletes. He turned onto Redwood Road in Saratoga Springs, the neighboring city on the west. I'm not sure which sports team he's on. If that's important, I can find out. Whether he played basketball, football, or croquet didn't matter so much when it came to stopping bombs. I don't think I need the info, but I'll let you know. We were silent as we approached the high school. The moment Chief pulled up at the curb, I bolted from the car and raced across the pavement toward the nearest entrance. 2. A Saratoga Springs cop I didn't know glanced at my ID and pulled the door open for me. When dealing with bigger things, like forest or house fires, I can be within even a mile and still do my job decently enough. But bombs are tricky. They're sensitive. Very sensitive. I'd only been wrong once, and I didn't like thinking about what had happened. It made me feel panicky, and right then was not a good time for me to be panicking. Another cop was waiting inside for me. He's in the boys' locker room. Do you need to actually see him to deactivate the bomb? I don't know. Depends on how close to a wall he is, and whether or not I can access the other side of that wall. We stopped just outside the boys' locker room. Murmured voices filtered through the cracks, probably counselors talking to the kid, and I rested my hand on the door, closing my eyes. I pushed outward with my magic, searching for things I knew could possibly be in a bomb. The imprint of black powder slammed into me like a punch to the face, and I opened my eyes. It's the real thing. There's a ton of black powder in there. The cop swore, pushed the button on his walkie-talkie, and relayed what I just told him. What now? He asked me. I raised an eyebrow. Every cop from every city I'd worked with so far had been grilled on what to do in a situation like this. This guy had to be new. Take me to the office. I need to see plans of the school. The cop nodded and led me at a brisk pace to the main office. Inside, they already had out maps of the building and surrounding fields and edifices. Apparently, school officials knew what to do. The school principal looked up at me, her hair falling out of her bun. Oh good, Miss Ashton. She pointed at a spot on the map. He's huddled in the corner here. On this side of the wall is the gym. The other side is the coach's office, accessed only through the boys' locker room. Take me to the gym then. Should be close enough. The principal issued orders to her staff, then she and the cop jogged with me back the way I'd come. I heard voices in the locker room, I said to her. Is someone in there with him? 2 counselors. I nodded. Good. Once there, we slowly eased the gym doors open so they didn't creak and alert the boy. The police officer closed the doors behind us, and the principal led me to the corner that was closest to the locker room. I turned to her. You should probably leave. If anything goes wrong, if I make any mistakes, well, we want to have as few casualties as possible. She hesitated before saying, I'd rather stay. I need to know what the process is, in case this happens again. Fair enough. I placed my cheek on the cold wall closest to where the boy was, and shut my eyes, trying to find the black powder again. It was harder to grasp through the thick wall than I'd expected it to be. Once I had a hold of it, I turned my back against the wall and slowly slid to the floor, taking care not to lose track of the explosive. I leaned my head on the cold surface, my eyes still closed. I already knew that the previous fire impeder preferred to crouch in a position that allowed her to pounce, if needed. I had found out pretty quickly that if I didn't relax as soon as possible after getting a mental grip on the explosive device, I more easily made mistakes. If the principal was caught off guard by my casual position, she didn't say anything. And then the waiting began. Either the counselors would talk the boy down, or I would have to stop the bomb the moment it went off. I pushed out with my magic, sensing the ingredients the boy had used to create it, outside of black powder. It wasn't as powerful as some I'd seen while interning in Washington, D.C., but it would damage the locker room and definitely the people in it. It took me a few moments, but eventually I was able to sense exactly where the spark would originate. The boy held a dead man's switch in his hand, with the switch already depressed. It was connected to a blasting cap, which was right next to black powder. Once he released the button, the cap would send a spark to the powder, and the bomb would go off, at least in theory. The whole thing was crudely designed, and the chances of it malfunctioning were pretty high. I didn't want to rely on chance though, and judging by how close the powder was to the cap, it probably would ignite eventually. Besides, if it didn't go off immediately, the boy would most likely push the switch again. And again. Until it did go off. The wait wasn't long. Screams sounded from the boys' locker room, and I sensed the bomb moving. I opened my eyes, glancing at the principal. "What's going on?" She shook her head, her face pale, obviously having heard the screaming too. I jumped to my feet as the boy stepped away from the wall. I couldn't sense the bomb anymore. "He's moved, I have to go inside." The principal stared at me for a moment, not understanding. "Inside the boys' locker room? Why?" "We don't have time to find a new location." Once people started screaming, emotions were too high, and chances of the bomb going off, especially accidentally, were much greater. The best bet was for me to get into that room and as close to him as I could, as quickly as possible. It was a tricky situation, since getting close would panic him, and if I wasn't at the right spot, he would ignite the bomb before I was near enough to stop it. We rushed across the gym floor, back the way we'd entered. The cop must have heard our conversation, because he was already opening the doors for us. The principal and I slipped through, and I turned to her. "You have to stay in the hall. It'll only upset him more if you enter with me." She didn't hesitate before nodding. I opened the door to the boys' locker room, pushing out with my magic, trying to sense his new position. Rows of lockers greeted me, and I quietly stepped inside. Nobody was visible. Judging by the panicked voices, they were around the corner. Rather than immediately joining them, I decided to see if I could sense the bomb through the lockers. I stepped down the row next to the door. It was close, but not enough. I shook my head in frustration. I'd have to approach the kid, get in the same row with him. I took a deep breath, waiting until I knew I was calm before stepping around the corner, having only a vague idea for the excuse I'd give for being there. The boy, almost a man, was panicked, huddled in another corner, wearing nothing but shorts and PVC pipes strapped with Velcro around his torso. Two school officials, both dressed in knee skirts and blouses, were trying to comfort him. My ears were ringing from my own stress, and I couldn't understand what they were saying. I computed only the tones of their voices. They were also panicked. I trailed my finger along the lockers, pretending to be searching for something. "Sorry for the interruption, but I'm looking for John Smith's locker. Do any of you know where it is?" Not waiting for an answer, I continued, searching for names. Nothing had been written on these lockers. I slowly approached the boy, acting like what I was doing was completely normal. It was a gamble, but I didn't know what else to do. He was upset, and the counselors were probably out of ideas. Unless screaming, panicking, and frightening students into corners were all part of a state-sanctioned emergency plan. The three stared at me, surprised to see me there. I turned to them, still at least 7 feet from the boy, and folded my arms. I needed to be closer to sense this particular bomb, apparently. "Okay, seriously, I'm sorry I'm interrupting whatever you guys are doing, but I need to know where John Smith's locker is." I nodded at the boy. "Have you seen it?" He looked at me, and the fear in his eyes vanished for a moment as he considered my question. "And no," he stammered. What name did you say?" "John Smith." I turned and looked at the lockers again, still inching my way toward him. I pointed at each, reading out loud as I went. Bob Dole, Robert Kennedy Jr., Barbara Bush. They were the first names that came to my mind. Yeah, definitely not creative. I straightened, tapping my lips with my finger. I could have sworn he said it was here. By this point, I was close enough to sense the bomb again. I held it in my mind, ready for anything, and glanced at him. "Things are going to be fine. I'm sure you'll pull through this." I hadn't been trained much in how to handle situations like this, where the actual people were concerned. I didn't know what was appropriate to say. Obviously, the word fine was a bad one, because the moment it left my lips, the fear on the boy's face vanished completely, replaced with anger. "You don't know that. My mom's cheating on my dad. I saw her with another man." He looked at the school counselors. "And I'm tired of people telling me it's going to be fine." Without warning, he released the trigger on the bomb. 3. I'd been waiting for it, but I was still surprised to sense the magic as the spark erupted, racing toward the wick. When I sense something ignite, it's almost as if time slows down. It doesn't, but my perception of things changes. I'm able to sense every part of the sparking process, every aspect of the molecules bumping into one another as they create that chain reaction we all recognize from Hollywood. This time was no different. I followed the molecules, quieting them, slowing them, mentally diffusing the spark. And instead of the bomb going off, a loud pop burst through the air. I still jump whenever I hear that pop, but I'll never forget the time when it didn't occur. The resulting explosion was much louder, killing 3 people and burning the right half of my body from the waist down. That was when I learned I needed to be a lot closer to the bombs in real life than I had been for the fake ones in my classes. The boy looked at the trigger in surprise before clicking it several more times. Again, I had to stop each spark. I felt my energy drain with each click. Then he began pumping the trigger like he was playing an intense thumb war game, and I turned on him, ready to punch him in the face. "Knock it off," I said. "Don't you know how difficult it was to stop the first one, let alone every single one after?" Yeah, so letting him know I might tire eventually was akin to encouraging him to continue. I couldn't let his thoughts go in that direction, so I said, "I'm just going to keep doing it. And I'm positive my brain has more stamina than your thumb does. You'll blister long before I'm finished." The boy didn't have time to respond before several cops rushed into the locker room. Thank goodness, I really couldn't have lasted much longer. They wrestled the switch away from him, then their own specialist carefully removed the bomb while several cops pinned the kid against the lockers. I stuck around in case I was needed. Actually, I couldn't have moved if I wanted to. Stopping the little twerp had taken a lot more energy than usual, and as a result of overusing my magic, I could no longer feel the lockers or anything else I touched. All arets have a magic use threshold. Our powers come from a part of the brain known as the pineal gland, and when we reach our threshold, that gland borrows from other areas of the brain. This results in the loss of one of the senses. When I've overdone it, I can't tell what I'm touching anymore. You could hand me keys and a wallet, and I wouldn't know the difference between them unless I'm looking at them directly, and even then it's confusing. My best friend Nicole loses the ability to sense pain. When she starts to feel comfortable, she knows she's at risk of doing permanent damage. That's another thing. If the pineal gland borrows too much from the rest of the brain, it causes damage to the brain that is irreversible. I haven't ever met anyone who's done that, but I know they exist, and I really don't want to join them. Once the bomb had been safely defused and the boy handcuffed and carted away, I sank to the bench, putting my head in my hands. I couldn't afford to let the teenager see how difficult that had been, but the school officials and cops didn't matter as much. Bombs and guns were a lot more difficult than anything else. Mainly because of the mental exhaustion and the idea that if I failed, multiple lives would be affected. There were people out there who cared for that kid and wanted him to be okay. The Lehigh chief of police and the Saratoga Springs chief entered together. "This is going to be a huge mess to clean up," the Saratoga Springs chief said. Chief slowly shook his head. "I don't envy you. It's not going to be pretty for him." He put a hand on my shoulder. "You okay?" Chief had always had a soft spot for me. He'd told me multiple times I was like a granddaughter to him. He'd had a soft spot for the previous fire impeder too, but I wondered if it was more because she used to be such a looker. He was probably 30 years her junior, but that wouldn't stop him from having a crush on her. I nodded. "I will be. Just need to rest for a moment." I stared at my hands, willing my heart to calm and my brain to heal, wondering just how far I'd pushed myself. Rather than testing it out in front of so many people, I decided to wait until I was relatively alone. Testing it out consisted of touching various items and textures. Sometimes, when I hadn't pushed myself very far, I could still sense the rougher things like sandpaper or whiskers. I would have smiled at a fond memory if I hadn't been so drained. When I indicated I was ready, Chief and I walked back to his car where I'd left my purse. I carefully pulled out my invoice booklet and filled in one of the slips, not letting Chief see how much I struggled. I ripped off the paper and handed it to him. He only glanced at it, obviously not surprised to see 3 zeros after a single number 1. Lizzie. He shook his head before tucking the invoice into his front pocket. Eleanora charged 10 times this. He sighed. It was an old argument and one he knew he'd lose. I'll get this to the Saratoga Springs office after taking you home. Thanks. Let me know if they need anything else. He waved at his officers, who were also leaving, then we got into his car and headed back to my home. We were silent on the way there. I used to feel guilty for charging at all for my services, but I had to stay alive too. And as people have learned the hard way, not having a fire impeder usually resulted in quite a bit of expense for cities and private businesses. I didn't know much about the bomb the kid had, but I was positive that if it had gone off, well over $1,000 of damage would have happened. Physical destruction, funerals, emotional trauma, all of that would have to be paid for by someone. Not only that, but the fact that there were only 10 fire impeders in the entire country meant that I could afford to charge pretty high. But 10 times more than what I'd just charged felt wrong, no matter how rare my specialty was or how much I respected Eleanora. I was the only fire impeder in the West, outside of 2 who worked in California. Though I spent most of my time in Utah, I also covered a large portion of Nevada, along with all of Arizona, Colorado, Wyoming, and Idaho. Sometimes I got called to go to Montana or Texas, but not as often. Unfortunately, shootings and such usually require someone to be on staff in the city where the event is taking place. Shootings and bomb threats rarely happened in this state, and I'd been offered much higher pay by Phoenix and Vegas city reps, but I liked the slower pace I'd found here, and I knew my service didn't go unappreciated. While it was possible for arets of the other elements to learn fire aspects, true fire arets were the only ones who could become fire impeders. I didn't totally understand the science behind why, but I did know that it kept me in a job, and naturally, that was good for me. Chief dropped me off, and I was glad to see that Sia had survived my sudden disappearance, though my cereal hadn't been so lucky. I dumped the soggy mess she'd left behind in the garbage, then poured myself a new bowl with fresh milk and ate it. I was about to lie down for a nap when my phone rang. I answered it, excited after seeing it was my best friend Nicole. She and her husband had moved to Montana after getting married, and I'd only seen her once in the years since. "You get to be the first to hear the news," she said. "I'm pregnant." "Are you serious?" I got up and started pacing. Oh, I wished so much I lived near her. Before coming here, I had set up near Nicole's ranch, but nothing ever happened up there. I started feeling like I was letting 7 years of education and 3 years of internships go down the drain, so I had packed up and left, eventually landing here. That's so awesome. When are you due? December. I was going to wait until I saw you tomorrow, but I couldn't. I'm flying in and bringing a friend. What time are you going to be home? I hadn't known she was coming, but it wasn't like I had a full schedule. Should you really be flying? How about I come see you? No, it's okay. Seriously. It's been a long time since I've gotten out, and I could definitely use a break. I'm going crazy. I chuckled. Serves you right for marrying a rancher. Nicole sighed into the phone. I know. And I've said it before, it's a good thing I love my in-laws. You said you're bringing a friend. Should I be worried? Mom hasn't been talking to you lately, has she? I'd burned out on dating while at a specialty school for fire impeder training in California. Before then, I'd gone through guys pretty quickly and hadn't ever been in a serious relationship. While at the specialty school, I'd gotten engaged to an Earth Arate who was studying bomb making. That relationship had ended when a class exercise took a wrong turn. I still couldn't think about it without panic and grief making my throat start to close. Mom was worried about me. She'd really wanted me to move to Texas, but I needed a change. Nicole laughed. Heavens no. He's just a friend. An older friend you probably won't be attracted to, I promise. My curiosity was piqued now. So, why are you coming? I can't tell you now. You'll understand later why. Interesting. Any time is good for me. Should I plan on picking you up from the airport? No, we're renting a car. I heard her tapping on a keyboard. Then she said, okay, found a flight. We'll be there around 9 in the morning, depending on traffic. Sounds good. I can't wait to see you. Same, Lizzie, same. How's work going? I filled her in on the bomb threat from that morning, and she was sufficiently surprised and shocked. We talked a little longer, then exchanged goodbyes and ended the call. The rest of the day was slow, no calls came in and no work needed to be done, apart from mountains of paperwork, which I finally dug into around 2 in the afternoon. The next morning, I turned on my computer, ready to finish the paperwork from the day before. While there, I checked my email, glancing at the clock. Nicole and her friend would be arriving in an hour or so, and I wanted to get in my walk with Sia before then. Yes, I walk my cat, and yes, she lets me. I even use a leash. I know, it's odd. My eyes widened when I saw an email from a man I used to know, telling me he had a potential job for me. How did he know what line of work I'd gone into? And how had he gotten my email address? 4. Abel was a man I'd met several years ago. He was an arete, though his case was very weird. Aretes generally only control the element that coincides with their hair color when they restart. Red is fire, blonde is air, light brown is water, and dark brown or black is earth, and once they learn all branches of elemental magic, their hair turns gray. Well, Abel had been born with gray hair, which meant that when he restarted, he would have access to all the elemental powers from the beginning. A restart is when an arete's body adopts the magic that's waiting for it. Most aretes don't restart until around age 18. I wondered if he'd had his yet. The last time I'd seen him, he was still magicless, even though he was at least 20. He'd also been so emaciated that I really didn't expect him to live much longer. Abel had been a slave on a distant planet when we'd found him. He'd tried to kill us, since he'd been commanded to protect the thing we were there for, but we'd ended up rescuing him instead. Nicole and I had tried to help him more than that, but he'd refused assistance and had disappeared. Obviously, he'd been able to find his way and had survived. I was happy for him. I sent off a quick response asking for more information, then ate breakfast and got Sia ready for our walk. We left the house and I breathed in deeply the crisp, nearly summer air. It was going to be a gorgeous day. I waved at the Russells as I walked down my sidewalk. They lived in the home next to me on the north and were out doing yard work. They were an elderly couple, probably in their 80s, and the sweetest, nicest people I'd ever met. I'd helped them several times when the pilot light on their ancient water heater had gone out, and in return, they frequently invited me to dinner. Once I'd had a good warm-up, I picked up my pace, encouraging Sia to do the same. She wasn't nearly as enthusiastic, but trotted faster anyway. As someone who fights fire and potential disasters regularly, I've found that it's important for me to keep up on my physical activity and fitness. Sia probably didn't mind. We had to stop on 200 South at the train tracks. The railroad crossing was flashing, the arms coming down, and a train horn was sounding to the north. I smiled at Sia, watching as she got distracted by a spider. Someday, I would get that big dog. But for now, Sia was plenty. She ate the spider, and I grimaced, turning away, doing my best to ignore the crunching sounds. The ground rumbled as the train drew closer. It was a slow one, and I looked up the tracks, trying to gauge if it was worth waiting for, or if I should turn around and go home. A movement on the other side caught my attention. A huge dog was chewing on something big, and there was blood. A lot of it. I instinctively put my hand on my waist, near my concealed gun. I'd started carrying it after moving here and taking the position of fire impeder, mainly because while I'd been in DC, we'd run into many situations where active shooters would turn their guns on us. I would rather be the one who survived if it came down to that. Not every fire impeder can stop every bullet. I couldn't tell what the dog had, so I stepped closer, still far from the railroad arm, and squinted. A man's leg flopped into view and I gasped, hands flying to my mouth. What was going on? The whole body twitched and jerked as the dog chewed it. I shrieked involuntarily, then cursed myself for not holding it in because the dog looked up at me. I was close enough to hear it growl. Its eyes were dark, its teeth large and bright red from blood. It dropped the arm that was in its mouth and stepped toward me. I backed up. Common sense told me not to run, but I shook with the effort it took not to scramble in the opposite direction. Sia hissed. Her fur stood on end, her tail 3 times its normal size. The dog growled again, then lunged toward us. I pulled my 9mm CZ and shot at the dog, hoping doing so would stop it, but the creature kept barreling at us. What the heck? I was positive I hadn't missed. Self-control out the window, I turned and ran, nearly stumbling on the gravel that lined the road. The train honked, and I glanced back as the dog stopped just in time to prevent getting hit by the train as it rumbled along, horn blazing. I pocketed my gun, picked up Sia and ran as fast as I could. Trying to keep her calm while holding her that tight wasn't easy, and her claws were probably ruining my shirt. I didn't know if this would be a long train, but I wasn't willing to risk the dog being able to find me. Shaking and out of breath, I arrived at my doorstep and flung the door open. Once inside, I called the cops, reholstering my gun. It didn't take long before 2 police cars showed up outside, and once I had explained what happened, I led the way to where I'd seen the dog. My hands shook the whole way. I hadn't expected the dog to stay around, obviously, but I had expected us to find at least a trace of a struggle. Blood, shredded clothes, something. Nothing was there. Detective Evans glanced at me, confused. I didn't blame him. My reputation here was sound, and he'd never had a reason to believe me capable of exaggeration. Let's head back to your place, and you can tell us everything you saw in detail, he said. We'll take a full report and put it on file in case anyone else sees something. Or you do again. I nodded. Where had the dog gone? But more importantly, where had the man gone? Because I knew I hadn't imagined it. We trudged back to my house. Okay, I trudged, the officers walked. We'd only been there for a couple of moments when a knock came at the door. I checked my phone, 3 texts from Nicole letting me know they'd taken off, landed, and were on their way. I got up from the couch in my living room and pulled the door open. Sure enough, my best friend was there, along with a man I didn't recognize. I flung my arms around Nicole, so glad and grateful to see her, and not just because I'd experienced something traumatic that morning. Then I stepped back, letting them in. Nicole's eyes, which were already wide, widened even more when she saw 4 cops in my living room. Is something going on? She asked. Or are they just here for fun? I half smiled, barely able to stop myself from bawling. Come on, Lizzie, I thought, get a grip. You won't believe what I saw, I said. I'll tell you as soon as I finish up with the police. Neither of my 2 visitors seemed to mind waiting, and they both took seats on the couch where I'd been sitting. Chief O'Hare, who'd arrived last, finished asking me questions. I knew it was unusual for a police chief to get so involved, but he felt personally responsible for my protection and would do anything to make sure nothing happened to me. He was one of my first friends when I moved here. Tell me if you see anything, okay? He asked. And we'll do the same. I nodded, then watched as he and the other police officers left to search the area more thoroughly. Once they were gone, I sank to the couch next to Nicole. I'll get you something to drink in a bit, I said. Just need a minute to recover. I think I'm still in shock from what happened because my hands and arms don't seem to want to function right now. I'm fine, Nicole said. But I can't speak for Alexander. Alexander, good to know his name. So, who are you, Alexander, and how do you know my friend? I met her while you were both in high school. She resolved something for me, and we've recently come into contact again. He nodded toward the front door. What was that all about? I sighed. You won't believe it, but I swear, I didn't imagine it. I sat up, re-energized by the topic. I was out walking Sia when I saw a dog. It was on the other side of the train tracks. It was big, gray, and definitely not happy. Not only that, but... I paused when Nicole and Alexander looked at each other. Do you already know what I'm about to say? Nicole frowned. Maybe. Go on. It was standing over a man, eating him. My stomach twisted just thinking about what I'd seen. I screamed, and the dog looked up and started after me. But then a train came, and the dog had to stop so it wouldn't get hit. Sia and I ran back home. Alexander leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and clasping his hands. The expression on his face was intense. The dog, did it see where you live? I shook my head. No, it was several blocks from here. And the train was a long one, so there's no way it would have been able to follow me. Alexander didn't relax. That's good, but the situation is still bad, he said. Very bad. Nicole nodded. Lizzie, you need to be very careful. Of course, I said, slightly annoyed that she would even say something like that. And besides, how was I supposed to be careful when I didn't know why the dog had been attacking the man? What did I see? What's going on? Alexander answered first. There are creatures on this planet that do not belong here. We believe they are being drawn here partially because of you, and partially because this place is so ripe for them. It has been hundreds of years since demons from other planets have come out of sheer curiosity. I'm worried they'll like it enough to stay. I tilted my head, still stuck on the first reason he'd given for the creatures coming. Because of me? How ridiculous. Why would they be coming here because of me? Instead of answering, Alexander pulled a music box out of a satchel, setting it on the coffee table in front of him, then scooting it toward me. I recognized the box as one of Nicole's. Isn't that yours? I asked her. She picked it up, handing it to me. Yes. It has information in it that I sealed a long time ago in an effort to protect it. In a music box? What sort of information? Things about you, Alexander said. Some of the creatures are hunting you and would do anything to destroy you. I raised my eyebrow. Did he really believe that? You're kidding, right? It's Nicole who has made enemies all over the universe, not me. I didn't even go with her on most of her adventures. Alexander shook his head. I wish I were kidding. No, they're drawn to you partially because you're a fire impeder, but mainly because of a prophecy that was given specifically about you many, many years ago. 5. A prophecy? I snorted, then pushed my incredulity aside as another question popped into my mind. Wait, are you saying that dog is one of those creatures, and that it's hunting me? Alexander didn't meet my eye. The less you know right now, the better. The fact that you're drawing attention already, though, says that the measures put into place to protect you years ago are starting to fail. He looked up at me. As you get more powerful, your essence becomes so strong, they go into a frenzy over it. We can no longer guarantee your safety by withholding all information from you, just some of it. I looked at Nicole. Had she really been keeping things from me this whole time? What do you know about this? Nicole put a hand to her stomach, and I was reminded of the fact that she was pregnant. So exciting. Instead of going all giddy on her, though, I waited for her to respond. As Alexander hinted to earlier, while you and I were in high school, he approached me to help him with something. It was all about this prophecy. I sealed it, hiding it. As a way to protect me, and anyone who interacted with me during that time, Alexander removed my memories of the event. You mean all through college, all the time we spent together, you had no memory of any of this? I wasn't really asking, just stating, trying to understand. Nicole shook her head. The memories began coming back slowly, then all in a rush over the last few days. It almost felt like they were fake, until I talked to Tiffany. I raised my eyebrow. You went to your mom? Her mother was an awful person. In fact, Tiffany and her husband were serving time for trying to kill Nicole and accidentally killing someone else instead. Awful, awful people. What does she have to do with this? Well, she owed a powerful person a favor, and in return, that person magically forced her to protect the music box until I was ready to learn more. Tiffany doesn't really care about artes, as you know, and because of that, it wasn't dangerous for her to learn a little about what was going on. And she didn't care enough about me to find out more, so as soon as she knew what she was supposed to do, she did it, then put it from her mind. What am I supposed to do about all this? I asked. Hide? Put it from my mind? Buy a sword and go all Conan the Barbarian? Alexander half smiled. You need to travel to Mount Koven in Alaska. Deep in the heart of Denali, beneath Koven Peak, is a place where knowledge is stored. If you take the data chip in this music box with you, you'll gain access to information about the prophecy and what you need to do to protect yourself. Protect myself? You mean from all these dangerous creatures that are seeking me? If the dog was one of them, I was on board with the protection thing. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. But you can't really do it without the Shade Amulet. And in order to get that, you must travel to Alaska. The Shade Amulet? I asked. What's that? I can't tell you. Not without getting you into trouble. But don't worry, you'll be finding out soon. Why can't I know now? I asked. If we tell you what you want to know, the creatures that are hunting you will sense your increase in knowledge. That will lead them straight to you, and they will destroy, then devour you. Okay, that's intense. Even though my thoughts immediately went to the man and the dog, I still found it hard to believe any of this. The fact that Nicole was here, though, said that the situation was more serious than I thought. If Nicole believed, I should probably believe too. But still, my brain didn't want to wrap itself around this whole thing. Aren't prophecies a little cliched? I mean, it's like Harry Potter, you're the chosen one all over again. Alexander looked confused, but Nicole smiled. She's talking about a popular book series for teenagers. She pushed her smile aside and said, It's not exactly like that. If you fail, the whole world won't be destroyed. No great, powerful wizard will take over everything. So you're not like a chosen one who will save everyone on the planet. Alexander tilted his head. That's mostly accurate, he said. Devastation is always a possibility. More likely, though, is that after the beings destroy you, they'll either get bored and move on, or they'll take over the world and steal the knowledge that anyone on Earth gains. Getting destroyed wasn't high on my list. Why are you telling me all this? I asked. If knowing more places me in danger, why tell me at all? Alexander leaned back, putting his hands behind his head and staring at the ceiling. He didn't respond for a moment. Because there's a fine line between knowing too much and not knowing enough. In either case, you're in danger, especially since as you gain power and ability, you attract their attention. You need to have enough information to keep yourself protected until you can gain all the information. My head was starting to ache. Could his explanation be more convoluted? But why me? I asked. As I said, you're a fire impeder. Choosing that profession led you to begin fulfilling the prophecy. Nicole glanced at Alexander, an eyebrow up. You never told me that. Alexander looked embarrassed for a moment. I'm sorry I wasn't upfront with you. But even if you'd known to discourage her, she eventually would have become a fire impeder anyway. It just might have happened years and years in her future, when she wouldn't have been nearly as youthful, energetic, and powerful as she is now. Getting older obviously creates limitations, especially when it comes to magic. When artes overdo it, magic takes away from their senses, right? He motioned to her. You lose the ability to feel pain when you've done too much. He motioned to me. And Lizzie, you stop recognizing the things you're touching. Alexander didn't wait for me to respond, before continuing. Some people lose their eyesight. Imagine what would happen if their eyes were already going bad due to old age. The magic would pull from somewhere else. And experimenting with powers as an older person, not knowing which sense is being drawn from, is unwise and dangerous. It is better that she became a fire impeder at a younger age, so she would be able to understand her powers and fight back while she's in her prime. He motioned at Nicole again. You've seen me fight. The age I chose to become when I turned into a human has limitations. I chose it because I didn't want to have to deal with all the passions of the flesh humans experience as youths, but in exchange for more level-headedness, I tire easily and do not have nearly as much physical stamina. I looked at him for the first time, really looked at him. I've never been good with details. I couldn't tell you what I'd worn yesterday, or even what I was wearing right then without looking down. This was the first time I'd noticed that Alexander's light brown hair was graying. He wore blue jeans and a tan leather jacket, both of which gave off an air of casualness and an approachability. Are you magical? I asked. An arete? I had my doubts. I couldn't sense any magic flowing around him like I could with Nicole. Alexander didn't answer for a moment. In a manner of speaking, yes, I'm magical, but not an arete. I'll tell you more about myself later, but for now, we need to get you up to Mount Koven. Nicole didn't act like anything he said was a surprise, and it made me wonder something. Why is it okay for you to know so much? I asked. Isn't it dangerous for you too? If she got injured now that she was finally expecting a baby, I'd be one angry fire impeder. Of course it is, she said. But the draw these creatures have toward you is stronger than the draw they're experiencing with me just knowing who they are. Basically, they'll take care of the greatest threat before moving on to lesser threats. Lucky for you, I'm a lesser threat. Even though I knew she was being sarcastic, I still couldn't keep from bristling. How is it lucky that my best friend is in danger, even if it is lesser? I asked. I didn't mean to be sassy or rude, I just didn't like the fact that if I got destroyed, she would be next in line. Can't you hide her somewhere? I asked Alexander. Does she have to be so vulnerable? Nicole bristled. I'm not vulnerable, she said. I do have access to a great deal of magical items. I have Austin and his parents with me, and not only that, but I'm a silver for crying out loud. I nodded. She was right. She was super strong on her own. Being a silver meant she controlled all the elements, and anyone would be an idiot to go up against her. She'd also married into one of the most powerful arete families in the world. Her husband Austin had restarted when he was 15, super young, and from what I'd heard, his parents had both restarted around 16. Anything before 17 is really rare. I leaned forward. So I have to go to Mount Koven. Yes. Alexander handed me a small map of Anchorage and Denali. Koven is this peak here, he said, pointing to a part of Denali. What do I do once I get there? I asked. First, you need to go to Petersville, right here. He pointed at a tiny little spot on the map maybe 2 inches above Anchorage, right at the base of Denali. An elderly woman, a friend of mine, will find you there. And then what happens? I asked. She'll take you to the Akashic. I blinked. Come again? It's a Sanskrit word that basically means atmosphere. In other languages, it means heaven. Several humans have theorized that there's a place in the heavens where all knowledge is stored, and that it's accessible only by appointed people. They call it the Akashic Records, and they are partially right. It's not in the skies but deep under Mount Koven. And yes, it is where all knowledge is stored and protected. What do you have to do with this? I asked. I'm a guardian of knowledge, he said. Nicole looked at him. I thought we weren't going to tell her who you are. There's nothing wrong with her knowing I guard knowledge, he said. And I didn't tell her who I am, just what my job is. Fair enough, Nicole said. Anyway, he said to me, you need to leave today. I've already checked into flights, Nicole said, looking at me, And I purchased a ticket for you. Your plane leaves Salt Lake City at 1 o'clock this afternoon. My head started reeling again. I'd need to find someone to take care of Sia. That doesn't give me a lot of time to pack and get to the airport. And this feels so premature. Alexander didn't argue or agree. Just trust us on this one. Once you get the Shade Amulet and the other information you seek, you can do with them what you will. But if you choose not to fight these demons, everything Nicole did for you in high school will be for nothing. 6. It was low and he knew it. I could tell he didn't enjoy manipulating me that way. So why do it at all? Probably because it would work. I loved Nicole, and thinking about her going through crap for me made me want to do anything for her. Fine. I'll go. Nicole smiled, relaxing against the couch. Oh, good. She reached over and pulled on one of my stray curls that had escaped from my messy bun. Why is your hair up? You never used to wear your hair up. And what on earth happened to the red? I shrugged. I put it up because I don't have time most days to really do it. And I dye it brown now because I found I was getting way too much attention with the red. The moment I would enter a dangerous situation, a shooting, robbery, or bomb threat, and they saw my red hair, most people correctly assumed I was a fire impeder. Especially while doing my trainings with Tom Sizemore in Washington, D.C., it got to the point where people were yelling fire impeder when I first arrived. I gave in to his recommendations only a few months after I started. I miss my red hair, but I'd so much rather not have bombs go off when people see me coming. My heart turned, thinking about all the mistakes I'd made while in Washington. He'd taken them in stride, reassuring me that those sorts of things happen to artistes like us on a regular basis. I continued. I thought I told you a long time ago. And I know I've sent you pictures. She tilted her head, thinking back. Probably. It's been a while since we kept up with each other through pictures, though. Nicole had a point. We mostly just chatted on the phone these days. Alexander motioned to the music box, and Nicole nodded. Right. She picked it up and closed her eyes. I sensed her magical pulse grow as she directed her energies to the thing in her hands. The box glowed, then vibrated for several moments. When it stopped, Nicole removed the top and pulled out the music contraption and the velvet lining. Stuck in the corner of the box was a bright little piece of metal. She pulled it out and handed it to me. I lifted it, inspecting it closely. The flat metal was rectangular. It glimmered in the light as I turned it. Was I supposed to feel something when I touched it? Like a voice whispering in my mind, Lizzie Ashton, you're the chosen one? Because nothing happened. So what is it? I asked. A data chip, Alexander said. You take it to Mount Koven, and it will give you access to the prophecy about you. I turned it around, looking at it from all angles. It didn't look like a data chip, but obviously I didn't know what I was dealing with here. After going over the particulars of my trip to Mount Koven, Alexander promised he would get in touch with me, though he wasn't sure when that would happen. I'll do my best to keep demons from finding you, but where that will take me, I don't know. Since I can't be here every minute, I'll install devices around your house and yard that should prevent the dog from finding you here. He leveled a glance at me. That doesn't mean you should feel safe to wander your yard at random times. They'll still be able to hear you. Okay. I'll help you put them up. I needed to take part in my safety in some way. No, definitely not. You stay in your house. Only in here and in cars are you truly safe, because the creatures that hunt you travel through corners. Through corners? That doesn't make any sense. It will eventually. Nicole put her hand on my knee. I wish I could stay here. I shook my head. You've got yourself and Austin to take care of, especially with a baby coming. I would never forgive myself if something happened to you. My visitors got to their feet, and after Nicole gave me a hug, promising to keep in touch, they left. I locked the door behind them and watched out the window as Nicole got in the car and Alexander pulled things out of the trunk, poking them into the grass and dirt around my house. I couldn't tell, but it looked like he muttered or chanted as he did so. When he finished and left, I sat on my couch. Sia, who was typically shy around strangers, ventured into the room and jumped on my lap. I scratched around her ears. "Well, Sia," I said. "We've got a lot of work to do, it sounds like. I promise you, I'll do my best to keep you protected." I gave her another pat, then picked her up and gently set her on the couch. I'd had a rough day and wanted nothing more than to hang out with her, but considering the fact that I was about to fly to Alaska, I needed to pack. I called Mrs. Russell and arranged to have her and her husband take care of Sia while I was gone. Before leaving, I sat at my computer and checked my email, wondering if Abel had gotten back with me. He had. His response was short and to the point. The job would be dangerous, and could we meet sometime? I shot off an equally brief email, telling him it would need to wait, that I'd be out of town for several days. I had to check the ticket information Nicole had left to know what to tell him, and my eyes boggled when I learned I'd be up in Alaska for that long. Just how much time did I need to get to this Mount Koven? His response came immediately, startling me. He wanted to know where we should meet to talk over lunch after I returned. I gave him the address for the Thai house on Main Street. It was by far my favorite restaurant of all the ones I'd tried since living here. Their chicken satay seriously was to die for. Realizing I couldn't just leave the state without telling Chief, I sent him a quick text, letting him know I was heading out of town for a few days on urgent business. I hoped nothing would happen while I was gone, as the nearest fire impeder was in California and was always incredibly busy. Once everything was ready, I drove to the airport, leaving my car in long-term parking, then made my way to the Delta terminal. The flight to Alaska was uneventful, and when I landed in Anchorage, I grabbed a rental car and went straight to my hotel. The next morning, I got up and headed to Petersville. It was a 3-hour drive, a large portion of which was on a muddy, bumpy dirt road. I should have rented an SUV. I'd be surprised if the little sedan I'd rented didn't get stuck. No stuckage in the mud occurred, though, and I finally pulled up into Petersville around 9 in the morning and looked around. There were only a handful of buildings, maybe 2 houses, a barn, and 2 or 3 shacks. The place didn't look or feel like anyone lived there. But true to what Alexander had said, an elderly woman was waiting for me on the porch of one of the houses. She waved at me, beckoning me to join her. 7. I got out of the car, then locked my purse and things in the trunk, taking only the key, data chip, and my phone with me. I'd nearly reached the porch when the woman spoke. "You'll need to leave your electronic device in your car as well," she said. "It won't work where we're going anyway." "Okay." I returned to the car and popped the trunk, putting my phone in my purse. I went back to the old woman, admiring the scenery as I walked. Denali was beautiful in the distance, bright white against the blue sky backdrop. It occurred to me that I didn't know much about the mountain, and I hoped my guide would be able to answer my questions. She looked like the type who would know a lot about the land around us. The woman invited me to sit on the porch. She wore a mauve-colored gingham dress, and interestingly enough, a bonnet. She had a loose bun at the base of her neck, and a few stray curls had escaped. They waved gently in the soft breeze. She stared out at the rest of Petersville, rocking silently on her wooden chair. I sat in another rocking chair, not sure if I should break the silence. Finally, the woman turned to me and said, "My name is Agnes. I'll be taking you to Mount Koven. We can't leave for a while though, the way is best when it's dark out." The sun wasn't even close to setting. Great. I looked at the skies. For now, they were clear, and it was warm enough that I only needed a light jacket. I'd learned on a previous trip to Alaska that it wasn't always -100 degrees. Since Agnes had broken the silence, I figured it was safe for me to talk. "How many people live in Petersville?" I asked. I hadn't looked it up before leaving, but now I wished I had. Agnes glanced at me, a sad expression in her eyes. They're all gone now, she said. Only I remain, and I will be here for the rest of time, acting as a guide to the knowledge you and others seek. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees and clasping my hands under my chin, studying her face from the corner of my eye. She must have been beautiful at some point, some of that beauty still remained. But she was weathered and had so many wrinkles, I couldn't tell where one started and another ended. The expression on her face made me want to simultaneously comfort her and ask her for a cookie, though I refrained from doing either. Can you tell me about Denali? I asked. I've never been here before. Her eyes sparkled as she looked up at the great mountain that loomed over Petersville. I'm surprised you know to call it Denali, she said. Most still believe its name to be McKinley. I shrugged. Don't give me too much credit, Alexander told me. The moment I said his name, I wondered if I was supposed to mention him. I decided it couldn't hurt though, as he was the one who told me I would find her here. Agnes didn't seem to think my bringing him up was some sort of social faux pas, and she gave another little smile. Denali has enough snow year-round that you will never see its true face. My eyebrows rose. Wow. That's impressive. What's the weather like up there? It depends on the season, of course, but it's not uncommon for it to have magnificent gusts of wind when there's a storm, usually around 100 miles an hour, sometimes even up to 250 miles an hour. Storms come on sudden with practically no warning. They're very dangerous. The coldest temperature recorded was, I think, somewhere around 90 below. She looked at me with a reassuring expression. Don't let this bother you, though, as we are unlikely to have any bad weather where we're going. Why is that? The way to Mount Koven is underground, she said. It's a magical tunnel. It will take us through glaciers and silt rivers and granite and flysch, which is another type of hard rock. I nodded, acting like I spent time around these sorts of things on a regular basis. Is it creepy? I asked, then wished I hadn't said anything. Wait to sound like a wimp, Lizzie. Sometimes the filter on my brain doesn't make it all the way to my mouth. Agnes smiled. It depends on what you consider creepy, she said. I was used to a much faster pace of living, and the hours went by slowly. I'd gotten an early start to the day, and was starving by the time noon came around. When Agnes invited me to eat with her, I practically jumped to my feet, entering the house after her. Once inside, I looked around in surprise. The place was coated with a layer of dirt and grime. Agnes was so neat and comely that it surprised me to see her house so dirty. She led me into the kitchen and opened her cupboards. Most of them were bare. At first, I was worried that she was starving to death until we reached one cupboard that still had food in it. She pulled a bag of bread out of the cupboard, handing it to me. Feel free to make yourself a sandwich, she said. I took the bread from her, then looked at it and shrieked in surprise, dropping the bag. Whatever was inside was not bread. Or at least it hadn't been in years and years. The contents had crumbled into a fluffy, greenish-blue powder. I looked at Agnes, wondering what to think, not sure how to react or what to say. My cheeks warmed with embarrassment for the lady. Her eyes lowered to the bag on the floor, then she looked up at me, a sad expression on her face. I'm so sorry. Did you bring any food? I'd stashed several granola bars and some string cheese in my purse before leaving the hotel, most of which was still there. Unfortunately, it hadn't occurred to me to bring enough food to feed me for a trek, which could take several days. Stupid of me. Yes. Should I go to the car and eat some? I asked. Then, suddenly realizing my hostess was in need of food herself, I reached over to put my hand on her shoulder, but she flinched away from me. Oh, I didn't mean to frighten you, I said, pulling my hand back. I can get some food for you too if you'd like. Agnes backed up until her hip hit the counter behind her. No, darling, I don't need food. Don't worry about me. You go eat some of yours, and I'll wait for you on the porch. I nodded and followed her from the kitchen, back through the living room. We were nearly to the front door when I noticed that only one trail of footprints made its way through the dust on the floor, and that trail was mine. I looked at Agnes's shoes, wondering if I was imagining things. Her feet were hovering about half an inch above the wooden planks. She wasn't making a trail because she wasn't even touching the floor. 8. I stumbled away from her, hitting a bookshelf, knocking several books off in the process. Agnes looked at me, and for the first time I noticed that the skin on her face wasn't whole. Where I'd seen wrinkles before, I now saw only rotted flesh, her teeth visible through the holes in her cheeks. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to control my panic as my breathing became erratic and my heart thumped in my ribcage. If she wanted to hurt me, she would have, I thought. Agnes reached up and touched her cheek. "I'm sorry, dear," she said. "When I'm in darker areas, you see me for what I truly am. A shade." I couldn't think of anything intelligent to say. "You have nothing to fear from me. As long as you obey and do as you're told, you will be safe." "What would happen if I didn't?" I asked, not feeling reassured in the slightest. I mean, what if she wanted me to do something stupid or dangerous? Would she then murder me in my sleep? "I'm not that kind of shade," she said, her voice hurt, a frown on her face. I must have offended her. "I'm sorry," I said. "It's just, I don't run into shades very often." "At all, actually." Agnes shrugged. "The place where you're going is full of us," she said. "You had better adjust to it now." I wished Alexander had said something about this. A warning would have been nice. I motioned to the front door, doing my best to be casual, even though my heart and muscles were still straining to run. "Let's go to the porch then," I said. "Unless it bothers you to be out there." Agnes shook her head. No, not at all. I don't mind waiting out there. It's where I've spent most of my time lately. I'd been expecting you last night, honestly. I growled to myself. If I'd known that Alexander had intended me to go straight to Petersville after landing, I would have done that, and an entire day wouldn't have been wasted. We went outside, Agnes shutting the door behind us. She sat in her rocking chair again, and I descended the steps and walked to the car, grabbing my purse from the trunk. I sat on the front seat, leaving the door open so I wasn't shutting Agnes out. I needed a little bit of alone time to gather my thoughts. Why was I with a ghost, for crying out loud? And why was this place I was heading to full of them? As I pondered over these questions, I ate one of the granola bars and some string cheese. I was famished and could have inhaled all of them, but I didn't know when my next meal would be. If what Agnes had said was true, it would probably be several days before I had another full meal. Too bad I hadn't eaten a big breakfast. I took out my phone and pulled up Google Maps, hoping to be able to search for a nearby restaurant. Nothing came up, not enough service here. I tucked my phone back into my purse and joined Agnes on the porch. "I'm unprepared and I'm sorry for that," I said. "Is there a place nearby where I could buy food?" Agnes nodded, rose to her feet, walked to the edge of the porch and pointed. "Down that way is a place that houses tourists. They have nice little cottages. They may have food. If they don't, they'll know where you can get some." She turned her big brown eyes on me and said, "Be back at least half an hour before the sun sets. We'll leave the moment twilight hits." I nodded. "Thank you." I got back in the car and turned around, heading down the muddy, bumpy dirt road until I saw a sign for what looked like tourist lodgings. I entered the main office and waited until a woman emerged from a back room. "Do you have food I could purchase?" I asked. "What do you need?" We talked back and forth for a moment as I tried to tell her what I needed when I didn't really know where I was going. She offered fruits and breads, which I accepted gratefully after she refused my $10 bill. She then gave me instructions to a place called Cubby's that was about half an hour away. I headed there and entered the store, trying to decide what I'd need. After wandering the place for a while, I settled on things that wouldn't easily go bad in the amount of time it might take to reach Mount Koven. Once back in the car, I emptied everything out of my purse and filled it with food and water bottles. Glad I liked big purses. By the time I got back to Petersville, the sun was close to setting, and it was getting pretty chilly outside. Agnes was standing anxiously on the porch. She took one look at what I was wearing and asked if I had anything warmer with me. I did and pulled my suitcase from the trunk. I'd packed a large coat, earmuffs, a hat, gloves, and a pair of snow pants. I donned them all, and Agnes looked me up and down, declaring me fit to be out in the cold in Alaska. Then the two of us set off. As we walked, Agnes pointed out the glaciers we could see on this side of Denali, then told me about the different foliage and trees that surrounded us. I wasn't disappointed in her knowledge of the area. When I asked, she confirmed that she'd lived in Petersville her whole life. She'd passed away in the mid-1900s, and that surprised me because she dressed like someone from the 1800s. We hiked a short ways up the foothills, approaching a large boulder, smack dab in the middle of a gently sloping meadow. Agnes paused, putting her hand out to stop me, nearly touching me. I wondered if she didn't want to touch me because she was a ghost. Or was it because of unpleasant side effects I'd experience if she did? She bowed her head and clasped her hands in front of her as if she were about to pray, and unsure what to do, I did the same. The words that came out of her mouth weren't any prayer I recognized, though. I heard words like shade and master. At one point, it sounded like she was speaking a different language, almost Germanic. Maybe Dutch. With a groan, the large boulder shifted and rolled to the side, revealing a gaping hole. The rock was carried down the side of the mountain by a glacier, she said, not approaching the hole just yet, though I had a sinking suspicion that was where we were headed. I thought it was kind of random here in the middle of the field. The last of the sun's rays faded away, and naturally, Agnes invited me to enter the hole ahead of her. Not wanting to look like a wimp, I approached it, though cautiously. It was deep, and I couldn't tell if there were stairs. As I was turning back to ask Agnes how I was supposed to get down, something or someone from the hole reached up and grabbed my ankle, yanking hard. The next thing I knew, I was falling fast, tumbling and shrieking as I spun through the blackness. 9. Instead of landing with a jolt, my feet swung around until they were pointing down and my head was up. My fall slowed, and I landed gently on what felt like a stone surface. "Is it her?" A woman's voice whispered through the darkness around me. The way it echoed led me to believe I was in a large cavern of sorts. "Yes, yes," a man's voice responded. "It is." "Where's Agnes?" "I'm here," Agnes said, standing somewhere behind me. "Let's go then," someone said. I was gently prodded from behind with either a stick or somebody's hand. Probably a stick, judging by how Agnes had acted about touching me earlier. Trusting I wouldn't fall, I took a step forward, scooting my foot along the ground as I went. "Does it have to be so dark down here?" I asked. My voice trembled, showing I was more nervous than I'd realized. While I knew I would need light to see, I didn't want to know what surrounded me. "Oh drat," Agnes said. "I forgot the torches." "Typical," one of the men's voices responded. "Harry, do you have one?" "I think so," Harry said. I heard shuffling, and then what sounded like someone striking flint. A couple of sparks flew, but not many. "It's too damp," he said. "Fire 'em, Peter, you can light things, right?" I nodded, feeling like an idiot for having forgotten I could create fire and light my own way. "Yes." "Hand me the torch." A solid wooden object was placed in my hand, and I felt up and down it, making sure I knew which end to burn. I gathered the powers that were a constant, gentle pulse around me, asking them to light the torch. Even though my magic was always there, I still struggled with pulling enough of it in sometimes. This should be easy, though. I felt the familiar tug on my powers, and a flame burst into life. It wasn't very big, I'd never developed my magic outwardly, but it was sufficient, and soon a rosy glow filled the little cavern. I raised the torch, looking around me. If I'd been surrounded by people before, it didn't look that way now. "Hey," I said. "Where did everyone go?" "Light is not our friend," Agnes responded. We will have to stay in the shadows. I nearly felt guilty for needing to see. Do you want me to put it out? Only if you can travel quickly without it, Harry said. I looked ahead. The tunnel led around several huge boulders, only parts of it visible here and there. There was no way I would be able to do this on my own, especially if it would be as long a trip as Agnes had led me to believe. I shook my head. I won't, just let me know if I need to turn it off. I started forward and heard the shades follow, their whispers echoing off the granite walls as they kept up. The tunnel was uneven, and it was very chilly. My breath was visible, and I was grateful that I'd worn so many layers. The tunnel stretched on, moving around big rocks and passing by chunks of what looked like ice. They were light in color, but not as white as they would have been if sunlight shone on them, so I couldn't be certain. It was hours before the shades finally said it was time to stop and take a break. I hadn't wanted to complain, but I was simultaneously too cold and too warm, and my joints and muscles were seriously angry with me for overusing them. For crying out loud, this was pathetic. What had happened to the dancer I'd been all the way through grade school and college? I'd let myself slip too far, obviously. Why hadn't I been taking advantage of the fabulous hiking terrain that surrounded my home? My body was doing so poorly. Being tired after a few hours of walking on a relatively flat surface was ridiculous. I only caught glimpses of the ghosts that surrounded me every now and then. They were each in varying stages of rotting, but I felt their eyes on me the entire time, hungrily watching me as I ate. Once I was ready to continue, I packed my things away, picked up the torch, and started walking again. After several hours, we decided to stop so I could get some sleep. I lay on the tunnel floor, cushioned by my fluffy clothes and using my purse as a pillow. I fell asleep pretty quickly, which surprised me. After I rested for who knows how long, one of the shades awakened me, and we started forward again. This time, the shades talked to me as much as they had to each other the previous day. Tell me about yourselves, I finally got up the courage to say. How did you end up here? Harry was the first to speak. Our stories generally aren't happy ones, he said. Most of us are here because there was no one waiting for us after death. In my case, my mother abandoned me as a newborn, and I had no siblings. They couldn't find her. I don't know anything about my father. When I finally located my mother after I'd passed away, she didn't even know who he'd been. He hesitated for a moment, then when he started talking again, his voice had a wistful sound to it. She refused to speak to me after I found her. Didn't want anything to do with me. He cleared his throat, and I could tell it was still painful for him to talk about it. He continued, I'm sure I have ancestors somewhere along the line who cared for me, but I didn't want to take the time to find them. I needed to be alone, to heal, to get over yet another betrayal from my mother. And so, the moment I was reminded of this opportunity, I accepted it. Exactly how did the opportunity come up? I asked. Is there someone who finds you all and recruits you to the position? Sort of, Harry said. There's a group of creatures known as Cerberus who are in charge. While we're still alive, they approach us and present the option of guarding the passageway once we've passed on. Do they tell you exactly what you'll be guarding? No. Only that it's an important place accessible mainly by spirits, but also other Cerberus who are dangerous and who will try to exploit it. Wait. You said Cerberus, right? Yes. Aren't they part of Greek mythology? It's a he to be specific, if we're talking Greek mythology. And yes. He supposedly guards the path to the underworld. Like many myths and legends though, the stories are only partway right. There are hundreds of Cerberus and they're all guardians of knowledge, not guardians to Hades' underworld. You'd probably recognize them by their other title, Hounds of Tindalos. 10. No, I didn't recognize that title, but I didn't want to point to my lack of education. Instead, I continued asking questions. Okay, so you get hired by the Cerberus to guard the passageway. How long are you expected to do this job? For as long as possible. We have the option every 100 years to help the Cerberus find a replacement, but as you can probably imagine, even when we do find someone who meets the criteria of not having anyone to return to, it's hard to convince them to come do yet another dangerous and lonely task. Most people make friends after death and wait for their children, if they have any, to join them. We fell silent for a moment as I considered what he'd said. "What about the rest of you?" I asked. "Similar stories," one of the women responded. "My mother attempted to drown me in a river. She didn't know I survived. Someone pulled me out downstream, and I was raised in an orphanage. The owner wanted to adopt me, but instead, he ended up in jail when they found out he was sexually assaulting the children he was supposed to protect. When the Cerberus approached me, I was definitely grateful for the opportunity, and especially grateful it came while I was still a teenager." Horrible. I wasn't sure how much more I wanted to hear, but something told me that to shy away from their histories would be doing a disservice to them and myself. They'd experienced horrors day in and day out, and I'd only just been asked to do the same. "What about you, Agnes?" She didn't respond for several moments, then said, "I'd rather not talk about it." "Oh. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable by asking." She clicked her tongue. "No, Lizzie, you didn't make me uncomfortable. I don't want to bring you discomfort." Fair enough. I wasn't brave enough to assure her that I'd be fine if she did tell me. I decided not to ask anyone else about their backgrounds, though, in case any of them were sensitive about it. Instead, I said, "Okay, I'm trying to understand how this works. Do you have to be a shade to guard the way?" "Yes, you do," Harry said. "They recruit us while we're alive, arrange for our deaths soon after, then we start the moment we're ready." "Do any of you ever back out after you die?" "It happens, yes." "Are there any punishments for that?" "Just withholding the payment we were promised." I glanced in his direction, still unable to see anything other than his legs. "What sort of payment do they give you?" "Information. They pay us immediately upon starting the job, and it's usually valuable enough that we continue to do our work willingly even after receiving it. So it wasn't a job that paid per hour. I don't know why I'd assumed it would be. Will we run into any of the Cerberus?" "No. They rarely come. Too many of them are evil now, and they don't have access to the Akashic any longer. Those who are good are busy protecting humans who will eventually help rid this planet of those who are evil." "What happens to you all when the Hounds of Tindalos have been destroyed?" "We'll continue guarding the record, though finding replacements will fall on us solely. We won't receive help from them anymore, obviously." I didn't have a response for that, and we continued in silence, traipsing along the tunnel, the shades bickering and conversing around me. We didn't really talk again after that, and for some reason, despite the information that had been shared, we never warmed up to each other. That disappointed me somewhat. It was like an awkward first date that you really wanted to work out, but that most likely wouldn't. The shades let me know as we finally neared Mount Koven. I understood by now that Mount Koven wasn't a separate mountain, but was a peak on Denali itself. It felt like we'd walked far enough to have reached a completely different continent. The closer we got to our destination, the more humid and warm the air became. Eventually, I had to take off my coat. I tried tying it around my waist, but it was too fluffy and big to stay that way, so I ended up flinging it over one arm and holding my purse with the other. We reached a massive double door made of stone, wood, and intricately designed metal. It was rounded at the top, and a little bit of light glowed around the edges. The shades told me to put out my torch. "You won't need it inside anyway," Agnes said. "She won't need it now," Harry responded. I put out the light and set the torch down on the cold stone ground. My eyes adjusted slowly. I was surprised to find that, as Harry had said, I didn't need the torch anymore. It wasn't that I could see better or that the tunnel was lighter without it, but my eyes seemed to take in details just fine. How, though? I couldn't tell. Agnes approached me, her hand hovering over my arm as if she wanted to touch me to get my attention. Standing in front of me got my full attention. Her skin looked whole and healthy in the magical light. "This part is difficult for mortals," she said. "Trust me that everything will be okay." Was that supposed to be reassuring? What do you mean, difficult for mortals? She chewed her bottom lip, a concerned expression on her face. "You have to leave your body behind. Only spirits can enter the Akashic." "What? You're kidding, right?" Agnes shook her head. "Your body will still be alive and functioning." She took a breath. Did Shades breathe? "We will do our best to protect it, but you need to know that it will be vulnerable while you are in the Akashic. Don't prolong your visit." I felt my eyes bugging. Vulnerable? To whom? The hounds. She acted like that should explain it. What hounds? Those who devour all. I gasped when I realized she was referring to the dog that had been on the opposite side of the tracks the other day. Those were the hounds of Tindalos? They can come here? She nodded, then hesitated. The evil ones were Cerberus. They used to guard the knowledge here when they were good. So they remember the entrance to the tunnel, but they aren't allowed access to the Akashic itself. Only the good ones are. The evil ones have stolen bodies before, but it hasn't happened for years. And they don't know that you're here, so we should be okay. I shook my head. I'm not good with should be. How long will it take me to get the information I need? She shrugged. It depends on how quickly you find the correct shade. I folded my arms, taking a step back and surveying her. Okay, tell me what's going on. I have to find a shade that has information? This whole time I'd been picturing the knowledge being stored in books that I'd slide the magical data chip into. I don't know why, probably because knowledge is traditionally stored in books. Agnes again put her hand out as if to comfort me. You are more worried than you need to be. She motioned toward the door. When you enter the room beyond, keep the data chip in your hand, and as you walk around the shades that are inside, the appropriate one will sense you searching for him or her and should approach you. Should? I asked. This was getting worse and worse. It depends on who possesses the information. Most shades are willing to impart what they know freely and easily. But occasionally, you will come across one who isn't quite so eager to help. Judging by the fact that no one had done it already, I was positive I would have to open the door. Tell me how to get in. 11. Agnes and a couple of the other shades approached the door, motioning for me to as well. Put your hand on the wood right here, Harry said, pointing at a small box. I did so, then gasped as my skin immediately began burning. It felt as if millions of needles were stabbing me at once. The burning pain got too intense, and I pulled away involuntarily, looking at my palm. Every inch of my hand was covered in blood, my own. I looked up at the shades. What was that for? Only those who have been granted permission to enter the Akashic have the ability to do so. You must prove you are who you say you are. I looked at the door, wondering if I pulled away too quickly. Do I need to put my hand there again? We will see, Harry said. It takes a moment. The blood was barely visible on the door, glistening. It stayed there for several seconds, then slowly seeped into the grainy surface. The wood inside the square began glowing, and I watched as that glow spread across the wood, melting into grooves etched into the door that looked like runes and symbols. The door vibrated before swinging inward. I gasped. A vast, magnificent room opened up in front of me. The whole thing glowed as if lit by hundreds of thousands of blue-gold lights. Agnes indicated for me to enter. Without hesitation, I stepped forward. If I'd remembered I'd need to leave my body behind, I might have gone a lot more slowly. Walking over the threshold was like passing through a giant squeegee or forcing myself through a massive sheet of plastic wrap. It was a bit sticky, but more than anything, it created a pressure that propelled me forward, and with a great sucking motion, my spirit stepped out of my body, and I left all physical sense behind. A low ringing sounded in my brain. Was that from my physical or spiritual ears? Turning, I gasped, looking at my almost corpse, now lying on the ground of the tunnel. My eyes were open, staring up. I didn't look alive. Am I okay? I asked. Agnes nodded. You're still alive. Continue, Lizzie. You'll be fine. Yeah, if those hounds you talked about don't come. You will sense if they do, but I promise you, we will guard your body. She indicated for me to turn around. I did so, then gasped again. The room was completely full of spirits that hadn't been there before. Those closest to the door had turned to see me as I came in, but a whole multitude of them hadn't even noticed my entrance. One or two smiled at me, and I was grateful for that. None seemed concerned about my presence. They must have had a lot of trust in their method of entry not to be worried about a stranger. A man approached me. What information do you seek? I was almost too distracted by the clothing he wore to hear his question. He was dressed like an Orthodox Jew, complete with a big round fur hat, black clothes, and curls on the sides of his face. I even saw the little rope tied around his waist. He was translucent, all the spirits were, and I was actually grateful for that. After the experience with Agnes earlier, when she'd gone from being physical and visible to rotted and falling apart, this was much preferred. I showed him the data chip in my hand, and he took it from me for a moment. After examining it, he nodded, then handed it back. The information you seek is that way. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder and stepped to the side, letting me pass him. As I continued, I was careful not to touch any of the shades. I didn't know what would happen if I did, but the way Agnes had acted made me not want to find out. I couldn't help but wonder if this was what dying was like. I hadn't gone through a tunnel toward a bright light, of course, but multiple religions believed that when somebody died, loved ones and friends would be there to greet them. I pretended that these people were friends and loved ones. It made them less creepy. A couple more shades stopped me as I continued, asking what I was looking for. Each of them were dressed in very unusual clothing. One lady wore a huge and magnificent dress that could only have come from the era when women bound their waists so tiny that all their intestines were pushed up inside their rib cages. She and the others continued directing me deeper into the room. I finally came upon the right shade. He was a weathered, wizened, nice-looking man who wore a long robe-like toga thing. I'm not very good at which outfit came from which era. It was definitely pre-80s, though. He took the data chip from me and rolled it over in his hand. He didn't even need to look at it before saying, "Yes, I remember this prophecy. In fact, I gave this prophecy." I relaxed, feeling as the stress that had entered my shoulders and neck began seeping away. "What can you tell me?" I asked. "Everything." Alexander wasn't permitted to tell you very much. He rubbed his chin with one hand, fisting the data chip in the other, surveying me. At the beginning of time, long before man had been created, the hounds of Tindalos existed. They had free rein over most anything they came across. The Great Ones allowed them to devour innocent and evil alike. They were directionless, purposeless, and subject to fleeting whims and desires. Anytime someone learned about them too quickly, the hounds would appear and devour that individual. Those of us who knew of them spent all our time hiding and fleeing. It became evident that if we didn't stop them, they would eventually destroy everything. Votes were cast, and I was chosen to approach the hounds and offer them an alternative. The plan was that once I was close enough, I'd touch one and using my ability would see their past, present, and future and find a weakness we could exploit. And maybe, just maybe, they'd accept the alternatives I would present them with. I got their attention, and as is their habit when they notice anything, they tried to devour me. I held them off long enough, though, to offer several bribes. The first was a truly physical body, granting them the ability to turn into living dogs. It was somewhat appealing, but not enough. So I also gave them the power to shift into humans, who are superior to dogs in many ways. This was a little better, but I could sense that they still required more. With great reluctance, I offered our final bribe, all knowledge. But it came with a condition. Those who gained knowledge would ultimately choose between good and evil, and hopefully we'd be able to persuade them to live a normal life and give up their former ways. I didn't tell them of this hope or the condition for fear they would all choose evil. They accepted all of the bribes, and I touched their heads, granting them access to that knowledge. Imagine my surprise, though, when I touched them, to find that they have very few weaknesses, and the only creature that could destroy a hound was a hound. Except for one person, a fire erete who would not even be born for thousands of years. You, Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton. I blinked. My first thought was, oh gosh, he knew my full name. I know, not very deep. My second thought was, holy crap, what have I gotten into and how do I get out of it? My third and final thought was along the lines of, whoa, this is deep. This is really deep. Why me? I know I'd asked it before, but now I was with the actual guy who really knew. First, it had to be a fire impeder. The only way to destroy a hound is by using a fire impeder's precious ability to stop a spark. Second, it had to be at a time when traveling happened almost seamlessly. Hounds get around nearly as easily as you and I, well, you breathe. If the person lived during my time, they would never be able to keep up with the hounds. And third, it needed to be someone who had already been exposed to demons from other dimensions. I gave a nervous laugh. That's all me. And here I thought you were going to say I was special. Oh, and fourth, you're special. He gave me a kind smile. And I'm not teasing. You have great wells of experience for one so young. I nodded, not feeling the need to be modest. The things I'd seen while in college would scare the back hair off a gorilla. There was another benefit to giving them these bribes, he said. By granting them access to knowledge, I was sealing their fates. Basically, allowing them to choose between good and bad. Those who chose to follow the evil knowledge they gained would need to be destroyed. But those who chose good have a chance. And you would be able to figure out who was worthy of being given that chance. He looked at me, a serious expression on his face. When I saw their future, I also learned that all hounds will eventually turn evil. But those who are good fight the bad for a long time, and their service to those around them must not be discredited. And I'm supposed to destroy only the evil ones? I asked. How was I supposed to tell the difference between them? He seemed to know my question before I'd even voiced it. Maybe he could read my mind. Who knew? If a hound tries to kill you or anyone else, rest assured it is an evil hound. Funny. This guy had a sense of humor. Okay. Kill the ones who are murderers. Got it. What else do I need to know? Simply that in order to completely and permanently destroy a hound, you must extinguish its flame. And will I know how to do that? Do I get any training? The ghost looked at me, seeming to size me up. The Shade Amulet will help you, and it will train you. However, it is in Holland. And even though its current owner does not need to eat, sleep, or rest, it will still take him time to find you. Be cautious between now and then. He closed his eyes for several moments, and I hesitated, wondering what I should say or do. Were we done here? But then I felt a slight pull of magic, and the man opened his eyes. He is on the way. 12. The shade looked at me again, studying my features. You will be in danger. Now that you know about the hounds, they and other creatures will seek you and do their best to destroy you. Didn't Alexander say that measures were in place to keep them from finding me? I asked. He nodded. Yes, but that effigy will never grow in strength. You, on the other hand, have grown considerably since it was created. The hounds are drawn to your strength. Effigy? I'd have to ask Alexander about that later. But how do I destroy these things? My mind was rolling and twisting, and I still didn't feel like I'd received good enough answers to my questions. I mean, I've seen at least a little of what they can do. They're big, massive, and there's no way I'd physically be able to defeat one on my own. He shook his head. No, you will not. But I sense you have companions who are willing to assist you. I started to disagree, then hesitated. Abel. His name and face popped into my head, and something told me not to discount him. But how was he going to help? He didn't have any muscles, the guy was rail thin and would blow over in a gentle breeze. He wasn't short, no, but I'd pick a short, muscular guy over him to go up against the dog I'd seen. But still, that little voice nagged at me to ask him. Do you have any recommendations for the people I should involve in all this? I asked. I mean, if it's so dangerous, especially to have people know what's going on, don't I need to be selective in who I choose? He gave me a fatherly smile. I wish I knew. I'd suggest picking those who are loyal to you. Remember also that offering payment will go a long way. Just do your best and things will fall into place. How will I know how to find the hounds? The weak ones will most likely come to you. Eventually, you'll have to seek them all out because even if they aren't bothering or attacking you, you know they're attacking somebody else. The Shade Amulet will show you the way. You have to learn how to use it first, of course, but eventually you will be able to predict each other's thoughts and actions. I raised my eyebrow. I could see a magical item growing to know me, but I will predict its thoughts. He chuckled. Yes, of course. The Shade Amulet has part of my spirit in it. Though it is few of words, it has opinions and thoughts, thereby allowing it to teach and help you. He looked behind himself. I must get back to what I was doing before. My gaze shifted from him to the room beyond. The spirits there were all milling around, seemingly without purpose. What had he been working on that was so important? Playing an eternal game of chess? What should I do if I have more questions? Come and ask them. You'll have ample opportunity to return. So, I'm not getting kicked out permanently after this? He shook his head. The one who fights the hounds must have access to all knowledge. But only when you truly need it, don't come seeking something trivial. If it pertains to your situation, we will help you as best we can. Each shade is here for a specific purpose, and is guarding a specific set of knowledge. You most likely won't need to speak to the same one twice. The man said goodbye, and I turned and left him. I looked around as I walked, seeing just how many spirits were there. And to think they all knew something different. It was pretty amazing. I hesitated when I got to the double doors. They were now shut. A box similar to the one on the other side was etched into the surface. I raised my hand and placed it there. The wood didn't feel the same as it had when I'd been in my body. It was sort of mushy, as if the edges were blurred. A light pull on my magic was all it took. No blood this time. The door swung inward, and I stepped out of the way. The spirits were there, waiting. My body was on the ground where I'd left it, eyes still staring off at nothing. I wondered if I would have any memory of lying there. After all, my brain hadn't left my body, just my spirit. How do I get back in? I asked Agnes. She indicated for me to come forward, so I did. Just as I got to the threshold, my body started to raise itself. It was as if a string was tied around my sternum and was pulling me up. Weird. The closer I got to the threshold, the faster my body rose. I put my hand across the threshold, watching as the correct hand came to meet it, my body turning around so I could step into it. Getting back inside wasn't like leaving. It was sort of like taking two pieces of silly putty and smashing them together. I stepped forward, feeling as my spirit melded back into my body. Agnes and the others watched as I looked around me with my physical eyes. Everything felt the same, apart from the new knowledge I had. That was what I remembered, not the lying on the ground part. I picked up the torch and using my magic, lit it again. I got what I need. Let's go. I was eager to get to a place where the Shade Amulet could find me without a problem. Not only that, but I needed to meet Abel and see if he'd be willing to help me. He'd contacted me first about potential work, and now I was going to be offering him a job. How was I going to pay him, though? Nobody had said anything about financial benefits if I killed these hounds, so I had to go on the assumption that money wouldn't ever exchange hands. How on earth was I going to fight these creatures and keep myself fed? Things were going to get very busy. Traveling away from the Akashic went much faster than getting there, and I wondered why. Had the ghosts done something to prolong things, or had they shortened the trip back? Was it some sort of initiation? Or was I energized from the experience and the knowledge gained, and was walking much more quickly? We reached the end of the tunnel and said our goodbyes. Agnes and I continued forward, and the shades stayed behind. Rather than me having to climb out of the pit they'd pulled me into, the tunnel gracefully exited onto the side of a foothill, and I was able to leave without breaking a sweat. "Gee," I said, "that was much easier than getting inside." Agnes obviously didn't miss my sarcasm, and sent me a little smile. She shielded her eyes in the morning sunlight and said, "We never know who's coming, what sort of temperament they'll have, and whether or not we should allow them access. As a rule, we always go hardest on them first." I'm glad to hear that was the hardest treatment up your sleeves. I hate to think of what else you and your friends could do to somebody. Agnes chuckled. Not all of us enjoy tormenting helpless people, regardless of what the myths that surround ghosts say. We walked back to Petersville, and I pulled my phone from the trunk and turned it on. As I was getting into my car, Agnes said, "I'll probably be seeing you again." "So I am coming back?" Agnes nodded. When somebody has gained our trust enough to make it to Mount Koven, they know enough about our situation to warrant returning if needed. We like to keep things in the family, so to speak. That made sense. I thanked her again, and we exchanged goodbyes before she returned to her porch and rocking chair. I drove away. It took me less time to get back to Anchorage than it had to get to Petersville, mainly because the roads weren't as muddy as before. I checked my return flight ticket, thinking I had several days to spare before I needed to go to the airport, but was surprised to see that the date on the ticket matched the date on my phone. How long had I been in the tunnel? I knew about the day and a half or so that it took to walk there, but according to my phone, several days had passed. As I studied the departure date, it occurred to me that Alexander had known exactly how long it would take for me to get to Mount Koven and back. My return flight was scheduled to take off in 2 hours, not giving me a lot of time to return the car and reach the airport. I breathed a sigh of relief when the plane touched down in Salt Lake City, and I was able to collect my baggage and return to my own car in long-term parking. I drove straight home, resisting the urge to stop at a sit-down restaurant, grabbing some fast food instead. What I needed and wanted most was my bed and the comforts of my home. I would have preferred to cook rather than eat junk food, but sleep was a higher priority. I was practically unconscious for several hours, at least 12. Breakfast was a quiet affair. Sia had been overjoyed to see me the night before, but we were both groggy and grumpy. I checked my email while eating breakfast. Abel had responded, making sure we were still on for lunch at the Thai house. I confirmed, then quickly showered and did my hair and makeup before picking out a cute outfit. I'm not interested in Abel, I mean, the poor guy didn't have much going for him, but still, it's hard not to do myself up and look my best, especially when I'm about to ask somebody to work with me. It had been a long time since I'd let my curls go loose, and I'd missed leaving my hair down. So I let my natural curl do what it wanted, within reason, sprucing it up and making sure it wouldn't turn into a complete mess by the end of the day. One of the good things about living here was how dry it was. Under more humid conditions, my hair had a tendency to go completely insane. I'd only been in the Thai house for maybe 5 minutes when I heard Abel's voice at the front desk saying he was there to meet somebody. He gave my last name and the waitress brought him in. The moment he stepped around the corner, my mouth popped open. Holy Hannah. 13. That couldn't possibly be Abel. The last time I saw him, he'd been emaciated and on the verge of death. He'd been so scrawny, I could have wrapped my entire hand around his wrist, and I have small hands. Not only that, but he'd been angry and scared, then listless when he wasn't. The Abel who entered the room was confident and at ease, perfectly comfortable with his surroundings. His blue eyes practically sparkled, setting off a wonderful contrast to his tan skin and very white teeth. He directed that smile at me, obviously enjoying my surprise. His hair was still silver, and it was tousled to the point where I found myself wanting to touch it, to dig my hands into it. Those weren't the biggest visible changes. He had seriously bulked up. Nobody could accuse the guy of being scrawny now. He had nicely shaped shoulders, biceps and pecs that weren't hidden very well by his dark blue polo. His clothes weren't designed to draw attention to his body, but they did so anyway. Beautiful people have that advantage over the rest of us. I sat down, swallowing, trying to pull myself together and to drop my deer-in-the-headlights expression. Abel sat across from me. "Hey," he said. I noticed, feeling my face uncharacteristically redden as I did so, that he had a hard time keeping his eyes off me as well. His gaze searched my face, questioning, almost drinking me in. Why the intensity? "Hey," I said. "Wow. Intelligent start to a conversation." Abel seemed to wait for me to begin things, and I remembered that he'd been a bit introverted and not prone to a lot of talk. How was he now, though? Who knew what his experiences before had done to him, whatever they'd been? Either way, talk was what I did. "You look a lot better now," I said, hoping my comment wouldn't come off as hitting on him. "So do you," he said. "Of course, you looked great last time I saw you too. Why did you change your hair?" I hadn't even expected him to notice. I absent-mindedly twisted one of the curls around my finger. My natural color drew too much attention to me, as a fire impeder. He nodded, took a drink of his water, and tried to keep his eyes off me, unsuccessfully. "So," I started. "You said you had a job." He nodded. I waited. He didn't seem inclined to tell me what was going on, though, and I wondered if he needed to engage in a bit of small talk first. Maybe he was nervous about this job and wanted to get a feel for who I was now. I understood that. "What have you been up to the last few years?" I asked. "Odds and ends. How have you been since you and Nicole rescued me from that wasteland? Since you saved me from eating myself alive?" His face darkened, but I couldn't tell if it was because of his memories or if it was due to what he'd been doing since returning. I suspected it was a little bit of both. He didn't answer my question. He shook his head and closed his eyes, then looked at me. "Let's discuss this job I have for you." I nodded. "Okay. And I have a proposition for you as well, if you're willing." I'd been hoping to get a feel for his character before offering him the opportunity to work with me, especially since I wouldn't be able to pay him very much. But the words popped out of my mouth before I could stop them. Stupid mouth. "All right, but first, we discuss what I need you to do for me." "Lizzie." He paused, his expression warming as he looked into my eyes. He blinked a few times, then cleared his throat, refocusing. "I'm just going to cut right to it. I need assistance with a task I've been hired to complete, which I can't do without your help. I want you to join me in hunting hounds." My mind went blank for several moments, then all at once, 100 thoughts started twirling around inside me. "Hounds?" I asked. "Dogs? Maybe we weren't thinking about the same creatures." He nodded, then hesitated. "Well, not really dogs. More like immortal creatures who devour anything they come across, and who take the shape of both dogs and humans." "Okay, definitely the same ones. You're hunting them?" "That's a huge coincidence because I was planning on asking you to help me with them." Abel nodded, as if he'd expected it. "How though? What did he know about me?" In what way am I going to be helping? I asked, wanting to figure out just what he knew. Well, I'm assuming you understand enough about them to know they are dangerous and need to be destroyed. And you have a special ability as a fire impeder that I don't, which is instrumental in destroying them. The waitress brought our food and we dug in. I immediately ate one of the gyoza, then a stick of chicken satay. So tasty. So why are you hunting them? I asked. He didn't meet my gaze. I don't ask questions. I do the jobs I'm hired to do. Good to know, though it wasn't exactly an answer. So, awkward question, but you haven't restarted yet, have you? I asked. I'd already noticed the huge amount of magical pressure that was around him, begging to be released. It was the same type that had surrounded Nicole before she restarted. Back then, I hadn't recognized it nearly as easily as I noticed Abel's, partly because I wasn't as powerful back then, but mostly because Abel had to be nearing 30. Many Arates didn't restart right before they hit 18, but the vast majority restart well before they hit their 20s. No, I haven't. His face darkened, and he clenched his fist around his fork. Hoping it wasn't rude, I asked, "How old are you?" 33. Abel stared out the window, obviously not wanting to discuss the topic anymore, but I really struggled with letting it rest. I couldn't help worrying. If he hadn't restarted yet, what would happen when he did? His hair was already gray, for crying out loud. People with gray hair controlled all of the elements. He continued, surprising me. I don't expect to survive my restart if it ever happens. I tilted my head. Why not? You know I was born with gray hair. There's a legend of another like me. Adam. He died during his restart. He's really the only one? I asked. I'd heard the legend, but hadn't really believed it. Yes. Others who had gray hair when they turned 18 weren't Arates. You know how rare fourths already were. Children, period, were hard to come by. I nodded. I was well versed in the curse that had surrounded humans for at least 150 years. Nicole had been instrumental in removing that curse, and thank goodness it was gone because it had nearly wiped out Arates. It made conception very difficult for most people, and the vast majority of families only had 1 or 2 children. As a result, fourths became truly rare. An Arate who had red hair when he or she turned 18 had been almost unheard of, but an Arate with gray hair was a legend. I didn't realize the legends had been serious, though. I raised my eyes to him as something occurred to me. Your parents named you Abel? Why would they do that? Abel was killed by his brother. He gave me a half smile and shrugged. They didn't expect me to survive. I don't expect me to survive. Well, let me know if I can do anything to help. He didn't respond. We both knew there was nothing I could do to either help his restart happen faster or make it so it was less dangerous when it did occur. Instead, he asked, "Will you take the job?" I bit my lip, staring at the last of my food. I don't know. Who hired you to do it? And why now? I mean, it's way too coincidental that I've just learned that the hounds are dangerous and are trying to find me right when you come and ask me to hunt them. Abel relaxed, resting one arm along the back of the chair next to him. There are a lot of things I think most regular humans aren't aware of. I'm not a regular human. I know. I'm just saying that things aren't ever coincidences. There's a lot more going on than either of us know, I'm guessing. He'd evaded my question, whether on purpose or because he really didn't know, I wasn't sure. But it didn't make me happy. I needed to give him an answer, but I still didn't know what it was. I mean, I'd been expecting to introduce him to the idea of hunting these hounds with me, and the fact that he'd come to ask me to do the same thing unnerved me a bit. I'll let you know, I said. And you think about my offer as well. Abel chuckled, the smile not reaching his eyes. I've offered you the same job you're offering me. I don't need to think about it. I'm already on board. I nodded, feeling somewhat silly for my suggestion. I know. Let me think it over for a while. Needing time to myself, I excused myself to go to the little girl's room. I washed my hands longer than usual, thinking over the situation and my feelings. Yes, Abel was attractive. And yes, I wanted to work with him, to spend time with him. That had definitely come as a shock. But what were my true motivations if I accepted his job? And more importantly, what were his? Not knowing who was pulling his strings, if anyone was, made things more difficult. The fact that I'd thought of him the moment the Shade told me to find people to help did make me a little more inclined to work with him. It had to be some sort of intuition, right? The rest of our lunch date was made up of light conversation. We didn't mention the hounds again. We talked about Caton University, my alma mater, along with my upper grad studies and my 3-year internship in Washington, D.C. Like most people, Abel was interested in knowing what it was like to be a fire impeder. And I'd forgotten how it was not to be magical, not to feel the pulses that surrounded me. It had been over a decade since my restart, and I'd truly grown accustomed to feeling magical pulses everywhere. Abel didn't tell me much about himself. I don't know if it was on purpose, or if it was just in his nature to be vague and keep details to a minimum. When lunch was over, I still wasn't sure what to think about him. As soon as I got home, I Googled his name, but didn't learn anything. Instead, I pulled out my invitation from the governor of Utah. He and his wife had invited me up for an early dinner with their family as a way to say thanks for my service to the state. Even though unexpected, it wasn't entirely rare. While I'd interned in Washington, D.C., my boss and I had been invited around by various politicians regularly, and I'd been looking forward to the evening for several weeks. I hopped in my car, punched the address to the governor's mansion into my Maps application, and headed that way. 14. A valet-type person met me at the gate. I still have no idea what to call those people. Footman would be my first choice, but for obvious reasons that wouldn't work. Anyway, he took my keys and motioned for me to head up to the main entrance of the mansion. And holy crap, what a mansion it was! I stared at it in awe, amazed at how beautiful and old and expensive it looked. It was white with grayish-tan accents, turrets, and lots of cool decorations and designs on it. I stepped up the many stairs, pausing at the doors for a moment before knocking. A blonde woman in designer jeans and a pink button-up blouse opened to me. "Miss Ashton," she said with a smile. "We're so excited to have you. Come on in." I entered the mansion, turning to face my hostess. Luckily, I recognized her from her pictures. "Thank you, Mrs. Boggs. I'm happy to be here." She showed me into a sitting area, and not long after, we were joined by 3 children who looked just like her. I laughed at their antics as they tried to get my attention. There were 2 boys, with the oldest child being a girl. She couldn't have been more than 8. All were blonde and petite like their mom. "Okay, that's enough," Mrs. Boggs said, shooing them away. "Go tell the governor that Miss Ashton is here." "They definitely look like their mom," I said after they'd bounced out of the room. "I haven't seen hair that light in a long time." Mrs. Boggs chuckled. "I get asked regularly if I dye my hair." "No, I do not. At least not yet. I'm hoping I have a few more years before that needs to happen." We shared a grin before I asked, "How did you and Governor Boggs meet?" It was common knowledge that this wasn't her first marriage. Unfortunately, her first husband had passed away from prostate cancer a few years earlier. It still hurt to think of someone so close to my age getting cancer. "Oh, I'll have him tell that story when he joins us," Mrs. Boggs said. "He's much better at telling it than I am." She glanced at her watch. "He should be just about finished with his conference call." Her gaze returned to me. "We'd been wanting to invite you for a long time, but the only evening he had free was tonight, and if we wanted you to spend time with the kids, we needed to have you here before his meetings ended. We both really wanted our children to meet you. We can wait, if necessary. If he's in a meeting, I wouldn't want the kids to interrupt him. No need to wait, a voice boomed from the hallway. I was just on my way down when they found me. I stood, turning to face Governor Boggs as he entered the room. My first impression was, holy cow, this dude was tall. My second was, yup, that's the face of a politician. He was generically attractive with brown hair, perfect teeth, a square jawline, and blue eyes that popped. I could easily picture that face in pretty much any governmental position. His smile was at the ready as he stepped across the room, hand extended, and greeted me as warmly as his wife had. I was immediately put at ease by his friendliness. Which, of course, shouldn't have surprised me, given his background in politics. He motioned for us all to sit again, and small talk commenced, including him relating the story of how he and Mrs. Boggs had met. Apparently, it had been at a speed dating event where they'd argued about a silly topic which led their best friends into a big fight. While the friends had gotten kicked out of the event and still hated each other, Mr. and Mrs. Boggs had ended up falling in love. Mrs. Boggs was correct. Her husband told the story very well. By the end of it, I was laughing so hard tears rolled down my face. "Oh dear," Mrs. Boggs said, wiping her eyes and laughing. "We've already got our guest crying." Governor Boggs clasped his hands across his stomach, smiling. "I'm sure it won't be the last time." "Not with you telling stories," I said, trying to catch my breath. The guy was hilarious. "Excuse me, sir," a maid said from the entrance of the sitting room. "Dinner is ready." The governor helped his wife up, then motioned for the two of us to precede him from the room. Mrs. Boggs latched arms with me. "Do you have anyone special in your life?" My mind went blank. I hadn't been asked that in a long time. And while it didn't offend me, it still felt weird to think about dating right then. "No, not at the moment." She gave me a surprised look as we sat in plush chairs surrounding a large dining table. "Really?" I have to admit I'm shocked. "You're very attractive and talented." She clicked her tongue. "What's wrong with the men in this state?" I laughed. "Nothing, I don't think. I'm still recovering from a rough end to a relationship a few years back." Governor Boggs leaned forward, a serious expression on his face. "Fort Irwin?" I stilled, my heart practically stopping. "Yes." "How did you know?" "My brother was stationed there at the time." My mouth went dry and my palms clammy. Luckily, I was saved from having to answer by the kids clambering into the room, each fighting over who got to sit next to me. I had zero desire to discuss Fort Irwin or what had happened there. I refused to think about it, not while I'd been happily making small talk and looking forward to dinner. It took me a few moments to shake off the melancholy, but with the delicious aroma of warm chicken wafting to my nose and the governor's funny stories, I succeeded and delved heartily into the food served. Once dessert had been brought out, the conversation turned back to me again. Governor Boggs set down his spoon and asked, "What's your favorite thing about our state?" I had to think that one over for a moment. There were several things I'd come to appreciate. The mountains. Or maybe the beautiful desert evenings. Mrs. Boggs nodded slowly, smiling. All things that won me over when I moved here several years ago. I glanced at her. "Where are you from?" "Seattle. We have mountains there, but nothing compared to the ones here. And though it didn't bother me growing up, trees and rain now make me feel claustrophobic." I chuckled. "Tell me about it." "I got my undergrad degree from Caton University." She nodded. "I wondered which university you'd attended." She sent her husband a glance. "I'm sure you knew." "Yes, it was part of deciding who to hire for the fire impeder position." I leaned forward. What all went into that decision? I'd never heard any of this, and it seriously intrigued me. We studied grades, references, and internships, of course, but also where the individual was from, along with their interests and backgrounds. Utah is a unique place, the weather, the people, all of it. We wanted to be sure that the person who took the position would want to stick around. His eyes twinkled. And a certain elderly woman definitely had something to say about hiring you specifically, even when we'd nearly decided on someone else. I laughed. That sounded like Eleonora. Thank goodness for that. I really couldn't imagine myself working anywhere else. This place is becoming home to me. That's what we like to hear, Mrs. Boggs said. She took a bite of cheesecake, then rested her spoon on the plate. What's the most interesting thing you've done as a fire impeder so far? Here or anywhere? I asked. Well, here, but also in other places. I thought on that one for a bit. Well, for this state, I'd have to start with the least fun thing, which is fighting wildfires. They tend to be hotter than the average job. Unfortunately, I spend a great deal of my summers fighting them. As for interesting, I closed my eyes and thought, then smiled. Probably lighting my neighbor's water heater pilot light. Over and over and over again. They chuckled appreciatively. Then Mrs. Boggs said, there probably aren't as many exciting events here as in Washington, D.C. Not generally, no, I said, but don't start thinking that's a bad thing. I much prefer the pace of life here to what I experienced in D.C. Governor Boggs clasped his hands, forearms resting on the table. I assume most of what you did there involved protecting politicians? I nodded. Yes, definitely. My most interesting case required us to stop a would-be assassin before he had the chance to off the president. That was very close and very stressful. A lot was at stake. I'm grateful I wasn't alone for that. Conversation paused for a moment, and I smiled at the kids as they asked repeatedly for more dessert, which Mrs. Boggs granted. I'll regret it later, I'm sure, she said. Once everyone was done, we headed back to the sitting room, where the kids begged me to perform magic tricks. I begin with starting and stopping fires on a handkerchief that Governor Boggs supplied, assuring me he was fine with it getting ruined. The kids ate it up, loving every minute. So I borrowed a lighter and started and stopped the flame on it, much to their delight. When they asked me to start the couch on fire, I laughingly ended the magic show, vowing to have better tricks next time. And there would be a next time, since Governor and Mrs. Boggs had already asked me to return for dinner again. I had a smile on my face almost the whole way home. I'd really enjoyed myself, and for the first time in a while I found myself wishing I had a family of my own, kids to entertain with magic tricks, a husband who looked at me with as much love and fondness as Governor Boggs did his wife, and a lovely house to call home. Of course, I wouldn't expect a house nearly as large as theirs. Something half the size would still feel ostentatious. I'd only been home for maybe 10 minutes and was trying to take advantage of the last hour or so of daylight when I got a call from Chief. We found the body. 15. I blinked, straightening. You did? Yes, and it's not pretty. I'm glad you called it in. Where did you find him? Down the railroad tracks about 500 yards after we found blood in that direction and broadened our search. It was mangled pretty badly. I grimaced, not wanting to think about what he'd seen. Is there anything I can do? Not right now, but there's something else going on. The American Fork police chief wasn't quite comfortable calling you on his own. He didn't know if you'd be able to help, so I told him that I would talk to you. I frowned, absent-mindedly petting Sia. What's up? A man was murdered. Okay. Give me the information. I couldn't help but wonder why they'd want to talk to me about a murder. I didn't usually deal with crime scenes after the fact. He didn't want me to tell you much about it over the phone. I snorted. How am I supposed to have any ideas if I don't have information? My thoughts exactly. He said something about sending one of his detectives over to take you out to have a look. Sure, tell him to send somebody. I'll be ready. Chief ended the call, and only a couple of minutes later, an American Fork cop car pulled up outside. Had this officer just been waiting around to pick me up? I was still putting on my shoes when the doorbell rang. He'd actually come to the door? Most of the time, the cops waited in the car. "Come in," I called out, tying my laces. The door opened, and a man in plainclothes entered. I'd seen this detective a couple of times before. He had an easy smile and dark hair and eyes. "Thanks for coming, Lizzie," he said. "We really appreciate it." I noticed his use of my first name. Hardly anyone called me by it, most just referred to me as Ashton. I didn't mind, though I did feel bad for not remembering his name. We got in his car and headed toward American Fork, the city just east of Lehigh. Detective Cole, as I saw on the badge on his dashboard, maintained casual conversation the entire way. He asked me how my job was going and was curious about the projects I'd been working on recently. The crime scene was obvious as we pulled up to it. Bright yellow police tape surrounded the house, and there were several cop cars parked in the driveway and on the street. I followed Detective Cole to the front door, where an officer who was basically standing guard asked to see my badge. After inspecting it, he nodded for me to go ahead, and Detective Cole followed. The first thing I saw when I walked into the living room was the body on the floor. I guessed it was a body. It was difficult to tell at this point. It was burned completely. The whole thing was black, almost leathered, and was covered in a fine greasy sheen. I wasn't sure what someone who had been burned with regular fire would look like afterward, but I was pretty sure this wasn't it. This had to have been magical fire. I now understood why the AFPD chief wanted me here. There was a strong smell of gas, or something similar in the air. It was slightly acidic, a little organic, with hints of what could have been diesel fuel. My nose wasn't very trained in the different combustibles, but it was good enough to recognize the complete absence of smoke. There wasn't even a faintly lingering hint of it. Detective Cole was watching me closely, and I looked at him. "No smoke?" I asked. He shook his head, but didn't respond otherwise. I looked around, realizing that he and the other officers were expecting me to examine the crime scene, so I stepped closer, even though my stomach clenched as if to remind me what I would be examining. I crouched next to the man, forcing myself to study it, trying not to breathe deeply of the acrid smell of burned flesh. I barely recognized the nubs of limbs that were left, they'd been burned so badly, and it was almost impossible to distinguish between the charred remains of clothing and skin. My first thought was that the murderer had been an Arate, but that didn't feel right. I tilted my head as something occurred to me, and turned and looked at Detective Cole. Did they bring it here after the flames died? That would explain the lack of smoke in the room, but not the smell of the flammable stuff. He shook his head. "No. He was both murdered and burned here." I shook my head slowly, knitting my eyebrows. "How can you be sure?" The lack of smoke and the fact that nothing else here has even been touched by fire would say that he died somewhere else, and they brought his body here. Detective Cole nodded as if they'd already discussed all this, and I was pretty sure they had. "Well, you can see that the struggle took place in this room." He pointed at furniture that had been knocked over, broken vases, a crack in the TV. Maybe the owners weren't very good at cleaning up after themselves. Even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true, the place was spotless. He squatted next to the body, not responding to my comment, and rattled off other reasons they knew the man had been murdered there, including how the body was laid out, how its weight had settled, the fact that he'd lost control of his bladder right before dying, which explained the faint scent of urine I recognized once Detective Cole pointed it out, along with the ring of moisture on the carpet that I hadn't noticed. I told you I don't catch details. And finally, the fact that the sinews, joints, and cartilage hadn't been broken, even though the body was very brittle from the flames. "What about spontaneous combustion?" I asked. "I mean, I've heard it's possible." Detective Cole shook his head. "Yes, it can occur. But generally, when that happens, part of the person is burned, not their entire body." I gazed down at the corpse in front of us. He was right. This hadn't been spontaneous combustion, as every inch of the man had been crisped evenly. How horrible. But how could he have been burned here without smoke, and without the carpet underneath catching fire? I shook my head. A powerful fire arate could do that, but there aren't any in the area. In fact, I don't think there are any in the entire state. You're here, he said, his eyes studying me. I snorted. I can't control fire to this extent, not even close. I'm able to create a little flame, but that's pretty much it. I'm a fire impeder, not a fire grower. I wasn't sure if those arites had a specific title or not. He nodded. We know. Then why bring it up? Rather than voicing my thoughts, I continued on with the mystery, musing out loud. Maybe it was a visiting arite doing a drive-through murder? Detective Cole stared at the body. We considered that as well. He got to his feet, wiping his hands together. I'm going to guess, judging by what you've already said, that you don't know who could have done this. But I need to ask just the same. Do you know how this happened? I shook my head. But I know someone who might. He looked at me, raising an eyebrow. She hasn't exactly been open to visitors recently. Did you talk to her already? I asked, feeling a bit hurt that they'd gone over my head. Yeah, silly of me to feel bad when Eleonora was by far the more powerful and experienced fire impeder. But she was retired, and this was my job now. He shook his head. Nobody dares to contact her anymore. I had to smile. Eleonora was definitely an opinionated and headstrong woman. If she hadn't broken her hip, she might never have retired. It didn't surprise me that they were afraid to contact her. She'd been dedicated to serving the community for over 60 years, and now she was dedicated to enjoying a quiet retirement full of baking cookies and muffins. Not that I blamed her, she was in her mid-90s, and her body was finally catching up with her age. Arthritis was taking over her joints, and she was in a great deal of pain most days. I'll go visit her, I said. Detective Cole looked relieved. Thank you. He pulled out his wallet and handed me a card. Give me a call if anything useful comes up. I promised him I would and tucked the card into my purse. I wished I'd gone in my own car because I would have headed straight to Eleonora right then. It looked like Detective Cole was thinking the same thing. I'll give you a ride to your house, he said. She's usually available for a few more hours. Perhaps you could swing by now. I nodded and we walked out to his car. Most of the drive home was silent. I couldn't forget the way that body looked, the charred flesh that was blackened and almost shiny. A thought popped into my head, and I turned to the detective. What was used to burn the body? I asked. He gripped the steering wheel. We don't know. It doesn't smell like anything we've come across so far, and there's no way to test it, as it didn't get on anything in the room. All of it burned away. I raised my eyebrow. Weird. So no spills and nothing left over after? That's what I'm saying. We have no idea what did it. We'd nearly gotten to my house when he sent me a glance that showed he had something completely different on his mind. Hey, would you be open to getting a bite to eat sometime? 16. Wait, was he asking me out? My mind was so far from the topic of dating that it took several moments for me to switch gears. Judging by how smoothly he'd posed his question, he must have been thinking about it for a while. But for how long? I didn't even remember having officially met him. We'd barely even talked before today, as I didn't usually work with detectives. They were more, after the crime has been committed type people. I nodded and said, sure. That would be fun, even though I didn't know if I was interested. Who knew? Maybe we would hit it off. He looked relieved, and it reminded me that even in adulthood, most guys are nervous to ask out the girl. I was glad I said yes. You have my number, right? I asked. Not officially. I pulled a notepad from my purse and wrote it down, then handed him the slip of paper. Now you officially have it. Let me know when you'd like to go out. We'd pulled up to my house by then, and I jumped out of the car after saying goodbye and headed inside. I set my purse on the counter and decided to grab a quick snack before heading up to Eleonora's house. Could I be interested in Detective Cole? He was attractive, yes, but I hadn't been around him enough to know if our personalities would mesh. I suppose that's what dating was for. After eating some veggies with salad dressing, I made sure Sia had what she needed, then got my purse and keys and headed out the front door, locking up behind me. I still didn't love not having a garage, but I'd adjusted to the inconvenience. It was almost like being in college again, anyway. The realtor had reassured me that it was pretty simple to have a garage added on, but I wasn't sure I wanted to do it. The house was quaint, and I didn't know if I wanted to mess up the historical feel by putting a structure on it that wasn't from the same era. The drive to Eleanora's house at the top of Traverse Mountain took about 20 minutes. I enjoyed the scenery and scrub oak in the fading sunlight along the way, noticing just how much things had changed even in the years since I'd been there last. There were hundreds of new houses. Eleanora was waiting for me outside when I pulled up. I'd often wondered if she'd installed cameras around her neighborhood and just sat and watched them all day. She almost always was waiting by the time I arrived. I had asked her once how she knew I was coming, and she smiled and shrugged, but hadn't said anything. I hopped out of the car and admired her house. "You've had the exterior redone since the last time I was here." She nodded, glancing over her shoulder at the new gray stone and brick that now covered her place. I was getting bored. I chuckled. Even though she was retired in body, her mind was still active, and she obviously needed things to keep it entertained. Like me, she also didn't have a garage, but her modern home practically begged for someone to add one. Eleanora didn't have a car, though. She said people didn't ask for help as much now that she didn't have a way to get around. After watching how difficult it was for her to turn the knob to get inside, I suspected it was mostly because driving was too painful now. She'd obviously ditched the doctor-prescribed walker in favor of a more sleek-looking cane, but I knew better than to chide her for putting herself at risk for another fall. Last time I'd visited, she'd given me quite the earful about how people who use walkers gradually lose the ability to get around, forcing them to resort to a wheelchair, which eventually led to being bedridden, and then it was all downhill from there. Bodies are meant to deteriorate. She couldn't prevent it from happening, so why cause herself pain and increase the risk of injuring herself again? That had earned me a gentle swat on the hand and a 10-minute lecture. I smiled now, thinking about that lecture. She hadn't lost her spirit, that was for sure. "How's Paul?" I asked. Paul was her late husband, but he was also the yappy little Yorkshire Terrier she'd bought 7 years ago. "Oh, he's great." She started talking about her dog's latest exploits as she led me through the house and into the kitchen. As usual, her place was pristine. She'd had elaborate crown molding installed, and it had made the formerly modern interior now feel like walking into a home straight out of a Jane Austen book. The walls were a mint green and the wood trim was white. It was beautiful, and I told her so during a lull in her story about the field mouse Paul had caught the other day. "Do you think the walls are too green?" I was hoping for more of a sage color. "I think they're perfect." Eleanora pulled a fresh batch of cookies from the oven, and my mouth immediately started watering. One of her many good, bad qualities is her ability to produce the perfect chocolate chip cookie. I don't know how she stayed so trim after eating all the stuff she baked. I gratefully accepted 2 of them and a glass of milk, and we sat at the kitchen table to chat while I munched. Once we got the small talk over with, Eleanora looked at me with her intelligent hazel eyes and asked for the real reason for my visit. I sighed, leaning back in my chair, setting my now empty milk cup on the table. Detective Cole invited me to give feedback on their latest crime scene. I glanced at her. It was pretty bad. Eleanora frowned. "They're asking for help on a crime that's already been committed?" I shook my head. They know I'm not experienced in that, but this murder was different. I gathered my thoughts. There were signs of a short struggle before the person was killed. He was put on the floor in the living room, then burned alive. Nothing else in the room was touched by the fire, and there was no hint of smoke, only the smell of the agent that was used to burn the body. I rubbed my eyes, careful not to smudge my makeup too much, thinking how everyone had waited to hear what I thought. I wished I could have been more helpful. I have no idea what caused it, but it was obvious that it was a magical fire. Have you heard of anything like this before? Eleanor's eyes had clouded over as she listened to my description, and when I finished, she got to her feet, pushing away from the table a little unsteady. She took my glass to the counter and refilled it. She didn't respond for several moments, and I waited patiently. Once the woman returned to the table, she took a sip from her own glass, and then another. I knew she had something on her mind, and was hesitant to say anything. Finally, she looked at me. I think you're ready to hear. Ready? Hear what? Eleanora leaned forward, clasping her hands on the table in front of her, her hazel eyes studying me again. It was a fire vampire. 17. I raised my eyebrow. Excuse me? I suspected you weren't aware of their existence. And it's probably because they were sent back to their dimension, their world, hundreds of years ago. Lizzie, I hate to tell you this, but vampires do exist. This scene you described to me makes it sound like a fire vampire has been at play in American Fork. I folded my arms. You're kidding, right? Eleanora chuckled. After everything you've seen, you actually think that vampires don't exist? You've already run into one. What? When? To my knowledge, I'd never been around one. I think I would remember if I had. The Croant, she said. Drinks blood through its fingertips? Turns invisible? Has the ability to take on the shape of the loved ones of its victims? Does any of this ring a bell? I sat stunned, unable to respond. Was it possible I'd already met a vampire? Nicole and I had encountered a Croant while we were in college. It had taken quite a lot of effort for us to stop it, with Nicole finally shooting it in the head with a gun. I wasn't even aware that vampires could be killed that way. I guess by the strictest definition of the word, that what we'd fought could be categorized as a vampire. But it hadn't occurred to me, probably because it didn't use its mouth to drain victims. Tell me more about this fire vampire, I said. Where did it come from? Why is it here now? I suspect that the adventures you and Nicole had several years ago may have put Earth back on the map for very powerful and intelligent beings. It and others probably saw a world where man was at the top of the food chain and realized there was plenty of room for them to come and take over. This is what I suspect anyway. I kept going back to her earlier argument, how I didn't have any business being surprised about the possibility of other creatures coming to Earth, especially since it had happened before. But I seriously thought we'd resolved all that. Rather than stewing over it, I leaned forward again and asked, how do we get rid of it? I'm not sure. I've obviously never fought one. As I said, they haven't been on Earth in hundreds of years. I think, though, that you need to figure out what it's after. And then find a way to mollify it, possibly bribing it to leave. Someone is dead. Doesn't that mean the fire vampire got what it needed? Eleanora shrugged. I don't know. If what it sought was the person who is now dead, then probably. But I wouldn't count on that, and if more bodies pop up, then no, that wasn't what it needed. Are fire vampires like the ones we see on TV and in the movies? And the most important question. I couldn't help it. I had to ask. Do they sparkle in sunlight? Eleanora looked at me like I was crazy. Why would a vampire sparkle? I chuckled. Who knows? Lest she think I'd come up with it myself, I quickly explained to her the idea behind the vampires in a popular book, the title of which she recognized. Eleanora shook her head. No. They don't do that. Like traditional vampires, though, they don't like sunlight. It doesn't make them burst into flames, but it causes severe burns everywhere they're touched by it. The only way to kill a vampire is with a stake through the heart. There may be other ways, but it's been hundreds of years since we had them here, and that knowledge has left us. She squinted, obviously thinking hard. You need to avoid eye contact with them. Croants are only part vampire, so they don't have all the traits that true vampires have. The fire vampire will control you through eye contact, if that contact is maintained long enough. Also, they can't enter a private residence unless they're invited. Keep that in mind, it's a great way to protect yourself. Some myths say that vampires turn into bats, while others say they turn into mist. Fire vampires and most of their relatives take the mist form and disappear that way. She tapped her cheek, still thinking. Yes, they drink blood. When a fire vampire feeds on a victim, they inject a poison into the bloodstream that does two things. First, it's highly flammable, allowing them to hide evidence on the body itself, and second, it acts as a slight numbing agent, making it so victims aren't able to feel pain or move. Good to know. So, the people aren't in agony while they're dying? That's the theory, though we aren't sure, of course. Their accelerant is organic, but it's not found on Earth. Even if it were, you wouldn't be able to test it because it only comes through their teeth, and every bit of it gets burned up in the process of destroying their victims. I slumped in my seat, completely overwhelmed by this information. Heavens! I left soon after our discussion of vampires ended. Eleanor tired easily, and I didn't want to outstay my welcome, especially since it was getting late. I couldn't stop thinking about our discussion as I drove home. What were we about to get into? And who should I tell? My gut instinct said that the fewer people who knew, the better. At least until what the fire vampire wanted was understood. My mind drifted to the hounds, and I wondered how far away that amulet was. I hadn't seen a dog in a long time. Where had it gone? Had it tracked down my exact location? The next morning, I walked Sia in the yard, instead of taking my usual route around the neighborhood. I missed being able to walk near the train tracks and see the different flowers that were blooming in my neighbors' yards, but I would much rather stay safe than have a change of scenery. Mrs. Russell saw me wandering the yard and waved, motioning for me to come over. I looked around and didn't see anything, so I put Sia in the house and jogged over to Mrs. Russell's. The pilot light in our water heater is gone out again, she said. Would you mind lighting it? Sure. I'd encouraged them multiple times to get a new water heater, but they still hadn't. It honestly didn't bother me. I enjoyed spending time with them. Once inside, Mrs. Russell opened up the little closet to their water heater, and I reached forward with my magic, sensing the pilot light, then commanding my powers to create fire there. After I'd finished, I shut the door and turned to her. You really should look into getting a new one, as I always say. Mrs. Russell smiled. And miss our interactions with you? Not on your life. The twinkle in her eyes showed she was teasing, but I sensed a bit of truth behind her words. I really wished I could spend more time with them. They were such good neighbors, always helping with my garden and roof and anything else longtime homeowners learn to do. I was slowly catching up. I headed back home, fed Sia, then filed some paperwork that I'd needed to get to for a long time. This waiting for the amulet to arrive business was killing me. I was worried about going out because of the dog, but also because I didn't want to make it hard for the Shade to find me. My phone rang and I glanced at the caller ID. It was a number not programmed into my contacts, fairly common, and I picked up. It was Detective Cole. Hey Lizzie, he said. I was wondering if you'd like to go out to dinner tonight or tomorrow, or whenever you're available. I was about to respond when somebody knocked on the door. I stepped over and looked through the window. It was Abel. How had he figured out where I lived? I'd love to. Can I get back to you, though? A friend is here visiting. Detective Cole said that was fine, and we ended the conversation. I opened the door a crack, keeping the chain in place. How did you find my house? It wasn't hard, Abel said. You're the only fire impeder, and most people know who you are and, as a result, where you live. I raised my eyebrow at him. I wasn't above making him uncomfortable enough to where he'd feel a need to explain himself. He sighed, clearly exasperated. I needed to talk to you. See if you're ready to accept the job. I shrugged. I think so, but I still don't know enough about you. Abel chuckled. Weren't you extending me a job offer? Isn't that proof that you don't really need to know me well to have a business relationship with me? That was beside the point. It occurred to me then that all these weird things had started right around the time Abel came back into my life. A thought popped into my head, and my eyes widened. Was he the vampire? 18. Okay, so I was a little hypersensitive and already suspecting everyone. I'd been around Abel a lot several years before, and he hadn't drained me of blood then. I didn't think he was a vampire, not seriously anyway, but still, I wasn't willing to invite him into my house without knowing more. I stepped onto the porch, pulling the door shut behind me, and motioned for him to have a seat on my furniture there, then joined him. I'm not new to awkward situations with members of the opposite sex. I was a chronic flirt in high school and college, and it wasn't until I worked in Washington, D.C. that I calmed down. As a result, however, I had a new boyfriend every month or so, and got very good at helping people feel comfortable enough to open up to me. It's a good thing I wasn't a social engineer. I could have infiltrated so many companies. Even with all this experience, I still struggled to get Abel to open up to me. Trying to engage him in small talk was painful. So tell me about your family. He didn't respond for a moment, then said, There isn't much to say. Well, what is there to say? He shrugged, shifting his position in the wicker rocker he'd chosen. They're good people. So they were still around. At least, that's what I felt like he was leading me to believe. The cold expression in his eyes made me question that, though. Where did you grow up? Here and there. Okay. Was he making this difficult on purpose? He had to be. Anywhere in particular? How about when you were little? Kansas. Until I was 4. We moved to Oklahoma after that until I was 7. Then here and there after that. Kansas and Oklahoma are here and there, why not give a name to the other places? It's not important. Grr. This guy was seriously impossible. I wanted to give him a hard shake. I definitely didn't feel like I was getting to know him. We'd been talking for about 10 minutes when I sensed something approaching. I got to my feet, stepping off my porch and looking around. What was that? It didn't bring the same sensation an arete would, but it was definitely something magical. And it was a pressure that was building, growing stronger and stronger. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it made my hackles rise just the same. Abel joined me, glancing at me sidelong, confused. He hadn't restarted, so he wouldn't be able to feel magic yet. I didn't say anything, because I didn't know what to say. Trusting that the detractors Alexander had put in place were functioning, I stayed where I was, studying the neighborhood. The pressure came from the north. Screams erupted from the Russells' house, and Abel and I only glanced at each other for a split second before I decided I didn't care about the protectors. He was a half step behind me when I jumped the tiny fence that separated my yard from the Russells. I flung their front door open, not caring that we hadn't been invited in, and Abel followed close after. Good. Not a vampire. Another scream came from farther back in the house, and a dark gray dog bounded into the front room. I froze, staring at it. It also stopped, returning my gaze. Its lips curled up as a growl sounded from its throat. This was the same dog, I was sure of it. Mrs. Russell came running into the room screaming, struggling with a gun. She pointed it at the dog, but the huge thing lunged for me, and I scrambled backward, bumping into Abel. Not hesitating, Abel jumped out from behind me and sprang at the dog, catching it in midair before it could hit me. Almost like the cattle ropers I'd seen at the Lehigh Rodeo, he grabbed the animal by the legs and swung it over, slamming it on its side. He pinned it, then grabbed its huge head and with a massive twist broke the creature's neck. The dog stopped moving. I put my hand to my heart and took deep breaths. That had been terrifying. I'd never forget what it was like to have such a huge dog wanting to kill me. Sure, it wasn't the biggest in the world, but the intelligence in its eyes had been frightening. It had to have been a hound. But Abel wasn't done yet. He took the gun from Mrs. Russell and promptly released core bullets into the dog. Mrs. Russell and I both screamed. "What are you doing?" I asked. "He's dead." Abel ignored me, pocketing the gun and turning to Mrs. Russell. "Do you have rope?" Mrs. Russell's eyes didn't leave the dog. She nodded. In the shed off the kitchen." Abel acted fast, while Mrs. Russell and I could only stare after him. He disappeared into the kitchen, and I heard a lot of shuffling around before he returned, carrying heavy rope. He tied up the dog, making sure its mouth was bound just as well as its legs, then picked it up, easily slinging it over his shoulder as he walked out of the house. Mrs. Russell and I looked at each other, then I turned to follow him. "Stop!" I called after him. He still didn't respond. Aggravating man. How hard is it to use your mouth while your hands are busy? If he couldn't multitask better than this, I would hate to see him drive. Abel continued his fast walk, and I followed after, not sure what else to do. When he turned toward the railroad tracks, I realized what he was doing. I rushed to catch up with him. "Are you sure this is necessary?" He turned on me, and the intense expression on his face made me take a step back. The hatred was deep, the anger representing years of abuse he'd experienced. His arm closest to me tensed up, and for a moment I wondered if he was going to hit me. Instead, though, he shifted the dog's position and whirled, continuing forward. The exchange had been brief, but it left me rattled. I saw something in those eyes, something that frightened me even more than the dog had. What was he capable of? What had he been doing since coming home? Judging by how quickly he had broken the dog's neck and then shot it, I could easily imagine him doing things like that before. We reached the train tracks. Abel tossed the dog down, and after moving rocks and dirt out of the way, he threaded the rope under one of the wooden ties, knotting it around the dog multiple times. As I watched him, I realized he was left-handed. Not sure how I'd never noticed that before. He turned to me. "Go home, Lizzie." It definitely wasn't a request. I have to make sure he doesn't escape. He pulled the gun from his pocket, stepped off the tracks, and leaned against a large tree, holding the gun between his leg and the trunk. He looked so casual, as if he was only there to enjoy the sunny afternoon. Why? I didn't know what to say. "Only a hound can kill a hound, Lizzie. It's not dead." I didn't like the way he kept saying my name. It was almost accusatory, like he was upset with me for something. But what about? "What's going on, Abel?" "You're smart, figure it out." "Jerk," I muttered, glaring at him. The way he set his mouth told me he wasn't going to reply, and I stood there for several moments, watching him. Trains ran on these tracks pretty regularly, so he wouldn't be waiting for long. The dog twitched, and I gasped. How on earth was it still alive? Not only had Abel broken its neck, but he'd also shot it. My eyes widened when I noticed that the bullet holes had closed over and were barely visible now. I knew Alexander had told me that only hounds could kill hounds, but I hadn't totally believed him. Then something else dawned on me. Alexander, the Shade, and Mount Koven, they'd both told me that I would be able to kill hounds. The thought terrified me. It made my role so much more real. That thing had been looking for me. I was positive of it. The Russells lived right next door. Mrs. Russell hadn't been injured. She'd screamed when the dog had entered her house, but no harm had come to her. And the moment the dog's eyes had landed on me, I'd seen its desire to destroy me. Unable to stand in one place anymore, knowing that I was vulnerable where I was, I left Abel to guard the dog and jogged home. It was quiet on my street. I'd been expecting the neighborhood to be full of cop cars, but apparently no one had called them. Fine by me. Mrs. Russell was still in her living room when I knocked on the door. "Are you okay?" I asked after giving her a hug. She nodded. I think so. What was it? A dog, and not a good one. Her lips trembled. I was cooking. I didn't expect smoke to come from the corner of the room instead of the pan. It mesmerized me. I couldn't help but watch. And then the smoke took on a weird shape, and before I knew it, a dog was there. That's when I screamed. But it didn't seem to get startled by my scream. It was like it expected me to be frightened. Lizzie, it was horrible. It growled and sniffed at me, walking around me. I'm so glad you and that young man came when you did. Me too, I said, refraining from telling her that the dog had been searching for me. I'm surprised no one called the cops after Abel shot the gun. The neighbors would have. Several of them came to check up on me, and I told them not to involve the police. The man with you had already taken care of the monster, and I knew you'd keep us all safe. I smiled at her, hoping her trust wasn't misplaced. Even if it was at that moment, it wouldn't be forever. I had a job to do, and I'd do my best to protect those I cared about. The fact that the neighbors had believed her showed me just how much they all thought of me. Talk about pressure. Realizing I was still in a vulnerable position where other hounds were concerned, I promised Mrs. Russell that I'd check in with her later, then excused myself and went home. No sense inviting trouble before I could protect myself. A few minutes after getting inside, I heard the horn as a train approached. I sat at the kitchen table, holding a cup of hot chocolate in my hands, unable to think about anything other than what had happened. The hot chocolate was cold when I finally started drinking it. My front door opened and closed. I'd been expecting Abel to return. I sensed his magical print, the energy that swirled around him, begging to be released, as he stepped into the kitchen. He sighed as he leaned against the door jamb. I'm sorry about that, he said. I really am. But until you get the amulet, you aren't safe. I couldn't risk anything happening to you. How did he know so much about all of this? The dog isn't dead, is it? Even after getting hit by a train and everything else you did to it? He shook his head, but didn't respond otherwise. He looked exhausted, extremely exhausted, and my nurturing instincts kicked in. Would you like a cup of hot chocolate? He nodded, stepping farther into the room. I motioned to the chair opposite me and got up to make him a cup of the god's nectar. I placed it in front of him, then returned to my own seat, wrapping my fingers around my cup again. It didn't matter that the cup was cold, the action itself was reassuring. I shook my head. I didn't know what I was supposed to say. A part of me ached to know, needed to know, why there was so much anger in his eyes and why he'd directed that anger toward me earlier. But it was too personal a question, and we didn't know each other well enough. Instead, I continued drinking from my cup and did my best not to dwell on the tension in the room. 19. Abel sighed again, finishing his drink and setting the mug on the table. He leaned back in the chair, running a hand through his silver hair. I've changed a great deal, he said. I've done things that I'm not proud of. His brilliant blue eyes locked onto mine. I had to survive somehow. He fiddled with his cup, now staring at it. I needed money. The jobs are always plentiful. I accept them because I don't have anything else to do. I raised an eyebrow. McDonald's is hiring. Abel half smiled. Indeed. But my skill set doesn't include cooking burgers. I tend to burn everything. His face clouded over, and he glanced away. Someday. His voice got very soft. Someday, I'll tell you what was happening when you rescued me from that horrible place. My heart twisted a little. I liked the sound of that someday. It insinuated that he'd be around for a while. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, I chastised myself. Was I thinking about getting involved with him? No. Out of the question. Brooding and crazy intense mood swings weren't on my list of must-haves. Abel pushed his chair away from the table, then stood. Call me if you see another dog. I'll be here as soon as I can. I'm going over to your neighbors, make sure they don't need help. He turned his gaze on me. You're safe here and in cars since they don't have corners. And you're safe around most people. The hounds generally won't approach you unless you're alone. He picked up my phone from where it lay on the table, then programmed his number into it and set it back down. I'll talk to you later. He turned and left the room. I heard my front door open and shut once more, and I was alone again. It wasn't until a couple of hours later that I remembered that Detective Cole had called. I'd been so distracted by what had happened and how Abel had handled it that I spent most of the morning staring out the window. I sent Detective Cole a quick text to apologize before hopping in the shower. He'd responded by the time I got out and was wondering if we could go out the following evening. I said yes, knowing I would most likely be safe with him. Detective Cole arrived to pick me up for our date 2 minutes early. He came to the door with a smile, showing a dimple in his cheek I hadn't noticed. I'm a sucker for dimples. Who isn't? My eyes dropped to the box of chocolates in his hand. Swoon. As if the dimple wasn't enough. I snatched the box away, holding it to my heart, my eyes closed. Hey. Those aren't for you, he said. I got them for my grandmother, who is? Too bad. She'll never see them. I still had my eyes shut, already feeling the heavenly bliss that would encapsulate my body if I ate even one piece of the divine stuff. He laughed. I take it you accept my gift? Wholeheartedly. I stepped away from him, a smile playing at the corners of my mouth. Did you need anything else, or can I be alone with my chocolate for a couple of hours? He grinned. If you want to see tonight's dinner, you'll put the chocolate down and come with me. I sighed in exaggeration. Fine, but only if I must. I set the box on the shelf near the door, locked up, and walked with him to the car. He took me to the Chili's near Walmart. The restaurant was pretty busy, but we were still seated fairly quickly. So, Detective Cole said while digging into his appetizer, what attracted you to becoming a fire impeder? I thought back to the class I'd taken at Koven University, where my Fire 401 professor had talked about the specialized positions that fire artes could hold. It had been intensely motivating to find out there was a profession that was perfect for people who didn't really want to delve outside of their own brand of magic, but who wanted to focus more solidly and inwardly on it instead. Detective Cole listened with interest as I explained all this. When I finished, I asked him how much experience he had with artes, and we talked about the cops on staff with him who were magical. Neither of them has had much time to develop their powers more than what they did in college, he said. Not uncommon, unfortunately, I said. Life gets busy, and like any other talent or hobby, an elite's magic gets pushed to the side. Unless your profession deals with your abilities, of course. Exactly. I used to think what a waste it was that all artes didn't pursue magic, until I realized how difficult life as an adult was already. He waited as the waitress brought out our food, then asked, "Why didn't you want to learn the other branches of elemental magic?" I shrugged. My best friend Nicole and her husband Austin were already doing all that. It's what they always wanted to do, and it's what everybody expected of me. I'm really just a rebel at heart and didn't want to do something just because it's expected. Plus, I needed to go my own direction, forge my own path. Figure out my own destiny. All of that. Detective Cole nodded. I can understand. Everyone in my family has been a doctor or a nurse or something else in the medical field. I'm the only one who didn't want that. Exactly. It feels good to be different. A little smirk played at the lines of Detective Cole's face. As if being an arete isn't different enough, he said. And not only that, but a fire arete. I shrugged. Well, Koven University was full of artes. It wasn't like there was any shortage of other elements there, and people who wanted to pursue their magic. So tell me about your family, he said. I finished off my appetizer and pulled my dinner plate nearer. My mom and dad are great. They're both still in Dallas. I've got an older brother, Chase, and a sister who's a busy mom to 5 kids. She and her husband live in Boston. I have another brother who's going to medical school in Texas. Detective Cole chuckled. I was just about to ask where you stood in the family. Here we are talking about Arates, and I'd already forgotten you're a fourth. I laughed. Yeah, it's not a question I get very often. Any younger siblings? Not anymore. My mom did have another baby after I was born. He died when he was about a year old. Sorry to hear that. The expression on his face showed he was genuinely sorry, and that warmed my heart a little. It's okay. I was 4 when it happened, so I don't remember much. But I have always mourned the younger sibling I didn't get the chance to play with growing up. I leaned back as our server refilled our water. Once she was gone, I directed the conversation back to him. You know, I don't even know your first name. Do I keep calling you Detective Cole, or is there something you'd rather go by? Just Cole is fine, he said. It's what everyone calls me. Okay, Cole. Tell me about yourself. What's your family like? He shrugged. Well, you already know they're involved in the medical field. My dad is a nurse, and my mom is a pediatrician. My older brother is a nephrologist. He's my only sibling. No sisters? Kind of a no-brainer given what he just told me, but the question spilled out of my mouth anyway. Detective Cole didn't tease me about it, though. Nope. Always wanted a sister, of course, but I wasn't ever blessed with the opportunity. I smiled to myself. I liked the way he viewed family. Mine was very important to me, and I'd grown up wanting a large one. The curse preventing people from having lots of kids played a major role in that. It had made me ache, knowing I'd probably not have more than a couple. But with the curse lifted, I planned to have as many as possible. Detective Cole was talking about the academy and all the tests he'd gone through, and I forced my thoughts back to the conversation, not wanting my feelings about kids to embarrass me on our first date. I chuckled inwardly, thinking about the opening scene of the movie Baby Mama. Super hilarious, but I wasn't about to make that mistake myself. He told several funny stories about life as a detective, and I thoroughly enjoyed his company and how light and happy he made things seem. I'd been under a lot of stress lately and hadn't had the opportunity to laugh for a while. It felt good. We were just about to start eating dessert when his phone rang. He picked it up, glanced at it, sent me an apologetic smile, then answered. Detective Cole. I only half listened to the conversation. I didn't want to eavesdrop at all, but being at the same table made it difficult not to. Of course, half of what he said sounded like gibberish. The "I'll be there soon as possible" part, though, caught my full attention, and I set my fork down. He hung up, then waved at the waitress to bring the check. I'm sorry, but we have to go, he said to me. They just found another body like the first, burned and everything. We left in a hurry, but before he could open the door for me, I stopped him. I understand if I need to walk, I said. I wasn't joking, but he smiled anyway. I wouldn't make you walk home, Lizzie, he said. In fact, I need you to come with me. I'm assuming you've already spoken to Eleonora, and I have a feeling she gave you information. With her experience, how could she not? I'm interested to see what your take will be on this next scene. Where is it? I asked as we got in the car and drove away from the restaurant. Not far from here. After a couple of minutes, he glanced at me. They've apparently found 2 bodies in Lehigh as well. He pulled up at a nice red brick house that had been taped off and said, all of these crime scenes are older than the first one we found. How much older? I asked as we walked up the porch steps. Detective Cole shook his head. He probably didn't know yet. The front door opened, and an officer stepped out and turned to the detective. After conducting a complete search, we found that our initial report to you about this place was off. It's bad in there. Really bad. 20. The cop glanced at me, and I showed him the ID already in my hand. Detective Cole did the same, and we entered the house. He wasn't kidding about it being bad. The stench that hit me the moment we stepped through the door was overwhelming. My eyes smarted and I gagged on the air, trying not to breathe too deeply. It wasn't just the smell of rotted, burnt flesh that filled the air, however. A dinner had been set out on the table in the formal dining room, and the plates were covered in rotten, moldy food. The pan in the middle of the table had maggots crawling in it. A hint of sewage was also on the air. The victim was in the kitchen this time. It was another man, and he was still sitting at a small table, his hand clasped around a glass of water. A little bit of water remained in the cup, and I had to wonder if the glass had been full when the fire vampire had come. Like the first body, this one was blackened and greasy looking. It was also brittle, and looked like even barely touching it would cause it to fall over or something to snap. Unlike the last crime scene, this room had no sign of a struggle in it. Detective Cole looked at me, a quizzical expression on his face. I shrugged, shaking my head. The officer who opened the door for us put his hand on Detective Cole's arm, stopping him from inspecting the body further. "This isn't all of it." His voice was quiet, his face white. "Show us," Detective Cole said. The officer nodded, beckoning us to follow him down a hall and into one of the rooms at the back of the house. Two little bodies were on the floor in the middle of the room, a larger one curled around them protectively. All three had been burned. I gasped, hands at my mouth. "Oh, horrible," I said. "Horrible, horrible." I blinked, trying to hold back the tears that prickled my eyes. The men nodded, neither of them saying anything, both staring at the scene in front of us. There was a crib in the corner. One of the bodies looked small enough to belong to a toddler, probably 2 years old. The other child could have been about 5 or 6. I couldn't imagine the pain the mother had gone through. She'd obviously known something terrible was coming and had done her best to save her children. This room, like the first crime scene, showed there'd been a struggle. The dresser had been knocked over from where it had been pushed in front of the bedroom door. The quilts and pillows were all over, feathers sprinkled across the carpet. My heart ached, thinking about this little family that had been destroyed. Detective Cole cleared his throat. "Any ideas yet on what happened?" The cop took a deep breath and said, "A little. We figure the intruder got to the dad first at the table and killed him before he knew someone had entered his house. The mother and the children must have heard something because they barricaded themselves in this room." The police officer's voice cracked, and he looked away. I had to look away too. I didn't want to think about the situation the mother had been in, and the struggle she'd gone through to protect her family. I couldn't handle it, and my heart didn't want to take any of it in. Rather than start crying like a baby, I turned and left the room. Detective Cole followed. I was nearly to the front door before he stopped me, his hand on my arm. He turned me, a tender expression on his face. "I'm sorry," he said. "If I'd known it would be this bad, I wouldn't have brought you." I shook my head. "It's part of my job." He frowned. "Is it?" "Yes. It was done by a magical creature, as you know. A creature that controls fire. And I'm a fire impeder. My job is to stop these things from happening." He looked like he wanted to ask me what I knew, but I glanced at the officers in the room who were listening and said, "Can we talk somewhere alone?" Detective Cole nodded and led me out to his car. The night air was crisp and the sun had set. I breathed in deeply, clearing my lungs and mind, calming myself and pushing aside the emotions that resulted from what I'd seen. I needed to concentrate, focus. We got in the car, and I turned to face Detective Cole. "What do you know about the creatures who came to Earth a few years ago?" "Not much. Just that some sort of a portal or something was opened, and monsters and creatures came and tried to take over the world." He ended on a question, as if he wasn't quite ready to believe that what he'd said was accurate. "Yes," I said, "that's exactly what happened. It basically reminded creatures from other worlds that we existed." From what Eleanor told me, some of them had been here hundreds of years ago, but humans fought them and they left. Well, when the portal opened, it drew attention to Earth again, and a lot of those demons remembered us and decided to come see how things were going. I didn't say anything for a moment, waiting for all that to sink in. So, what sort of demon or monster did this? He asked. I looked out the window at the darkness that surrounded us, wondering if the vampire was near us, watching. Thinking that made my heart start to race, and I had to force myself to calm down. It's so cliched, but the creature that has been causing these deaths is a vampire. Detective Cole raised his eyebrows. A vampire? He scoffed. I was unaware that vampires burned victims after draining their blood. Apparently, there are several different types of them, and one deals with fire. While they drink, they put a flammable numbing agent into the victim's veins. It prevents them from struggling. Once the vampire is done, the victim somehow starts on fire. Nobody ever knew exactly what caused them to ignite, but the fire won't spread. Detective Cole gripped the steering wheel, staring straight ahead. A vampire. I nodded. I didn't say anything, though, wanting to give him a chance to internalize what I'd said. Who invited it into the houses? He finally asked. Don't vampires need to be invited to enter a private residence? Yes, but I have no idea what happened before the people were murdered. I didn't know what else to say. There were many ways to get someone to let in a stranger, but it depended on the individual. What if the vampire knew these people? Was it one vampire or more? He asked. Would you be able to tell? I wouldn't. I don't know enough about them. The way the bodies were laid out makes me think it's either one who's very fast, or the demon isn't working alone. I could see that, and either option was frightening. A vampire powerful enough to kill an entire family, or having more than one of them here, plaguing our small cities. I'd choose option C, whatever that was. Neither of us said anything for several moments. I finally glanced at him. He said there was more than one crime scene found? He nodded. 2 more. Both in Lehigh. What happens now? Detective Cole gave a little snort and looked at me. I honestly have no idea. I mean, I'm inclined to believe you. How else would this be happening? But I'm not equipped to fight vampires. Who is? I've got a friend who might be able to help us. Actually, a few friends. You'll help then? Of course. Like I said, it's a demon who creates fire. My job is to stop fire. Thank you. He sent me a relieved expression. And if you can find any information on this thing, any at all, we'd really appreciate it. We're blind here. He tilted his head, staring at me, his eyes darker than normal. If vampires are real, are the myths about them real too? I bit the inside of my cheek. What do you mean? I was pretty sure I knew where he was going, but wanted time to gather my thoughts. Crosses, holy water, compulsion, all of that. Is any of it true? Well, from what Eleanor told me, some of the myths are. Yes, they need to be invited to enter a house. Don't make eye contact with them, because they're able to control people that way. Also, apparently sunlight is bad for them, and so is a stake in the heart. And something else, I said, pausing for a moment to figure out how to word it so he wouldn't think I was crazy. They turn into mist when they want to run from something. You're kidding, right? He said. Aren't they supposed to turn into bats? I raised my hands. I'm just as new to vampires as you are. I only found out about them yesterday. What else, if anything? Are they afraid of holy water? Churches? Crosses? I'm not sure. I honestly didn't think to ask. I was pretty overwhelmed and, I'll admit, frightened. Great. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands, glaring down the street. I'm sorry, I started. Oh no, I'm not mad at you, I promise. I would just like to know if there's anything else we can protect ourselves with, because I'm not letting you go after them on your own. My phone rang, making us jump. I pulled it out of my purse and checked the caller ID. I quickly answered when I saw who was calling. "Chief, we need your help with a fire at 300 West and 200 North. Even though it's a small one, no matter what we use, it won't die." He huffed into the phone, sounding frustrated. "Not only that, but the house itself isn't even catching on fire." "On my way," I said. Ending the call, I turned to Detective Cole. "We have another victim." 21. His face darkened and he peeled out, sirens and lights blazing as I gave him the address. We sped out of American Fork and downstate to Lehigh Main Street. It wasn't difficult to find our way to the house, as there were a ton of emergency vehicles still heading toward it. My heart sank when we pulled up. The place was perfectly intact, and the fire was small, much smaller than I was used to for residential fires. Detective Cole and I jumped out of the car and I raced up the steps, pushing my way through the officers and volunteers who stood bewildered on the porch. I didn't pull out my ID, too concerned with getting inside and seeing if the person could be saved. The cops and firefighters recognized me immediately and shouted at the others to make room. I followed the trail of firemen to the kitchen, where the victim was lying on the floor next to the sink, flames still lapping at his or her body. The fire was greenish-blue in color, no hint of red, yellow, or orange. My heart sank even more as I realized there was no way this person could be saved. He or she was already blackened and burnt so badly that the firemen present probably didn't even realize it had been a human at some point. Pushing my feelings aside, I concentrated on stopping the fire. It had been a long time since I'd worked with magical flames, and I wasn't sure I could still do it, as it required a higher level of magical ability and strength than I usually achieved. Closing my eyes, I pulled my magic to myself. I still hadn't reached the point where it was waiting and ready for me to use at any time. I hoped that would come soon, because it would save a lot of time if I could just tell my powers what to do without having to gather them first. As soon as I had what felt like a sufficient amount of magic, I sent it to the poor person, commanding the fire to stop and the flames to die. At first, nothing happened. Then the flames closest to me started dwindling, getting smaller and smaller until they'd gone completely. I worked my way down the person's body, killing the fire a little at a time. When it was all finally gone, I slumped against the fridge, dropping to my knees, taking deep breaths to clear my fuzzy head. The men and women who surrounded me fell silent as I stumbled to my feet, grimacing when I couldn't tell whether I was touching water, linoleum, or even a can opener. I'd overdone it. I needed to let my magic rejuvenate. Hopefully, this would be the last victim for a while. Detective Cole was standing in the doorway, watching me, a look of awe on his face before he pushed it away. "Sorry we didn't get here fast enough," I said to Keith, the closest fireman. "You stopped the fire, and that was good enough. The person was dead by the time we got here." So they did know it wasn't just some random lump. I noticed the scorch marks on Keith's gloves and the floor, showing that they had moved the victim a little while trying to stop the flames. "Who called the alarm?" I asked. So far, the vampire had been picking people who were alone and wouldn't be discovered for a while. At least that's how it appeared. A woman was walking her dog and saw flames through the window. She called us, then tried to stop the fire herself. Keith shook his head, his exhaustion and sorrow practically palpable. "She's going to need counseling after what she saw. The man was still alive when she arrived." So horrible. I was going to need counseling. I pushed the memory of that little family away and focused on the current situation. What do I need to do? Just then, Fire Chief Clarkson stepped into the room. "Find out who's doing this and stop them." He glanced at Detective Cole. "I've heard about the bodies in American Fork." Detective Cole's eyebrows shot up. "A closed investigation," he said. "We haven't told anyone yet." Clarkson shrugged. "If it's a fire, even a weird one, I find out about it." He glanced at me. "If you need to talk to the lady who found him, she's still outside." I nodded, thanking him. Clarkson and I weren't on the same friendly terms as Chief and I were. He was distant, gruff, and very busy. But I knew he was a good man and was dedicated to his job and to the city. After asking more questions and talking to the first responders and the woman who had found the fire, Detective Cole and I returned to his car. I struggled putting my seatbelt on. Not being able to tell what I'm holding, even when I'm looking at it, is so disconcerting. I gave up and dropped the seatbelt in frustration. When Detective Cole got in on his side, he hesitated before starting the car. No seatbelt this time. I glanced at him before looking away, unable to hide my annoyance. You know that when Arates overuse their powers, a sense gets taken away temporarily, right? Sure, I guess. I think I've heard that before. What happens to you when you overdo it? I sighed, leaning against the headrest. I lose the ability to recognize what I'm touching. Sometimes, even when I'm looking straight at it, I get confused and can't tell what it is. My hands don't relay the information to my brain, and because of that, my brain feels like my eyes are lying. Detective Cole half smiled, obviously trying not to smile at all. Okay. Well, we can wait until your ability to sense things returns, or I could help you put your seatbelt on. I shrugged. I'd had a long day and was tired, and just wanted to go home. I watched as across the street, policemen and firemen entered and exited the house, trying to figure out what had happened. Detective Cole reached over and grabbed my hand, rubbing my fingers, drawing my attention. What does this feel like? I wasn't sure how to respond. It was disconcerting and made me feel weird. I could tell there was pressure, yes, but I couldn't tell what was causing it, and it felt muddled and awkward. It definitely didn't do anything for me emotionally. I gingerly extracted my hand from his, sending him an apologetic glance. It's not good, I said. It's weird and feels wrong, like there's something off with my hands or brain, or both. I rushed to continue. I don't mean to offend you. I'm positive it wouldn't be so weird otherwise. I took a breath. I didn't know how to explain it, so I gave up. It's been a tough day. I'd just like to go home now, if that's okay with you. So do you want me to do up your seatbelt for you? His expression was simultaneously hopeful and hesitant. This guy had it bad, and I couldn't tell if it was because I was an Arate or if it was genuine and he really was attracted to me. Most of the time, when a non-Arate dates an Arate, it's generally because they're curious about us and want to see cool stuff happen. At least that was the way it had been all through high school, and again after I graduated from college. Yet another reason why I sometimes missed Caton University. Not once had I felt like I was on display. I suppose so, I said. It can take a while for the senses to return. Detective Cole, just Cole, studied my face for a moment, probably wondering if he really should proceed or if I'd end up slapping him or something. When he obviously didn't see anything in my eyes that led him to believe I'd punish him for helping me, he leaned over and grabbed the seatbelt, grazing my shoulder with his hand in the process, then pulled it across my body and locked it into place. Having him that close did weird things to me, and I had to control a sudden urge to touch his hair or his face where the dimple was. I caught a whiff of his cologne and closed my eyes. Wowzers, he smelled good. Cole put one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the keys in the ignition, but he didn't turn the car on. His face was blank, his eyes staring unseeingly out the windshield. He stayed that way for several moments before turning the key. I didn't interrupt him. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. Instead, I gazed out the window, my thoughts in turmoil. Did I want a relationship with him? I honestly didn't know. Sure, I wanted to see where things went, but I also felt that way about Abel. Abel hadn't asked me out, and Cole had. Obviously, Cole was interested in me. I didn't want to not give him a chance when Abel hadn't done anything to show that things might work out in that direction. That led to madness and depression. And I hated madness and depression. Cole slowly drove back to my house. He glanced at me several times, but didn't say anything until he pulled up in front of my place. "Who are you going to tell about the fire vampire?" he asked. I shook my head. I had no idea. I want to tell everyone, but what would that do to the public? What sort of procedures do we have in place for dealing with this sort of thing? Before 5 years ago, we didn't know there were other beings anywhere. You saw what happened then. I nodded. Mass panic and hysteria. It hadn't happened immediately. No, most people hadn't realized what was going on. But eventually, as everyone figured out that Earth had nearly become slave to horrible, powerful beings, many had gone on strike. They'd picketed outside of the capitals of their states and the country, and they'd called for all Artes everywhere to be killed, as if that would solve anything. A lot of innocent people were hurt or killed. It had been absolutely terrible and ridiculous. But maybe it prepared them for something like this to happen, I said. Maybe they'll handle things better. Cole shook his head. We need to find out as much as we can. How many fire vampires are there? Is it just this one? And if so, can we get rid of him or her before any more people get hurt? If it's just one person, I would rather deal with that individual and not have the public know what happened. It's not like our court system would be equipped to punish a vampire. I nodded. I agree. Until we know exactly what we're dealing with here, we should keep it quiet. Well, as quiet as possible. Some people need to know. Chiefs Clarkson and O'Hare, I said immediately. He nodded. And both American Forks Fire Chief and Chief of Police. He frowned, obviously thinking. Detective Evans should probably know too. Detective Evans worked for Lehigh, and as 3 murders had happened in his city, I definitely agreed with that. Cole continued. We'll let our chiefs decide, but beyond these people and possibly the mayors of each city, no one else should know what's going on. At least not until we have a better idea of what we're dealing with. 22. Cole walked me to the door and gave me a quick hug. I'm sorry things didn't turn out as planned. When do they ever? I asked, smiling. I have a host of interesting first date experiences that I should share with you sometime. He quirked an eyebrow. Does that mean you want to go out again? I shrugged and smiled. I suppose. If you want to ask me out again, of course. His dimple appeared, and he promised he would give me a call. Then he put his arms around my waist and stepped in, his dark eyes studying my face. He gave me a quick kiss on the corner of my lips, then turned and walked back to his car. Did that count as a first kiss? I didn't think so. It was more of a promise. In a daze, I entered the house and shut and locked the door, then turned and watched through the curtain as he drove away. I gasped when I saw a large, almost black dog across the street. It watched Cole's car for a moment, but didn't pay any attention to my house. Was it the hound, or was I being paranoid? I froze when it started shivering, shaking, and roiling. It elongated, then stood upright on its hind legs, and only moments later a man I'd never seen before was standing there. I shrieked, taking a step backward. He must have heard me because his eyes were drawn to my house, but only for a moment. His gaze slid to the houses on either side of me, and I could tell he was having a hard time considering my place. Was that because of the things Alexander had put up? It had to be. I backed away from the door just in case, peeking through the curtain as the man walked away. The Shade had told me that these things could shift into humans. I'd believed him, but it wasn't until I saw it happening that it really sank in. They could be anywhere or anyone. How was I supposed to protect myself? Never trust strangers again? I turned on all the lights in the house, calling out for Sia. I found her on the couch in the living room. She stretched, kneading the worn leather as I plopped down beside her, inviting her onto my lap. Thank goodness I've got you, I said, lifting her and pressing my face into her soft, warm side. I would hate to be alone during all this. The next day, Cole gave me a call really early, and I was still groggy when I answered. Couldn't wait to talk to me again? I said, stifling a yawn. I need you to come to the station, he said. We've discovered something important. You're going to want to see it, and let us know if you agree. I'll be there soon, I said. Heading out now. Most times of the day, it took me about 10 minutes to get to the American Fork police station. With rush hour in full bloom now, it would probably be closer to 15. I changed my clothes and tucked my hair into a messy bun. After a quick glance outside to make sure no random dogs were visible, I rushed to my car and hopped in, pulling out of the driveway. Cole was waiting at the door when I arrived at the police station. He escorted me to a large conference room where several officers were seated at a table. A large map was tacked on the wall at the head of the room. It was dotted with several red pushpins, indicating what I assumed were the crime scenes. I ignored the officers in the room and walked straight to the map. My eyes widened. I immediately saw what Cole was talking about. The crime scenes formed a half circle around where I lived, spiraling in closer. They were pretty far apart, sure, but it still worried me that the thing with the fire vampires might involve me. As if that should be a surprise. Cole stepped next to me. "Do you see it?" he asked. "Does it really have something to do with me?" "I hope not. But in case it does, we need a plan to keep you safe." "Like what?" I asked. "We don't know enough about the situation. We don't know what they want. I don't want to drop everything for a maybe." I lowered my voice. "And I might be the only one here who can fight them." Cole didn't look happy about that response, but he didn't argue with me. If he had, I would have counter-argued. It wasn't as if I could go into hiding or something. I had to do my job, and until I got that amulet, I couldn't just leave. "I'll do some more digging around," I said, "and I'll let you know if I learn anything. Please do the same." He agreed. "I'll give you a call later." He ended the meeting shortly after, and I walked back to my car. I didn't turn on the radio on the way home. I wanted to be surrounded by silence. Why would a fire vampire be hunting me? I hated that I didn't understand. As far as I knew, which wasn't much, hounds and vampires had nothing in common. It didn't make sense. I pulled into my driveway, noticing a car I'd never seen before out front. I approached my front door cautiously, looking around, not seeing anyone. Maybe the person was visiting the Russells. It looked like they had more than one visitor. A couple of extra cars were at their house. I hoped they were okay. Mrs. Russell had had a very traumatic experience, and I needed to stop by later to make sure she was fine. After unlocking the door, I opened it and entered, then shrieked when I saw Abel sitting on my couch. He gave me a half-wave before returning to watching TV and eating a box of pretzels he must have dug out from who knew where. I hadn't bought pretzels in over a year. "What are you doing here?" I asked, putting my hand on my heavily beating heart. "It's time to start hunting," he said, his eyes still on the TV. He was watching Jurassic World, one of my favorites. Not as good as the first, but I'm still a sucker for big monster movies. I greeted Sia as she meandered down the hallway toward me, before dumping my purse on the table in the kitchen and grabbing a diet soda from the fridge. I joined Abel on the couch. "Hunting? You know I can't hunt without the Shade Amulet." "Doesn't matter, we can't wait for it to come. Have to get a head start." "What good will it do when I can't kill anything we come across?" He glanced at me, considering what I'd said. "We won't attack then. We'll learn what we can and return later, when you have the amulet. There's way too much going on for us to ignore it anymore." I took a swig of my drink, then said, "Like what?" He gave me a patronizing look, as if he felt I already knew what he was talking about. "You know what's out there, Lizzie," he said. A sudden urge to hit those perfect teeth made me fist my hand, and I struggled to push the desire aside. He wasn't done talking. "The individual who has hired me to hunt hounds with you said something about creatures here who are wreaking havoc for you and the other city officials." I wouldn't consider myself a city official. But whatever. "What do you know?" I asked. "Well, for starters, there are 2 fire vampires involved." I sat up eagerly, my attention totally on him. Dinosaurs were fighting in the background, but they were easy to ignore under the circumstances. 2 vampires? What else? Tell me everything. He set the box of pretzels aside and leaned forward, clasping his hands. They're hunting something. We don't know what, and we don't know why they're here in the first place. He looked up at me. My boss doesn't think they're coming for you. But we can't be positive about that until we catch one and interrogate it. But the fire vampires aren't the only thing you'll be dealing with. There are quite a few demons here now. I nodded. That's what my friend told me. Eleonora hadn't known much, but she had more connections than I did. I might need to visit her again. And I wondered if Mount Koven would have anything that could help me. I wasn't sure if the knowledge stored there was complete or if it was only for the big stuff. Like prophecies. His expression was serious as he studied my face. Something huge is coming, Lizzie. I hope I'm ready for whatever happens. He was referring to his restart. He had to be. How are you feeling? Abel shrugged. Probably would have been better if I hadn't eaten those pretzels. I grimaced. Sorry about that. I'm guessing they're stale. He shrugged. After what I've eaten the past few years? They're divine. My stomach doesn't like them as much as my mouth does, though. I stared at him for a moment, not sure how to ask my question without insulting him. How are you doing now? Financially? He shrugged. Much better. I've never been into money too much. As long as I have enough for my needs, which are simple, I'm pretty happy. I nodded. Same. I'd seen enough of what happens when people allow money to take over their lives. Nicole's parents were prime examples of that. And Nicole was a prime example of what happens when a good person gets a lot of money. In my opinion, money doesn't destroy people. People destroy people. Some jerks become wealthy and make a bad name for the others who were just as wealthy, but were nice and nowhere near as loud. Since moving here, I'd met several people who had obviously worked hard and become very wealthy over their lifetimes. But they still lived in tiny little houses in the middle of nowhere and drove cars from the 80s and 90s. It impressed me. When do you want to go hunting? I asked. As soon as possible. 23. Abel looked at his watch. How about now? Sure. I didn't even know what hunting demons called for. Should I change my clothes? He looked at my jeans and tee and shrugged. Those should be fine. I hadn't put on a lot of makeup before going to the police department, but I figured hunting demons wouldn't be glamorous work. It wasn't like we were going clubbing or something. Where do we start? I was hoping to ask you that myself. I scoffed. What could I possibly have to say that would help us figure it out? Well, you've seen hounds near your house, right? I nodded, thinking, we could always go check out the place where I saw the first hound. That might be a good start. Are you good at tracking? Abel gave me a devilish grin. The best. I couldn't tell if he was joking, but I hoped he would take over that aspect of our work. I'd never hunted anything of any sort. Except fish with bait and a pole. But that obviously wouldn't help us hunt demons. Unless, of course, the demons were fish. I smiled to myself, then pushed my thoughts away as Abel got to his feet and pulled me up next to him. His hand lingered on mine, then trailed up my arm, stopping to rest on my shoulder. I looked at him, trying not to feel intimidated by how big he was. I'm fairly short, around 5 feet 4 inches. I know it's average in some places, but all growing up, people towered over me. Abel was at least 6 inches taller, which I suppose isn't a ton, but he also had a lot of bulk. He gave my shoulder a squeeze, then turned and motioned to the front door. We're going on foot. I took a deep breath, wondering at the butterflies in my chest. I knew it didn't necessarily mean anything. Just because I was attracted to him, didn't mean we should date. We left the house, locking up behind us, and started walking toward the train tracks. When we stepped over the boundary of the protective devices, I shivered involuntarily. This was the first time I'd walked my neighborhood, apart from the run to Mrs. Russell's house, and I wasn't sure how safe I felt, even with Abel there. I sneaked a glance at him. He had a slight smile on his lips, obviously thinking about something that amused him. He definitely didn't look worried or nervous. His confidence gave me courage, and I pushed my worries aside to focus on the task at hand. Once we got to the train tracks, I showed him where I'd seen the dog attacking the man. The only evidence of a struggle were the weeds and wild grass that had been flattened. No blood was to be seen. Abel crouched, fingering one of the blades of snapped grass. He looked around, then glanced up at me. "Did they tell you where they found the body?" I almost answered, then hesitated. "How did you know they found it?" I hadn't told him that. He looked up at me, then away. "I have my sources." Evidently. I folded my arms and semi-glared at him, waiting for him to go on. I didn't wait long. "I dug around before coming to you. There are a lot of nice people in this town who are willing to talk to a friendly person." I wouldn't exactly describe Abel as friendly, but whatever. "Then why didn't you say that first? Why did you have to be so cryptic?" He shrugged, not meeting my eyes. I stepped in front of him, forcing him to look at me. Abel only made eye contact for a moment. "Let's just get back to what we're doing." I shook my head and pulled out my phone, pushing the button that would speed dial Chief. He picked up, and I explained to him what was going on, how I had a friend who was helping figure out what had killed the man, and that he was an expert of sorts. The chief said he would send Detective Evans over. I thanked him and ended the call, tucking my phone back into my purse. Abel was watching me with an amused expression on his face. "You handled that very gracefully." I was not in the mood for this. "Handled what gracefully?" "Everyone here is wrapped around your finger." I growled in frustration. "They are not. It's part of the job. They help me and I help them. We've been working together for a long time, and we trust each other. And it's just courtesy for me to tell them what I'm doing, and them to do the same. Yes, it usually deals with fires and explosions and stuff like that, but regardless, the city pays me. They've issued me a badge, and Chief and I work together a lot." Abel laughed, holding up his hands. "What is that famous line from Shakespeare? 'I think you protest too much,' or something like that?" I was just pointing out that it's really easy for you to get information from the cops. I folded my arms and glared at him. "Of course it is." And I just explained why. He stopped smiling and returned to business. "So, what did he say?" "He's sending over Detective Evans." "Okay then." Abel started searching through the area, probably looking for blood or something, and I pulled out my phone again and sent Nicole a quick text. "This guy is driving me nuts. Please save me." She didn't respond immediately, so I returned my phone to my purse, wishing my best friend didn't live so far away. I'd drive to see her now if I could. We hadn't waited long before Detective Evans showed up. He got out of his car and introduced himself to Abel, then said, "You have information on the case?" "I might," Abel said. "I definitely have information on the creature that did it." Detective Evans pulled out a pen and paper. "What can you give me on the dog?" Abel frowned, thinking. "It's a creature that can?" I grabbed his arm. "We can't tell him what it is." Then, looking at the detective, I said, "I'm sorry, but it has to do with the visits we got from demons a few years ago. This particular one is attracted to people who know it exists. It and its kind destroy anyone who learns about them." I released Abel's arm, glancing at him apologetically. "Sorry." Then I turned to Detective Evans again. "It's my job to help eradicate them and keep our citizens protected. We need to work together to figure this out, but I won't put anyone else at risk in the process." He tucked his notepad and pen away, an unhappy expression on his face. "So, what am I supposed to do?" Sit around and wait for you while a crazy dog is running loose, killing people? That's not going to fly with Chief, Miss Ashton, and you know it. Especially not while innocent lives are at stake. He was right, Chief definitely wouldn't be happy. I'm sorry, I really am. But trust me when I say that these creatures know when someone is learning about them. We can't tell you about them without putting your life in danger. And locked doors and windows won't help you, they don't travel normally. He raised an eyebrow. How do they travel? By floating? I couldn't help it. I chuckled. I know he was trying to show me how annoyed he was with the situation, but it still made me laugh. Of course not. I put my smile away and turned to face the area where I'd first seen the dog. Okay, let's get to work. We need you to show us where the body was found. Why should I give you information when you aren't willing to give me any? I don't need your permission to access the files. While Chief might not be okay with me holding things back, I'm positive he would understand and would make sure you share what you know. The detective glared. I'm just saying this is ridiculous. And I'm saying I'll tell you when I know something you can know. He turned and pointed down the railroad tracks. It was down there. Not far from Main Street. Without looking back at us, he headed that way on foot. We followed. I'd been cooped up too much lately, and it really felt good to be moving, to be using my legs. It took about 5 minutes to reach our destination, and when we did, Abel and I met eyes. Though I could tell a cleanup crew had been here, there were still a lot of blood stains. I was surprised it had taken the cops so long to find it, given how close the blood was to the main road and sidewalk. When I stated as much, Detective Evans nodded. Yes, but by this point, there wasn't much of the body left. I shuddered, not wanting to think about it. We continued searching the area where the body had been found, but didn't see anything that would let us know where the dog had gone afterwards. I'm sure the cops found everything of interest here, I said. Abel looked at me but didn't respond, so I continued. What are you looking for, anyway? He shook his head. I'm not sure. Something that will give us information about the man who did it. Detective Evans froze. Man? I thought you said it was a dog. I glared at Abel while responding to the detective. It's a man who shifts into a dog. Detective Evans stared at me, his face pale. Well, this changes a lot. We've been looking for a dog this whole time. Abel ignored him. He dragged the body this far for a reason. Maybe he's set up in the area. He turned around in a circle, inspecting all the houses and businesses on either side of the train tracks and Main Street. Nothing looked suspicious, though. My phone rang, making me jump. I pulled it out, seeing that it was one of the Salt Lake City fire departments. Ashton, I said. We've got a hostage situation at a bank. The perp has several guns. We need you here as soon as possible. How fast can you come? I pulled the phone away from my ear and checked the time. I can be there at noon. I'm on a case right now, but it's not an emergency. I'll leave immediately. Abel frowned at me, but I ignored him. All right, the cop said. We'll do our best until you get here. 24. The problem with covering so many states and cities was the fact that emergencies are very difficult to respond to. I turned and started jogging back home. It would take me at least 40 minutes to get to Salt Lake, hopefully less, but it depended on lunchtime traffic. I'd definitely be using my emergency light. Abel and Detective Evans rushed to keep up with me, and I glanced at Abel over my shoulder. Sorry. This is more important. Totally understandable. I'm going to canvass the neighborhood around where the body was found. He looked at Detective Evans. If you want to come, feel free to do so. Detective Evans looked distracted, probably still trying to wrap his mind around the fact that the dog I'd seen actually had been the murderer and could turn into a human. Yes, I'll come. Once at home, I pulled the emergency light from where I kept it under my seat, attaching it to the roof of my car and feeding the wire through the window to the cigarette lighter. As soon as it was plugged in, it started flashing, and I waved goodbye to the men before pulling out of the driveway. As I was getting on the freeway, I noticed a plume of smoke coming from the mountain just west of Utah Lake. How long had that been going? Usually, I was called in immediately for wildfires. I sighed. If they did call it in, today would end up being a very long day. I'd been on the freeway for maybe 5 minutes when I saw a dog running along the frontage road that followed this part of the freeway. How could it possibly be running that fast? I gripped the steering wheel tighter, staring at the dog. It had to be the same one I'd been dealing with. Dark gray, sleek in the sunlight. Was it following me? How had it caught my scent? Even though I was already going 20 over the speed limit, I stepped my foot on the gas, pulling around slower cars, ignoring honks of irritation. Didn't they see my emergency light? I really needed to have Chief install a siren on my car. Eventually, the dog was unable to keep up with me anymore. I didn't let off the gas though. I was too rattled and didn't want to risk having the thing follow me all the way up to the bank. Nothing like adding a dangerous demon to an already stressed situation. I put on my headset, phoning the officer who had called me. "Where am I going?" He rattled off the address and I pushed it into my GPS, taking the appropriate exit and still weaving my way through traffic. I knew that the address he'd given me was a rendezvous point, somewhere close to the crime scene, but not close enough for the perp to see me. I parked my car, leaving the flashing light on top, and glanced around. Several cops were near the street, huddled around a map on top of an electrical box, pointing at different things on it. I joined them, showing my badge. "You the fire impeder?" one of the cops asked. I nodded. "Where's the bank?" He pointed at a spot. "Here. You tell me how close you need to be in order to stop his guns from firing." "How many guns are we talking about?" He glanced at a female officer and she said, "From what we can tell, he has 3 guns on him. He may have more hidden. Be prepared for anything." I looked back at the map. Exactly where is he? The first officer pointed again. "We think he's in this corner, close to the safe." "How long has this been going on?" "Almost 2 hours now. None of the bankers had access to the vault's code. It's a safety thing where the code changes every minute or two, and only headquarters knows what those numbers are. We showed up right when headquarters got involved, and the man went berserk. Even if he gets what he wants, we're not sure he'll let the people go." "What's happened so far?" The more I knew about the situation, the better I could handle anything that popped up. The cop passed a hand across his face, obviously upset. "We've had 1 hostage killed. The man sent her body out and is refusing to allow anyone their freedom until he gets what he wants." "Which is?" $31 million. I blinked. "Why not 30 million? I wasn't trying to be smart. Okay, maybe a little. But seriously, 31 is a random number. In my experience, most people went for multiples of 5 and 10. "It's the cost of a private island he wants to buy," the woman said. I couldn't help but snort at that. "An island?" She nodded. "It's not under the jurisdiction of any government, and he says society owes it to him. Apparently, he's tired of paying taxes and feels that the government should pay him back." "And he chose a bank?" I asked. "Doesn't he know banks are privately owned and operated? At least that's what they all said." "He doesn't seem to be very intelligent," the woman said. "He chose Bank of America, thinking it was owned by the government." I shook my head. Ridiculous. "Okay, let's get me in place." They outfitted me with a bulletproof vest in case anything happened, and I told them where to place me. Like with a bomb, I needed to be as close as possible. The science is pretty much the same. Spark ignites a combustible material, which produces a chain reaction with a loud bang at the end. They put me outside the bank next to a brick wall without windows. I pressed against the wall, eyes closed, searching for the man and the guns he carried. I caught a scent of the powder inside the bullets and glanced at the cop. 5. He has 5 guns. The woman nodded. Are you ready? Yes. As ready as I would be, though I didn't say that. The cop who called me started talking into his radio, issuing orders. I knew from experience that things could either get very ugly or it would all work out. The hostages would be released and the dirtbag arrested. And whether or not there were any injuries, all depended on how I did my job. Once the fire and Peter arrived at a scene, the cops ran in, theoretically doing anything they needed to protect the innocent, including stopping the bad guy from throwing knives or punches. I glanced at the nearest officer. Just make sure he doesn't move from wherever he is, I said. Any farther away, and it would be dangerous for those inside. The only thing that didn't require a close proximity on my part were open fires, and those were very difficult to fight. My thoughts went to that smoke I'd seen, and even though I knew I'd be exhausted after this, I hoped they didn't put off calling me for too long. I heard as the cops ran into the bank, shouting. Screams filled the air, and I did my best not to let them distract me. The man pulled the triggers on 2 of the guns at once. The chain reaction started, and as with the bomb earlier, time seemed to slow. The hammer struck the primer, and the primer began to ignite the powder. The exact moment that happened, I snuffed out the spark. The man pulled the trigger over and over again, and each time I was ready. At first, I couldn't tell if he was trying to shoot more than one gun, but then he pulled the trigger on one that was much larger than the others. These bullets were huge. It was so much more difficult to stop them, and it didn't help that I was more tired now. Come on, guys, come on, I whispered, gathering magic to myself as quickly as I could. I was running out of it. The man pulled the trigger on this one several more times, and then everything stopped. The cops had him. I slumped to the ground, exhausted. The cop who'd stayed with me to assist in communications crouched next to me in concern. Are you okay? I shook my head, face resting against the brick, my hand next to my head. I couldn't sense anything. Not even the skin on my face knew what it was touching, beyond the fact that it was a solid material. The temperature was impossible to tell. It could have been boiling hot, for all I knew. Do you need anything? I shook my head again. Just a moment or two of rest. The woman officer came outside, the expression on her face one of happiness and excitement. She crouched down beside me, next to the other cop. You did it, she said. He was pulling those triggers so fast, I can't believe only one of them actually went off. Very impressive. My eyes flashed open and I stared at her. One of them fired? My mouth went dry and my heart practically stopped beating. The cop nodded, her excitement not dropping even a little. Yes, but it didn't hit anyone. I pulled away from the wall, sat cross-legged, and stared at her. That doesn't matter. One of the guns fired, and I didn't stop it or even know it had gone off. That's not doing it. What would have happened if someone had gotten hit? She sobered, shaking her head. You stopped over 20 bullets. How many lives did you save today? We'll never know. And who else can say they stop bullets with their mind? Miss Ashton, you're a hero, not a failure. My back was weak, my arms unable to hold themselves up anymore. I slumped against the brick wall, leaning my head back, closing my eyes. I'm glad no one got hurt. By now, I was far too exhausted to function anymore. The cops left me where I was. I knew the silence wouldn't last long, but I appreciated it for whatever amount of time I had it. I heard shouting and opened my eyes, turning my head to see. 3 cops were dragging a cuffed man out of the bank. One cop pushed from behind while the other 2 each held an arm. He was fighting as hard as he could, screaming about injustice and unfairness and robbery. I shook my head. He was accusing the government of robbery, and he just tried to rob a bank? Idiot. The officers shoved him into the back of a cop car, then drove him away. Once he was gone, the victims of the hostage situation were led out of the bank and lined up along the wall. They ignored me. It was a weird and good feeling, knowing I'd saved their lives, and they probably wouldn't ever know it was me. Even the press that was rushing forward, cameras rolling, didn't notice. I was sure that if my hair was still red, some of them might have caught on. I have to admit, the recognition for a job well done was one of the things that drew me to this position. But now, after what I'd seen, I much preferred anonymity. Several officers started taking statements and asking the hostages questions, and I decided it was time for me to man up, figuratively speaking, and get back home. 25. I stumbled to my feet, holding onto the wall for support. I still couldn't feel the brick, but hoped it wouldn't be much longer now. Bullets were easier to work with than outright flame, especially when the flame was magical, as I discovered with that burned body yesterday. I'd been completely without sensation for over an hour after putting out that fire. Yes, the guy just now had pulled the trigger several times, but it shouldn't matter. The woman officer must have seen me get up, because she returned. "Thank you so much for your help," she said in a whisper. I nodded, grateful she understood my desire to remain anonymous. She escorted me back to my car, probably wanting to make sure I didn't pass out or something. I appreciated it. When we got there, I asked if her chief would prefer a written invoice now, or one over email later. "Go ahead and email it to him. Give yourself time to make sure you charge the right amount for your services today." I nodded, knowing what she was hinting at. He pulled the trigger 20 times. If he was even a partly decent shot, at least half of his bullets would have hit someone. 10 deaths that 10 families wouldn't need to mourn, and 10 funerals that 10 families wouldn't have to pay for. I had saved a lot more than just lives today. I would still probably only charge $1,000 though. I'd already done that job at the high school earlier, and my mortgage was paid for the next couple of months. I wouldn't starve. Thinking about food made me realize I needed to replenish my energy and visit the bathroom, and I carefully drove to the nearest fast food restaurant I could find, a Wendy's. I went to the restroom first, noticing the dark lines under my eyes and the way my hair was now completely frizzed from leaning up against that brick wall. It took me a moment, but I undid the messy bun, quickly redoing it, hoping the back still looked okay. A handheld mirror would have been nice. I used the restroom and washed my hands and face, appreciating the sensation of cold water on my skin. It meant I was recovering from stopping the bullets. Thank goodness. I bought 3 singles with cheese and 2 orders of French fries, along with a tall cup of water. If the girl taking my order was surprised at how much food I'd ordered when I was obviously there alone, she didn't say. Eating sometimes helped me stay ahead magically. My read abilities didn't directly borrow energy from what I'd eaten, but the adrenaline after experiences like that was rough on the body. I don't know how cops and other emergency personnel handle it on a daily basis. I'd nearly finished the second cheeseburger when my phone rang. It was Chief Clarkson. Had they found another body? "Miss Ashton, Unified Fire Authority just reported that we've got a wildfire on the mountain. Are you available to go check it out with them?" I sighed in relief, grateful another innocent person hadn't been attacked. "Yes, but I'm in Salt Lake. Let them know I'll be on my way soon as possible." I grabbed the rest of my food and asked for a bag so I could eat on the way down. 3 jobs in 1 week? Rare, very rare. Most of the time, a wildfire would roar out of control in minutes, even seconds after starting. But every now and then, one would smolder and die out on its own or with very little intervention. The fact they hadn't called me earlier suggested that they'd had it under control at some point. It definitely wasn't under control when I got there, and we ended up fighting it all night. I was exhausted, but I refused to stop when there was only one of me and when many of the firefighters had been there when I'd arrived. Fighting a wildfire with magic was difficult. It involved a lot of predictions, figuring out where to put me so I'd have as good a chance as possible to stop the sparks. They always suited me up like the other firefighters, but even so, it was still hot, sweaty, difficult work. This was one thing I hadn't been trained on back east. Wildfires are much more common in the West, and I'd received a crash course the first summer I'd been here. By the time we got things under control as much as possible, the sun was about to rise. I collapsed from physical exhaustion and needed help getting to my car. The fireman who helped me wanted to call an ambulance, but I said no. I was physically exhausted, yes, but that would get resolved by eating and sleeping. Magical energy couldn't be replenished by an IV. Instead of being a hero, though, I agreed to let one of them drive me home while another firefighter trailed us in my car. They parked my car in the driveway, then both helped me inside the house. I collapsed on the couch and finished off the cold and limp French fries I'd bought at Wendy's. After 20 minutes of staring at the wall, working hard to keep my eyes open, I forced myself up. I had to shower before I could sleep, otherwise the smell of smoke would wake me up before I'd gotten the rest I needed. And yes, I'd learned that from experience. The shower was short, and I got into my pajamas, then fell into bed, my hair still wet. Cole had sent me a text and I told him I'd call him later, that I'd been out on jobs all day. Then I fell asleep. When I woke up, the sun had already set, and my house was very dark. I rolled over and stretched, my hand touching the warm spot where Sia must have been sleeping. I sat up. "Sia?" I called. She poked her head into the room and meowed. "You must be starving, poor thing." I headed to the kitchen and got her a can of cat food, then opened the fridge and looked at my options. None of them were very appealing and all required a lot of cooking, since I didn't have any leftovers. I turned from the fridge, weighing my options, trying to exhibit some self-control, especially since I'd already eaten out. It didn't take long to justify my way into ordering pizza. I'd been through quite a bit lately and deserved it. While waiting for dinner to be delivered, I sat in the living room and turned on Jurassic World from the beginning, excited to watch dinosaurs terrorize innocent people. Regardless of how tough I had it, those people's problems were still worse. The pizza came fairly quickly, and I dug in. Sia jumped up on the couch next to me, and I petted her with the hand not covered in grease. The lights in movie flickered, then came back to life. It didn't faze me, flickering lights happen. But when they flickered again before going out completely, I stood and walked to the front door, peering out the window. The house across the street still had power. I opened the door and stepped onto the porch, looking up and down the road. All the houses on the other side of the street and to my right had power. Mine and the Russells' houses, and one other beyond the Russells didn't. Weird. As I watched, the house 2 doors down from mine got power again, and the house to my right lost theirs. I turned and looked toward the Russells' house, noticing something that made my heart practically stop. A black figure with massive wings floated, not flew, along the street closest to the sidewalk on this side. I backed into the house, shutting and locking the door as quietly as I could before peering out the window. The thing floated in front of my little picket fence, then paused near my sidewalk. It turned facing my house, then started up the sidewalk, heading toward my front door. Heart pounding and lungs refusing to bring in air, I ran into the master bedroom and locked that door, then hid in the closet. Yes, this could be the amulet coming, that definitely occurred to me, but I'd been warned about demons that would seek me out. Chances were high that whatever approached wasn't friendly. The front door opened. I'd locked that, how had it gotten in? It didn't shut. I pulled my gun and trained it on the closet door. The master bedroom door creaked open, and I simultaneously cursed and thanked myself for not oiling the hinges. It was nice to know where the creature was, but I probably would have nightmares every time from then on when Sia pushed through the door and it made that sound while I was sleeping. The handle turned and I cocked the gun, prepared to start shooting. Before I could, though, the door was yanked open and one of those great wings snatched the weapon from my hands, flinging it to the side. "Dorothy Elizabeth Ashton?" The voice was deep and grating, making the clothes hanging around me shake. Yes," I stammered. The creature dropped something at my feet. "I bequeath thee with this amulet. It will serve thee well. Do not allow it to land in the hands of strangers. If it does, you must find it before it unleashes fury on our world." And with that, the creature floated backwards, turning and leaving the way it had come. I put one hand on my chest and reached for the amulet with the other. It was cold to the touch but warm slightly. Nothing else happened. I didn't know what I'd been expecting. I remembered how the dragon had bitten the guy in Aragon, marking its territory. Nothing like that happened here. I raised the amulet, inspecting it, but couldn't see well enough in the closet, so I turned on the bedroom light, grateful it worked. It still wasn't light enough, though, and I headed to the kitchen where my more powerful lights were. Only then did it occur to me that, like the shade in Mount Koven, the creature had known my real name. Elizabeth was my middle name, and I detested the name Dorothy. My mom had tried to call me Dot when I was a little girl, but at the age of 3 or 4, I informed her that my name was Lizzie, and she had better not call me Dot ever again. With a chuckle, Brenda had agreed, and I was Lizzie from then on. A snapping sound outside drew my attention, and I went to the front door and looked out. Nothing was visible. A slight pressure built up behind me, and I turned, watching as smoke filled one of the corners in the living room. I shrieked, dashing into the kitchen. That was a hound, it had to be. 26. How had the hound gotten past the detractors? I scooted under the table, watching as a shadow approached from the living room. "Lizzie," Alexander called out. "Are you here? A hound is coming." I hissed at him. "Hide." He chuckled, coming into the kitchen and crouching near the table to see me. No, that was just me. I backed up against the wall. You're a hound? Why didn't you tell me? Are you here to destroy me?" He tilted his head, frowning. "Why would I do that?" "Because you're one of them." He blinked. "Okay, yes, I'm a hound." He sighed. "I wasn't comfortable telling you before. You were already hesitant about everything I'd revealed in our first meeting, and I wasn't sure if letting you know I wasn't fully human would push you over the edge or not. Anyway, surely you know by now that there are evil and good ones, right?" I paused. "You're telling me you're one of the good ones?" "Of course." "Oh, phew. I could definitely handle that sort of news right now." "Well, I wish you hadn't sneaked up on me like that. Definitely not awesome." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Why are you here now?" It was too much of a coincidence that he showed up right after the Shade Amulet did. I sensed the amulet coming. And I sensed as you accepted it. He held out his hand for me. The other hounds will have sensed it too. I accepted his hand, letting him help me out from under the table and to my feet. "Didn't you say at one point that the hounds would try to avoid me after I got it?" "Some. The lesser ones will seek you out, but stronger ones will be more devious and will harm innocent people trying to draw you to them. And still others will run." "What do you know about the amulet?" "It was built by shades for shades. It gave them the ability to see better, to focus on physical matters better. Who knows how it will operate for you, though?" "Any advice?" I asked. "It possesses magic. Welcome that magic in." Someone knocked on the door, and Alexander and I looked that way. "Expecting anyone?" he asked. I shook my head, stepping to the door and looking out through the curtains. It was Abel. Why was I getting so many visitors? I pulled the door open, inviting him in without saying anything. He saw Alexander and pushed me aside, using his arm to pin me against the wall. Alexander crouched, growling, and Abel raised a fist. I groaned and grabbed his arm, trying to get out from behind it. "Guys, I'm seriously not in the mood for a territory fight." Abel pointed at Alexander. "He's one of them," he said, his voice deeper than usual. I cocked an eyebrow. "And how do you know?" "Because I've been watching your house." I blinked. "Why?" "Come on, Lizzie," he said. There are fire vampires out there, and you're surprised that I've been making sure they don't come and kill you? Fine. I didn't want to deal with this. How did you know he was a hound? Because he didn't enter your house through a door or window. He just appeared inside. Fair enough. What do you want? I wasn't sure why I was being so terse with him. I'd had a rough few days though, and just wanted everything to relax and calm down already. I focused on calming my breathing. No point taking everything out on Abel. He motioned to the amulet in my hand. Have you used it? No, I haven't really had a chance to look at it. I pointed at both men. You showed up way too quickly after I got it. And honestly, I don't want to play around with it while I have an audience. Pressure will help you learn faster, Abel said. Go ahead, see how it works for you. I shook my head at the same time Alexander said, No, she needs privacy. Abel glared at the older man. Why? Will she get that when she's fighting hounds? Alexander motioned at me. Because this is her first time using it. You can't expect her to know what to do right away. The two started arguing. Abel emphasized the fact that I was smart and would be able to figure things out faster than Alexander was giving me credit for, and Alexander was saying I needed days, if not weeks, to learn how to use the amulet. Both were irritating me. I finally grabbed their arms, giving them a little shake. Go outside. Now. I can't do anything with the two of you yelling in my house. I sent Abel a stern glance. I appreciate your confidence in me, but I do need a moment to myself. Then I looked at Alexander. And a little more faith in me next time, okay? Without waiting for either of them to respond or to acknowledge that they'd understood, I strode to the door, pulled it open, and pointed outside. The men left and I shut the door behind them, locking it. I took a deep breath, then headed to my bedroom. Sia was already there. She had obviously been scared away by the raised voices. I joined her on the bed, and she curled up on my lap while I stared at the amulet. At least it didn't seem to creep her out. Even if it wasn't creepy, there was still something odd about it. I turned it over in my hand, staring at the intricate metal that housed a dark brown gemstone. The metal was old, even ancient, and was a dark gray color. The gemstone wasn't brown as I'd first thought. It seemed to be the absence of color. It was like a black hole without the vacuum aspect. Nothing glittered off it, and nothing reflected in it. I couldn't even see the edges, though I could feel them. Weird. Sia continued to ignore it, rolling over onto her back, purring. I absent-mindedly scratched her belly. While I was staring at the amulet, a random urge to hold it in front of my face only a couple of inches away overcame me. I wasn't sure why, but I did as I felt directed. Black smoke swirled around the amulet before brushing across my face, as if sensing me. The smoke withdrew into the amulet, and suddenly I could feel a presence there, along with a slight magical pulse. More than that, I felt like I wasn't alone anymore. Hello, I said. Lizzie. It knew who I was. Creepy. Who are you? I asked. Koven. Shade. I didn't need to ask to know what the amulet was trying to tell me. Especially since the voice in my head not only was masculine, but familiar too. It had to be the Shade from Mount Koven, who had sent the amulet's previous owner to me. How do I use you? Practice. Great. I'd been hoping for detailed instructions, but apparently that wasn't in the cards. And you can't tell me? No. Different. The voice paused. Then practice. Did it mean that the amulet was too different from me? Or did it mean that using it was different for everybody? I guessed it was trying to tell me using it would be different for everyone, as that made sense with the amulet's instruction to practice. I found a necklace and replaced the pendant on it with the amulet, clasping the chain around my neck. Then I went to the bathroom, turning on the light. I looked in the mirror, wondering what would happen now that I was wearing the amulet. The amulet warmed against my skin for a moment, and the word light popped into my head in that same mellow voice. Oh, okay. I flipped off the light, then shrieked when my reflection disappeared almost completely from view. The edges of my body flickered, blurring as I moved, but it was so minuscule that unless someone knew exactly what they were looking for, they wouldn't see the flickering that would give my position away. I wasn't quite see-through, just faint, like a very dark shadow. Crazy. Could I get past the men outside? I had to find out. I stepped back into the hallway and was heading toward the front door when I saw my legs, hands, and feet gradually appear. Drat. The amulet only hid me for a few moments. How was that supposed to be helpful? The amulet warmed against my chest, directing my attention to the light switch on the wall. Oh yeah, the lights. I flipped the switch and again faded from view. Okay, so it only worked in the dark. Good to know. I turned off the lights as I went, watching my figure fade in and out of view as I stepped into light, then was bathed in darkness. Each time I faded, a little tingle crossed my whole body. I opened the door to the porch as quietly as I could, grateful that at least this one didn't squeak. Abel was standing on the porch, leaning against a post. Alexander was pacing out near the fence. They didn't look happy to be there, and I smiled to myself. Served them right. When the door opened, Abel glanced over his shoulder at it. He straightened, peering inside, right through me. I had to step out of the way as he reached for the door and pulled it shut, probably thinking it had drifted open. Alexander paused his pacing and looked up at the porch, a question on his face. Abel shrugged. Alexander sighed loudly, resuming his pacing. I stepped past Abel, going as quietly as I could, trying hard not to breathe loudly. It was difficult, my heart rate was elevated, and I was exuberant that the amulet was working. I took the steps one at a time, breathing in relief when they didn't creak, and carefully approached Alexander. 27. Alexander had paused near the gate to my yard, his hands resting on top of a post, eyes staring out at the street. When I was about 10 feet away, I noticed a glowing light I hadn't seen before in the middle of his upper back. Wanting to see if it was visible from the front as well, I circled around him, stopping at the fence, leaning forward. The light stayed visible the whole time, and was even brighter in the front. It was situated at the top of his sternum, about 2 inches below his neck. I reached for it, trying to control the urge to touch it. Would he feel me if I did? Kill? I blinked. What? No. Alexander is a friend. We can't kill him. Time to be done practicing. For now, at least. I tried to force myself to go visible again, but nothing happened. Reveal me. Yes. The amulet must have obeyed because Alexander yelled, springing away, and Abel jumped down from the porch, laughing. Lizzie, he said. I turned to him. Let's go hunt. I glanced back at Alexander. The amulet asked me if I wanted to kill you. He directed his gaze at me. I couldn't read his expression. That may be necessary someday. But not yet. What do you mean? Alexander shook his head, but didn't respond to my question. He'd better be joking about that. There was no way I was going to kill him. Hunting is a great idea, he said, but first you need practice. You and Abel can go hunting tomorrow. Abel glowered at that, but I saw the wisdom immediately. Should we start practicing now or tomorrow morning? Now. He turned to Abel. Come back tomorrow. I'll have her ready. Abel hesitated, and I could tell he was thinking of contradicting Alexander. But he didn't. Instead, he thanked him and turned and got in his car, driving away. I glanced at Alexander, feeling nervous butterflies erupt in my stomach. I couldn't believe I was finally about to start on this quest mission thing. What happens now? I hide and you come find me. We start out small. Close your eyes, forget that I might not be very far away, and rely on the instructions from the amulet to guide you. I nodded, feeling as my palms started to sweat. Got it. I closed my eyes and held my breath for a moment, waiting until his footsteps faded. Would you hide me again? Yes. I felt the tingle and looked down. My body was nearly invisible, even to me. Good. Which way? No response. Maybe the amulet needed me to start walking before it could give me more specific instructions. So I did. I decided to head in the direction I'd heard Alexander go. Chills trailed down my spine as I considered him watching me. He seemed to be a safe enough person, but I couldn't ever forget what he really was. Left. Oh, good. My hypothesis about actually moving seemed to work. I stilled my breath, stepping quietly between my house and the Russells. It was almost pitch black there, and the amulet didn't increase my vision. I wondered if it was supposed to. It seemed like making me practically invisible in the darkness would go hand in hand with making my night vision better. Either way, I was grateful for the help the amulet did offer. Straight. Pausing, I reached out, trying to sense a magic source before feeling silly for doing so. Alexander wasn't an arete. This new aspect of my life wouldn't rely so much on things I'd already learned, it seemed. Still, I felt his eyes on me. It unnerved me. Could he see me even while I was invisible? Or was I imagining the feeling of being watched? Straight. I realized I hadn't started walking again yet. The amulet was probably getting impatient. Sorry about that. I stepped into my backyard, again doing my best to stay as quiet as possible. The vast expanse of green lawn stretched out in front of me, large trees interrupting it, offering shade all around. The hedges that lined the fence were in darkness. I kept my eyes wide open, waiting for movement, knowing that Alexander was probably waiting for the same thing. I took a cautious step to the right, staying in the shadows of the trees. Straight. Yes, I know. I wasn't sure how much of my presence he'd be able to sense. Would he hear me breathing? Would he hear my heartbeat or footsteps? Would he smell me or sense me in some other way? Stop. I paused, waiting for further instruction, staring into the hedges to my right. Left. Okay, I wasn't good at this hound hunting thing. I turned and looked, then spotted him. He was leaning up against the tree trunk, his back flat to it, his head turned away from me. Now that I knew where he was, I didn't really need the amulet to guide me, but it continued doing so until I was within arm's reach. Kill? Heck no. Reveal me. My body tingled, but Alexander didn't react. He was still facing away from me. Not wanting to startle him, I touched the edge of his sleeve and whispered, "Hey." He jumped anyway. "My goodness, Lizzie," he said before bending and putting his hands on his knees. "I had no idea you were there." "That's the idea, right?" He nodded. "Definitely." After taking another few breaths, he glanced at me. "I was already short of breath when you surprised me. I was doing my best not to breathe loudly, in case you could hear it." I chuckled. So was I. Once he'd recovered, he straightened. "Ready for another go? Or would you rather wait until the morning? Let's do it again." His eyes glinted in the moonlight, and I could tell he was looking forward to practicing more. "Very well. I'll go hide. Stay here." I nodded, replacing him at the tree, leaning up against it. This time, I didn't bother trying not to hear where he was going. I knew he'd either hide in my front yard, where there weren't many options, or he'd go to the street. The thought of him leaving made my heart do funny palpitations. I was protected here and wouldn't be out there. The amulet warmed a bit at my chest, seemingly reminding me that it existed, and I didn't need to be afraid. I put my hand around it, grateful for the reminder. "Thank you," I whispered. I didn't know how long I was supposed to wait before going to find Alexander. I chuckled to myself. Never thought I'd ever be playing hide-and-go-seek with a grown man. After at least 2 full minutes, I decided he'd had plenty of time and commanded the amulet to hide me again. And then I started. 28. Okay, let's go, I said to the amulet. Alexander wouldn't be in the backyard. I'd heard him leave, and the amulet didn't give me a reason to stay. So I stepped out from behind the tree and rounded my house, pausing as my front yard came into view. Straight. I crossed my lawn, stopping on the sidewalk, waiting for more instructions. Straight. Okay, cross the street too. I did so, then paused again. Right. Continuing to follow the amulet's directions, I finally came to a stop at a house down the street. It belonged to a man who was in the military and was frequently not at home. He had a caretaker come in regularly to make sure everything was fine, but the rest of the time, his neighbors kept a watch over it. I was grateful he was out of town at the moment. It would make things less awkward for me, especially when the amulet seemed to be guiding me to his backyard. I paused once I'd gotten there, surveying the scene in front of me. I'd never been here before, and it was a lot more chaotic than I expected. While his front yard was always neat, I could tell it had been ages since this area had been cared for. The grass was grown long, the fruit trees in desperate need of a trim, and the flowers overgrown with weeds. Random aspens sprouted up in the middle of the grass. Grateful for the light of the moon, I took a step farther into the backyard, doing my best to stay in the shadows as much as possible. Right. Straight. The straight came really quickly after the right. Which one? Pause. Yes. Wow. The amulet had actually hesitated. Chills trailed down my back as I considered the implications. Is there more than one hound? No response. What should I do? Which source was Alexander? Was I about to test my abilities for real, skipping practicing altogether? My heartbeat sped up considerably, and I realized I'd stopped. I stared at the chaotic backyard where there were plenty of places to hide and waited for movement, knowing the hounds, if there were two, were probably waiting for the same thing. I took a hesitant step forward, hoping to trigger more instructions from the amulet. A movement at the corner of my eye drew my attention to the right side of my neighbor's yard. The leaves there rustled, and I thought I saw a large, dark animal lurking just outside of the moonlight. Was that Alexander, or was it another hound the amulet had been trying to guide me to? Where now? Right. Straight. The same thing. I figured I was right, there were two hounds. Alexander would obviously be the best course of action, but which one was he? I stared at the dark smudge of a hound for several moments before making a choice. Alexander had still been in man form. For all I knew, he'd shifted, but I'd still approach the hound in front of me and check first. Praying the amulet kept me hidden and staying as close to the overgrown fruit trees as possible, I stepped forward, my eyes open wide. I sent frequent glances to the hound in the hedges on the other side of the lawn, watching to see if it had spotted me yet. The hound, clearer to my eyes now, was staring in the direction I was headed. It knew there was another hound here. I quietly approached the hound straight ahead of me. The amulet continued guiding me until I'd spotted him. Alexander. He was watching for me, his eyes in my direction but not on me. He hadn't seen me yet. His lack of attention to the other hound told me he wasn't aware of its presence yet. What to do? I glanced in the direction of the enemy hound. It hadn't moved. I chewed on the inside of my lip, trying to make a decision. I could attack the other hound, it still didn't seem to know I was there, or I could get Alexander's attention, alert him to the dog's presence, and we could attack at the same time. The latter option seemed the smartest. I stepped to the side of the fruit tree opposite the enemy hound, doing my best to make sure I was hidden by it. And then I commanded the amulet to reveal me, keeping my eyes on Alexander. I didn't do or say anything. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Instead, I waited until Alexander spotted me. He jumped slightly when he did, and a smile spread across his face as he took a step toward me. I shook my head quickly, holding my hands up in a stop gesture, hoping my expression relayed the danger to him. He hesitated, then paused, understanding crossing his face. Before either of us could do anything, the hedges where the enemy hid rustled, and the dog sprang across the yard, teeth gleaming in the moonlight. Faster than I thought possible, I'd barely even seen it touching the grass as it ran, it pounced on Alexander, digging its teeth into his neck. "Stop!" I screamed, running from my hiding place. The hound scrambled up, whirling, then stared at me. I held up the amulet. "I will destroy you." The hound backed up, trotting on Alexander, then dashed past me, again faster than possible, racing into my neighbor's front yard. "Gone," the amulet said. I rolled my eyes. "Thanks, Captain Obvious." I dropped to my knees next to Alexander. He was bleeding heavily from the neck wounds. "Oh my gosh, Alexander. Oh my gosh." I pulled my phone from my pocket with one hand, speed dialing 911, and yes, I have it on speed dial. It's part of my job, while removing one of his shoes and the sock before pressing the sock to the wounds on his neck. Kind of gross, but I didn't want to take off his shirt, that would be harder. The hospital could give him antibiotics in case his feet had lots of gross bacteria on them. Which they probably did. Rather than stay on the line, waiting for the ambulance, I gave Chief a call. "Another attack," he said. "Yes. I don't know if the victim will survive." As I stared down at Alexander, I remembered what Abel had said earlier, how only a hound could kill a hound. Was this really Alexander's time to die? He couldn't pass away now, not with how much help I still needed. I closed my eyes, feeling ashamed for thinking only of myself. Alexander probably didn't want to die right then. He stirred under my hand, and I shushed him. "Don't move. I've got help coming." Something told me wounds inflicted by a hound would heal differently. I mean, if only hounds could kill each other, it would make sense that the wounds inflicted by a hound would be different. Sirens filled the air, distant at first and then growing louder. Soon, paramedics surrounded me, taking over, getting an IV into Alexander and strapping an oxygen mask around his head. He still didn't open his eyes. I watched them wheel him away, startling when someone put a hand on my shoulder. "Someone you know?" Chief asked. I nodded. I felt oddly detached from my body. As soon as Alexander and the paramedics were gone, Chief started asking questions. Where had the dog come from? What was happening when he attacked? Where did he go? I answered as best as I could, my mind still in turmoil. "Please, Alexander. Be okay." 29. Alexander was awake, though pale, when I entered his hospital room. "How do you feel?" I asked, taking a seat by his side. "Fine," he breathed. He sent me a smile. "I would have died if you hadn't acted so quickly." I felt the blood leave my face. "Permanently?" He shook his head, and I wondered if that much movement caused him pain. He didn't act like it had. Just temporarily from the wound. But it would have taken me a long time to come back from that. If you hadn't stopped him, he might have succeeded in completing all of the steps. It's really quite difficult to kill each other, which is why we generally don't do it. I didn't want to ask what those steps were, and Alexander didn't seem to want to tell me. I shared with him my theory about wounds inflicted by hounds taking longer to heal, and I wasn't surprised when he agreed with me. If anyone else had done this, I would have been out of the hospital hours ago. He looked at the clock on the wall. "I'll be leaving soon either way. I'm nearly back to myself." I raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? You look like you could use another day." He shook his head. "I don't have a choice. The longer I stay, the more he'll see me as a good target. He needs to think I'm fully healed." Alexander held my gaze. "And we haven't finished practicing." I waved my hand. "I'm fine with how much we've done already. The amulet helped me find you both times." "It won't have a very large range," he said. We should work on expanding that. I hesitated. That might not be a bad idea, but honestly, hunting you and the other hound last night was more confusing. I'd rather just hunt the evil one. He looked surprised. You knew he was there? Yes. The amulet gave me contradictory instructions, trying to guide me to both of you at the same time. I saw him before I saw you. Alexander sighed, then pushed himself up higher in bed. You'd better leave now. This isn't a great place to be for someone who still needs protecting. I agreed. Somewhat. I had the amulet and felt much more prepared now. Well, get feeling better, I said. Don't hesitate to let me know if you need anything. He waved me off and I left. Abel bounced on the balls of his feet on my sidewalk, his eyes shining in the moonlight. He grinned at me, the excitement and energy practically radiating off of him. Ready? He asked. I'd spent the day doing laundry and cleaning the house, knowing Abel would want to hunt the moment he arrived. He hadn't come until late though, saying something about a slight headache that morning. By that point, Alexander had also shown up. Alexander had wanted to practice more, but I'd disagreed again and Abel was on my side. It was time to get hunting. I nodded, eyes on Abel, my heart burning, my hands tingling. I was definitely ready. I'd only had a couple of practice sessions with the amulet, and yet, even just that much made me confident I could use it. Was the amulet giving me that confidence? Good luck, Alexander said. I'll keep my eyes on the effigy. Make sure it continues pulling the majority of the hounds from you. You'll need to take care of the one that's here. Once you are finished, we must return the effigy. That was the stipulation. I was still confused about the effigy and how it worked, but I knew I could ask him to explain later. It was time to hunt that stupid hound before he succeeded in coming for me. Abel started forward, but I grabbed his arm, hesitating. What about the fire vampires? He shook his head. Only one thing at a time, Lizzie. We can't hunt them both. Why don't we hunt the vampires then? They're actively killing people. I felt bad thinking it, but the hound hadn't attacked a random bystander the night before. No, he had attacked Alexander. The fire vampires were targeting innocent people. So are the hounds. The vampires have killed more. We don't know that. Abel grabbed my shoulder. We were alone now. I hadn't noticed Alexander leave. If we don't stop these hounds, you won't be around to stop the vampires. We focus on the dogs first, and that's final. I glared at him. Who died and made you king? He raised his eyebrow. Really, Lizzie? Are we kids again? Without waiting for me to respond, he turned and stalked away. I hurried to keep up with him, not wanting to be left behind and definitely not wanting to argue anymore. This guy seriously drove me nuts. We headed for the train tracks again and followed them first in one direction, then the other. Only one train came through during that time. I searched for little glowing lights like the one that had been in Alexander, holding the amulet, hoping it would give me instructions. Did you find anything when you hunted where the body was found? I asked. Abel shook his head. No. There wasn't enough to point us in the correct direction, and we didn't have enough reason to search people's houses. He growled. If I'd been alone, I wouldn't have needed permission. I rolled my eyes. Only Abel. How does the amulet work? He asked. I'm still not entirely sure. It's not giving instructions, if that's what you're wondering. An hour after we started, he indicated that we should start canvassing the neighborhood around my house. He grew frustrated after only 10 minutes, though. I put my hand on his arm, feeling how tense he was. Hey, we haven't been searching for long. We can't expect things to fall into place the first time we try. Especially when this isn't something either of us has done before. At least, it was my first time. I still wasn't sure what he had or hadn't done. Abel ran his other hand through his hair, then put it over my hand, keeping me connected to him. I was surprised to find that it didn't bother me. I know, he said. I'm sorry. I just want the job to be done already. Is spending time with me so miserable? I teased. He searched my face. Of course not, Lizzie. My heart did a weird little flip from the way he said my name this time. His voice was tender, gentle. Then what is it? I don't know. I've never had such a hard time completing a job. I smiled. We just barely started. He stepped closer to me, his eyes on mine. I got hired several weeks ago. I tilted my head, confused. Why did it take so long for you to approach me? I needed information first. He took a breath. Lizzie. I gasped. The amulet had started to burn against my skin. It didn't hurt. I think it was more of a way to get my attention than anything. Left. I pulled Abel down the street to the left. There was an urgency in the way the amulet had said the word. The hound had to be close. Abel followed, not questioning. When we got to the intersection, the amulet said to go straight, and we continued. At the next intersection, it said to go right, so we went that way. We were almost to a stop sign when the amulet warmed even more. Here. I turned and looked at the house closest to us. Inside the big front window, 2 tiny motionless flames were visible. Hide, I whispered to Abel. I wasn't sure if the Shade Amulet could conceal the 2 of us, and I wasn't going to find out right now. Abel dropped to the cement, lying on his stomach next to the row of low bushes that lined the sidewalk. I commanded the amulet to hide me. I didn't need to look to know that it had obeyed. My body tingled briefly. I stepped over the small bushes that lined the sidewalk, approaching the window. When I got to it, I peeked up over the edge. 2 figures, each with a glowing light inside them, were crouched over a woman's body on the floor. One, a man, was attached to the armpit of the person. The other, a woman, was attached at the neck. Oh crap! Fire vampires. I leapt onto the front porch, not caring if I landed softly. I probably should have been more cautious, but they were actively killing someone. The door was already open a crack, and I pushed it farther and stepped into the room. Both vampires looked up, their eyes glowing flames, not seeing me. It's her, the man said. His black hair was slicked back into a ponytail. Unlike the vampires in Twilight, he was not attractive. His now dark eyes were slightly cockeyed, and he had buck teeth, an awkward attribute next to his fangs. I almost felt bad for him, until I remembered how evil he was. The woman growled. Her irises were still flaming, and she directed them to her partner. How do you know? I've been trying to find her for days, the man said. He got to his feet, pulling a knife out of his pocket and opening it. I recognized the print of her soul. It struck me as odd, a vampire with a pocket knife, but I didn't know anything about them. For all I knew, they were weak. And what did he mean about the print of my soul? Wouldn't that be great? The amulet could hide me from them visually, but couldn't hide my soul's print? I stepped farther into the room, hoping they didn't have great noses, and wanting to get away from the door. Now that I was there, I didn't know what to do. I wasn't trained as a fighter, other than a little martial arts in college, while I dated a rather attractive sensei. We should go report, the woman said. He'll be wanting to know. Yes, we should. He sniffed the air, stepping in my direction, his eyes gazing through me. Now that I've caught your scent, Miss Ashton, I'll be able to follow you anywhere. He stepped closer to me again, and my eyes landed on the flame in his upper chest. Would extinguishing it kill him? If he came just a bit closer, I'd be able to find out. The woman also got to her feet, putting her hand on the male vampire's arm. Let's go. If she knows we're here, she can destroy us. He shushed her loudly. All right. Instead of leaving, though, he walked closer, close enough for me to sense the flame in his chest, and realizing I probably wouldn't have another chance, I reached for it mentally, commanding it to die. 30. The amulet warmed, and the vampire's little fire went out. He shrieked, clutching at his throat, his eyes bugging out of his head. Abel flew through the front door just then, banging it into me, knocking me into the vampire. "Lizzie," he said. "Lizzie. Where are you?" He couldn't see me, I was still invisible. The vampire stumbled backwards, grabbing my arm to keep me near, then backhanded me. I landed hard against a piano, dazed. Why wasn't he dying? He turned to grapple with Abel and was struggling, trying to get his teeth into the human. Abel was taller and stronger, and kept him off almost easily. I looked at the female. She couldn't see me, though her eyes roved the room, obviously trying to figure out where I'd gone. "Reveal me," I thought. With a slight tingle, I became visible, and the female vampire shrieked. She dove at the woman on the floor, and I saw a brief spark on the victim's stomach. Before I knew what was happening, before I could do anything, the woman ignited. "Growl!" the female vampire screamed, grabbing the guy's hand. The two of them jumped and spun, their clothing and bodies turning into a gray mist, which dissipated completely. I fell to the floor next to the woman, pushing out as hard as I could with my magic, trying to stop the fire. It was burning her, singeing her flesh. It was much more difficult to stop than the previous fire had been, probably because it was new, and the last one had almost burned out already. "Call 911. I yelled at Abel. Abel pulled his cell phone from his pocket, and I focused all of my energy, all of my power on stopping the fire. "Please help me," I whispered, to the amulet. It warmed, and I felt my magic strengthen. The boost didn't last long, but it seemed to be enough, because the fire died a moment later. I dashed to the kitchen, searching for towels, then soaked them in the sink, grateful I could still feel the water, and ran back into the living room. I was trained only marginally in first aid, but burns were something I was used to, considering my line of work. I put the towels over the burns on her chest and stomach, and checked her pulse. It was very faint, but she was still alive. We heard sirens, and an ambulance pulled up outside, following the directions Abel had shouted into his phone. Paramedics rushed into the room, and while they got an IV into the woman, I wrote a text to both Cole and Detective Evans. "New victim. Hurry." I included the street and what I guessed to be the house number, and sent the text. The paramedics were packing the woman into the ambulance when Detective Evans arrived, followed closely by Cole. They looked around, checked on her, then started peppering me with questions. Before I answered, I introduced Abel to them as my partner. Then he and I took turns explaining what happened. "What did the vampire say?" Cole asked. "Something about them needing to report something?" Abel nodded. "They were here checking things out," he said. "And following Lizzie. Probably trying to get information on both her and the area. And then the vampires left," Detective Evans said, looking like he was struggling with the idea that vampires existed. "Are they gone for good?" "I doubt it," I said. "And I definitely don't think we should relax. People are going to need to know what happened. What are we going to tell the public about the deaths that have already occurred?" Both detectives fell quiet for a moment, then looked at each other. Detective Evans said, "We need to talk with our captains before we make any decisions." They continued asking us questions and getting more information for a moment longer. Then we all decided it was time for the night to be over. Detective Evans left, but Cole lingered, probably wanting to be alone with me. His eyes kept flicking over to Abel. Abel obviously didn't get the hint, and I was too tired to encourage either of them, so I didn't say anything. With Abel's eyes on him, Cole kissed my forehead, then, promising to give me a call in the morning, got in his car and left. Abel and I turned to each other. "I feel rotten," Abel said. "Let's go home." I agreed, and we started toward my house. We'd only gone maybe 10 steps when the Shade Amulet started buzzing against my skin. I stopped, reaching up and holding it, trying to figure out what it was telling me. "What's going on?" "Back." I looked over my shoulder, half expecting to see a hound there, but the streets were empty. I touched Abel's arm. The amulet is telling us to turn around. Abel frowned. He looked absolutely exhausted, and I remembered him saying he'd had a headache all day. He opened his mouth, shut it, then said, "Okay, let's go," obviously not wanting to miss the opportunity to find the very thing we'd been hunting. We retraced our steps, heading south again, and the amulet continued vibrating. It was almost as if it was excited about something. Following the amulet's directions, we ended up on Center Street, where we continued walking south again. After about 10 minutes, the amulet began giving me directions that totally contradicted themselves. Left. Right. Straight. Back. Was the hound doing that, or was it the amulet? It had to be the hound. Exasperated, I threw my hands in the air and shouted, "I know you're out there, hound. Are you really willing to miss this chance? I'm only going to get stronger. You're here now. Come face me like a man." Abel gave me a look that showed he thought I'd lost my mind, but didn't say anything. I'd stopped near the train tracks on Center and looked around, grateful to see that there weren't very many houses nearby, so I probably hadn't woken anyone up with my yelling. Abel was still staring at me, but now, his expression looked confused and a little caned. "So, are you and the detective a thing? Because he's obviously head over heels for you." "I don't know. We've only been on one date." Abel started walking quickly, still heading south, and I practically had to skip to keep up. "How do you feel about him?" Abel asked. Again, I don't know. We've only been on one date. Maybe the repetition would help the message sink in. "Well, I know how I feel about him." "Great." He put a hand to his head and grimaced. "This headache is killing me." "Okay. Well, let's go ho." Continue. The amulet's telling us to keep going. I looked at Abel. "But we need to get you home. And should we trust what it's saying? Is it purposely leading us into a trap?" Abel shook his head. No trap. We're going. We can't miss this opportunity." The feeling that we were being watched passed over me, solidifying my suspicions that the hound was there and was hunting or trying to confuse us. I guess the confusion part was most accurate. If it wanted to get at us, it could have attacked already. Maybe it needed to separate us first. Not a chance of that happening. We reached 700 South and Abel paused, hand to his head again. I touched his shoulder. "You're worrying me. We need to get some pain meds in you. How about we do that and hunt again tomorrow?" He took several deep breaths before responding. "What is the amulet telling you now?" "The same thing it has this whole time, almost gibberish. It's confused. Not sure where it wants me to go now." He looked at the residences that surrounded us and said, "Is there anywhere we can get some food? I think I'm having a sugar low, or something." I frowned, thinking through the options. Well, the closest thing is a gas station down on Pioneer Crossing and 500. I don't know if they're open 24 hours, but we could check. Abel nodded. "Let's go then." I bit my lip. The gas station was at least a mile away. Would he make it that far? He either put on a burst of energy or he was very good at pretending he didn't need help anymore, because he picked up his pace, and I had to force my exhausted legs to keep up. I hadn't recovered from 2 days before, and this wasn't helping. We reached Pioneer Crossing and hung right, heading for the gas station. The lights were on, I could see them up ahead, but I still didn't know if the place was open or not. The amulet stopped communicating with me. Had we lost the trail? Or maybe it had given up. We'd stopped following its instructions. Another option to consider, maybe the hound had run off after I taunted it. If that was the case, the stupid mutt was a coward. Then I remembered Alexander saying something about how hounds, as I grew stronger, would eventually leave me alone. Maybe this one wasn't as strong and was off killing someone else right then. My heart ached thinking about that, and I so hoped it wasn't the case. Another thing, why had this one given up after following me around for so long? It obviously wanted to kill me. It finally had the opportunity now. I was weak, untrained, and Abel wasn't feeling well. We stepped across the grass, approaching the gas station. The pumps were open, but the parking lot was completely empty and the inside was dark. It occurred to me then that I could have Googled the hours. I was too tired to think straight. "I'm sorry," I said. "It's closed?" Abel didn't respond. He also didn't stop walking. In fact, he headed toward it faster. I struggled to keep up. "Hey," I said, "it's closed." The expression on his face made me hesitate, though. He was gaunt, pale, and looked very sick. It occurred to me that he didn't intend to buy something. I put my hand on his arm. "Abel, look at me." He stopped halfway between the car wash and the first row of gas pumps, finally directing that gaze to me. I flinched, trying to control the urge to slap him out of it or run. Abel didn't say anything, just stared, opening and closing his mouth. He was trying to say something. "What is it?" "Abel, what are you trying to tell me?" His eyes rolled back in his head and he slumped to the ground. 31. I dropped to my knees next to him, checking for a pulse. It was racing wildly. He was boiling up, his forehead much hotter than any other forehead I'd ever checked. Why hadn't he told me he was actually sick? Or was he restarting? I paused. That had to be it. I wrung my hands, looking around. What could I do to get his fever down? My eyes landed on the paper towels and window washing fluid at the gas pump. I jumped to my feet and dashed that way, pulling out all of the towels, then dousing them in the cool cleaning fluid. Racing back to him, I knelt next to him again, covering every inch of exposed skin with the soppy paper towels, taking care not to get any of the stuff in his eyes, mouth, or nose. I hesitated, then undid his button-up shirt, revealing the most perfect set of pecs and abs I'd ever seen. Holy smokes, this guy was hot. Rather than admiring the view, I covered that part of him too. Once done, I checked his forehead. His fever was rising. Was this why the last arete in his situation had died? His brain had fried? What more could I do? What was it that caused fevers in the first place? I had no idea, but this wasn't a natural fever, it was a magic-induced one. The pulses that surrounded Abel were increasing in frequency and urgency. I didn't have much time before they were released. I needed to get his temperature lower, and as quickly as possible. Closing my eyes, I scanned him mentally, searching for anything magical that might be making him warmer. Why couldn't I have mastered the other elements? Pulling water to us right then would have been a very convenient thing. Hoping it would work, I gathered my magic and requested that it stop whatever it was that caused Abel's fever. I kept a hand on his forehead, trying to gauge if what I was doing was helping. Maybe it worked because his temperature dropped suddenly, to an alarming degree, and he began shaking. "Whoa, buddy, too much." I yanked the towels from him, pulling his shirt over his chest again, now trying to warm him. He didn't stay cold for long, but the trembling didn't stop. Was he having a seizure? I had no idea. I'd never been around someone who was having one. Not sure what else to do, I cradled his head in my lap, my eyes darting around the parking lot, looking for someone who could help. Could I get to my phone without dropping his head? Cars passed on Pioneer Crossing, but no one noticed me there, and I was too concerned with keeping Abel from smacking his head against the pavement to try very hard to get their attention. I hadn't forgotten the hound, but I couldn't concentrate on it right then. A strong wind gusted by, whipping a lot of my hair out of my messy bun, and I looked up. Heavy clouds were rolling in. Looked like we were about to have a storm. "Great," I muttered. "Just what we needed." I patted Abel's cheek. "Come on, Abel, come back. We need to get you home." Where his home was, I had no idea. The winds increased in strength. I looked up, biting my lip, hoping he'd wake up soon. The gusts grew until the streetlights at the corner were waving madly. Cars waiting for the light to turn green shifted several feet. The wind whipped around me, almost lifting me from the ground. I felt a magical pulse, stronger than anything I'd ever sensed before, blast through the area. Magic gathered, pulsating, swirling. It got to the point where I couldn't tell what was wind and what was magic. The power grew so strong I had to gasp to breathe. It pounded hard against me, and I was worried it would stop my heart. Then it all slammed into Abel. His whole body straightened, his back arching, lifting off the ground so that only his feet touched the asphalt. His head pressed painfully into my legs, and I gritted my teeth, refusing to let him hit the ground. He screamed, eyes shut. Was he still unconscious? The wind continued growing, the roof of the gas station ripping off. And then it died down. Relieved, I looked up. But we were in the eye of a huge tornado. I could even see the stars above. Nothing else was visible, other than the debris that swirled and swirled around us. I wailed in distress. The eye shifted enough to put us near the path of the things flying through the air, and I bent over Abel to protect him from getting hit. And then, suddenly, the wind stopped. The objects were flung everywhere, falling to the ground. Bits of debris pelted us, and I grimaced, squeezing my eyes shut, unable to do anything. I couldn't leave Abel there, not while he was so vulnerable, and I wasn't strong enough to pull him anywhere. Cars, branches, and trees landed all around us. And then a raindrop landed on my cheek. And another and another. I glanced up. There weren't any clouds in the sky. Where was the rain coming from? The ground to the south of the gas station vibrated and opened, and massive amounts of water bubbled up out of it. The rain grew in strength, pelting us, stinging my skin. Abel was a silver. He could control all the elements now. What else was going to happen? The rain stopped, and the ground underneath us started shaking. The asphalt quickly became crisscrossed with crevices. Gasoline sprayed as the underground tanks broke, drenching both of us. I gagged on the fumes, hunching over Abel's face, trying to protect him from the sprays. The gasoline drained away, following the path the water had created, but still the earth did not stop shaking. I clung to Abel, hoping his magic somehow knew to protect him from the havoc it was wreaking. I knew that was a foolish hope. If the fever hadn't killed the last silver, all of this definitely would have. Something occurred to me and I gasped, realizing just how much danger we were in. The next and final element was fire. Everything around us was covered in gasoline. How on earth was I going to stop it all? I closed my eyes, not sure where to focus my energies. Abel was the source of the power, yes, but I wouldn't be able to stop his magic. I was nowhere near as powerful as he was. I gritted my teeth, preparing myself for the absolute worst. If even one spark got through, we would be engulfed in flames immediately. I wouldn't even have the opportunity to try to stop it. And unlike the stray bullets yesterday, a mistake like that would have severe consequences. I sensed the pressure as it started to build. He was about to explode. And just like every other time when I'd stopped fire, I felt it as the magic slowed things down for me. I gasped at the sheer number of little sparks that tried to break through everywhere. I concentrated my efforts on Abel, stopping all of the flames that were trying to start in him, then following his magic as it spread outward, pushing new sparks away before they had a chance to ignite. My magic began to falter. I couldn't stop everything, and I knew it. Looking at the house that was across the street from us, I hoped that the gasoline hadn't gone that far because if so, it was about to go up in flames. Instead of stopping the fire, I created a mental circle around the two of us, wide enough to protect us from the heat that was about to come. And then I let go. I heard a whoosh and opened my eyes, watching fire roar down the slight incline to Pioneer Crossing, then flame in either direction, following the gutters and dropping into the crevices that had opened in the earth. The fire pushed toward us, dying to eat up the excess gas, and I screamed through my gritted teeth, fighting to keep the blaze away. An explosion went off near us, rocking the ground below as the flames reached one of the buried gas tanks. I pushed as hard as I could, keeping the explosion from reaching us. It felt like my head was about to burst with the effort. My magic began running out, but still, I continued. Where was I drawing the power from? Why was I still conscious? Why hadn't my magic failed already? I didn't feel much from the amulet anymore. And then I didn't have anything to push from, and everything went black around me. 32. I woke sometime later. My whole body ached, and I was more drained than I had ever been. But the pain I felt was from exhaustion, not from having been burned. Oh, hallelujah! How far had I gone magically, though? I couldn't feel anything. Couldn't recognize what surface was below me, and for a moment I panicked, thinking I was dead or in a hospital. Where was Abel? I turned my head and saw him next to me, eyes still closed. How had my brain not been permanently damaged? I rolled onto my side, looking at Abel. He was either sleeping or still unconscious. Or dead. Abel? He didn't respond, and I carefully checked for a pulse, fumbling around, trying to understand what I was feeling as I did so. It was faint and slow. I struggled with my pants pocket, finally pulling my phone out of my pocket and calling 911. I'd been sitting on my cell the whole time, protecting it from getting wet from water or gasoline, but the screen was cracked. I hung up after relaying the information, even though the dispatcher wanted me to stay on the phone until help arrived. But the Shade Amulet was pulsing against my neck, and I needed to concentrate on that instead. I set my phone down and put my hand over the amulet, just now realizing it had been twitching since I woke up. I'm okay now. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I hoped. Warning. Coming. For a moment my mind went blank. I'd automatically assumed it was worried about me, and wanted to make sure I was alive. Had it been trying to get my attention, though? Trying to wake me up? I sensed something approaching, and rolled to face that direction. A faintly glowing flame, low to the ground, marked the hound's location as it advanced slowly around the corner of the car wash. The gray hairless dog growled at me, baring its teeth. Oh no. I pulled myself to a sitting position, hand still over the amulet. I didn't have enough energy to fight the hound. Why did it have to come? The answer was obvious, because I was weak right now. I looked at Abel, realizing he wouldn't be waking up for a while. At least he had survived this far anyway. The hound stepped closer again. Even though I could tell it wanted to attack, I sensed a hesitation there. It was scared of me. Could I use that to my advantage? It probably didn't know that I had no clue what I was doing, that I still didn't know how to use the amulet. One of the gas station's lights flickered, but it was working well enough to prevent the amulet from hiding me. Great. I tested my strength. My legs were wobbly and my arms were weak as I got to my knees and then to my feet. I did my best to hide that weakness from the dog, though, not needing to give it any more confidence. My hand automatically went behind my back, searching for my gun. It wasn't there. Hadn't I reholstered it after the shade had come? I couldn't remember. Did Abel have any weapons on him? I couldn't face the dog without some way to defend myself, and I had no idea if the amulet would help me with actual fighting. I got down again, keeping my eye on the dog, and searched Abel, producing a switchblade from his front pocket. That was it? Why no other weapons? The dog made a sound that was almost like a chuckle. Crap. He was probably beginning to sense that I didn't have a clue what to do. I stood again, flipping the knife open, feeling like Atreyu in the never-ending story when he faced the black wolf. Giving a false show of bravery, I got into a crouching position and beckoned the dog forward. Now's your chance, I said. Finish me. The dog growled and limped toward me. A red gash covered more than half of his back leg. He must have gotten injured during Abel's restart. Oh, thank heavens. When the hound was near enough, it lunged. I jumped out of the way, taking a swipe with the knife, barely nicking it. The dog lunged again. This time, it knocked me over and pinned me to the ground. Its teeth were inches from my face as it snarled, snapping its jaws frantically, trying to destroy me. Stupid heavy dog. I couldn't breathe with it on me, and it took all my effort to keep the beast's head away. I still didn't have my magic back and hadn't yet regained my sense. I didn't know if I was touching the dog or the knife. And then it didn't matter anymore because the knife slipped from my fingers. Holding both of them was far too confusing, and I lost my grip on it. Sirens sounded in the distance, and I wondered if any cars would be able to approach with all the damage the area had received. That last light flickered again, then finally died all the way. Thank goodness. With a roar, I rolled over, slamming the hound onto its side, barely getting out from underneath it. My eyes dropped to the flame in its chest, and I reached for it magically. But either I wasn't close enough, or my powers hadn't come back yet because I couldn't sense it. So I commanded the Shade Amulet to hide me instead. The dog froze as I disappeared from view. It sniffed the air though and caught my scent. It jumped toward me and I stumbled to the side, away from Abel and the dog. The sound of my feet hitting the pavement never reached my ears, and the dog seemed confused too. So the amulet softened my footfalls, but didn't remove my scent or the print my soul left behind. Lame. But at least I had something to help me. For the moment, the wind was blowing toward me and away from the dog. I needed to find a place to take care of the dog separate from Abel. I didn't want him to get injured while I was fighting. Looking around, trying to figure out where I could go and what I could do, I stepped across a crevice that was 9 inches wide, then ran around the side of the car wash. The grass over there wasn't full of holes like the rest of the property. Good. The dog must have caught a whiff of my scent because he appeared at the corner of the car wash, cautiously stalking me, sniffing the air. Why don't you fight me like a man? I called to him. Are you afraid you'll get beaten by a woman? The dog growled but didn't do anything. There was no way I could fight him in his current form, not with a nose that powerful and teeth that sharp. But the fact that one of his hind legs was injured would help me a lot if he was a human. I realized then that I'd stopped referring to the hound as an it. The beast had become a he at some point, and that wasn't good. It meant I was giving him power in my mind. I didn't take you to be a coward, I said. Wimpy McQuimperson. Okay, so I still have a juvenile streak in me. The dog doubled over, its flesh roiling and twisting as it transformed into a man. He straightened, wincing as he did. 33. I thought over all the mythology I'd read. If vampires were real, werewolves probably were too. This guy wasn't a werewolf, but I couldn't count on that wound not to heal quickly like a werewolf's would. I flickered into view for a moment, waving at him. He lurched toward me, intense hatred and anger on his face. I stepped to the side, grabbing him and trying to throw him to the ground. He was surprisingly heavy though, and the movies made that move look a lot easier than it really was. He whirled, trained and faster than me, and grabbed my arms, twisting them behind my back. Then he pushed me against the wall of the car wash, grinding my face into the brick. I coughed, struggling to breathe, hoping my nose didn't break from the pressure. Ouch. This wasn't going anywhere. I kicked backwards with all my strength, hitting him in his good leg. Too bad it hadn't been his bad one. It caught him off guard though, and long enough for me to get a hand free. I reached back and pinched him on the stomach as hard as I could. He growled in frustration, turning me around with one arm and holding my hands together with the other. And now I destroy you, he said, his accent somewhat Eastern European. In your human form? I said. Would it hurt him to shift again? Maybe that could give me an edge. Don't you want to be a dog before you devour me? He laughed. I can break your neck, stupid woman. I kneed him in the groin, and when he doubled over, I pushed him to the ground. He grabbed my ankle, pulling my leg out from underneath me. I fell over, my head slamming against the wall, and landed in a heap next to him, gasping for breath, trying to see through the stars. I obviously had a concussion. A screaming migraine spread across my skull where I'd hit the wall. But this was probably the closest to the man I would ever get. He was doubled over, wheezing from pain. I asked for the amulet to hide me, then rolled nearer to him. He didn't seem to notice me coming closer. My sounds were being hidden. I reached for his flame, searching for my magic through the migraine, and froze. My powers still hadn't returned. How was I supposed to kill him when I couldn't use my magic? The only way to destroy him was to quench his flame, but I couldn't do that without my fire abilities. Knowing he would recover soon, I struggled to my feet and backed away from him, trying to be ready for anything he would do. I put a hand to my head, attempting to massage away the pain and the blinding stars that were there. The man grunted, rolling to his knees, getting to his feet. He looked around, didn't see me, and an expression of suspicion crossed his face. "Where are you?" he whispered. I held completely still, hoping his nose wasn't as good in human form. The sirens got louder. They must have found a better way to reach the gas station. We both heard voices. Two of them were women. The man's eyes narrowed and he looked toward the sounds of the voices, possibly thinking I was one of them. "Don't think I won't be back for you," he whispered. He turned and limped along the fence that separated this property from a field. I followed quietly, keeping a firm mental grip on my invisibility, grateful the amulet didn't need my magic to work. How long would it take for my powers to return? I was exhausted. I couldn't follow him for long. And what would happen once we got somewhere that had a lot of streetlights? The Shade Amulet would stop working. We'd gone about 200 yards when I felt a slight flicker of magic finally responding to me. It wasn't enough, though. The man startled, then stopped and glanced over his shoulder, seeing through me. Was he an Arate? Had he sensed my powers? "Hello," he whispered. He waited for a moment. I kept completely still. Then he turned forward and continued limping along for a couple moments more. With a whimper, he jerked to a stop and began convulsing as he started shifting back into a dog. Even with an injured leg, a creature with 4 legs would go much faster than a man with 2. I couldn't let him escape, there was no way I could run after him. I pulled more magic to me. He froze even though his transformation process wasn't complete. He had to be an Arate. Why hadn't he attacked with his magic before? Maybe he wasn't powerful. Not every Arate mastered the elements enough to fight with them. Finally, I had enough magic gathered, and I stepped nearer as he finished transforming. Now to get close enough. He shook himself, whining again from pain. Before he could run, I tackled him, pinning his legs beneath him. "Kill?" The dog shifted underneath me, trying to get me off. I squeezed my eyes tight, feeling his pain and pressure burst in my skull as I sent enough magic to diffuse his fire. I'd never pushed myself this hard before, especially after everything I'd gone through this week. "Kill," I whispered. The dog froze, then scrambled madly, but it wasn't enough. The fire in its chest flickered out, and the hound beneath me slumped, completely limp. I scurried off, getting to my feet, and watched for several moments, waiting to see if it would come back. He didn't move, and the light didn't reignite. "Is he dead?" I whispered to the amulet. "Yes." "Permanently?" "Yes." Hallelujah. Oh, hallelujah. But why hadn't the vampire died when I'd killed its flame? This part of the road and sidewalk had been scorched by flames. The weeds were black and charred, and I could see in the dim light from the moon that my clothes were covered in soot. I'd take that any day over being murdered by vampires or crazy evil hounds. Realizing I was done here, I turned and headed back to the gas station, keeping a hand on my pounding head. I limped around the edge of the car wash and saw several paramedics stepping through the mess that was left of the gas station. Most of the destruction had happened to that building, though the car wash had also been damaged quite extensively. "Over here," I called once I'd reached Abel, drawing their attention. I sank down next to him, putting my head on his chest. I heard his heart beating and felt him breathing. He had made it. Thank goodness. Powerful pulses swirled around him, ready for him to command the magic he could now access. I couldn't wait to see what he could do when he woke up. Chief O'Hare's voice boomed through the night air. "Where is she?" "I'm here," I said, struggling back into a sitting position, wincing as pain radiated through my body. Chief and Detective Evans approached, along with several paramedics, who immediately began working on Abel, splinting his leg and getting an IV in him. "How long has he been unconscious?" a paramedic asked. "About 30 minutes, maybe more." The paramedic raised his eyebrows. "That long?" I knew why he was worried. People out that long generally have something seriously wrong with them. "Yes. He's an arete. He just restarted." The paramedic studied Abel with confusion, probably noticing his hair color, but continued working anyway. "The dog is back that way," I said to Detective Evans, motioning the way I'd just come. "The one that killed the man." A fit of dizziness hit me and I slumped over, putting my head between my knees. It didn't surprise me. The adrenaline was wearing off, and I'd really put myself through a lot lately. My migraine pulsed even stronger, and I couldn't keep a small whimper inside. Chief had the paramedics get me onto a gurney as well, and I didn't protest, even though I'd probably feel like a wimp later when I didn't hurt so much. They wheeled me to 500 West, then up the road a ways to where the ambulances had stopped. And then we headed to the hospital. 34. I was only in the hospital for a few hours before they released me. No broken bones, and nothing permanently damaged. They told me to rest and drink lots of fluid. Abel, on the other hand, was still unconscious when I left. They kept him in the ICU for several days. They said it wasn't really a coma. His vital signs were too close to normal for that. They just couldn't wake him up. I visited every day, making everyone promise that the moment he came to, they'd let me know. During that time, I talked to Cole, filling him in on what had happened. I declined another date, giving him the excuse that I needed more time to get over my experiences. That was accurate, but I knew there was something else bothering me. When I pinpointed the reason, I was surprised. Apparently, I wanted to talk to Abel again before my relationship with Cole progressed. Rather than studying out this line of thinking, I tucked it away. I spent many hours on the phone reassuring both my mom and Nicole that I didn't need either of them to fly in now to make sure I was okay. Instead, I invited my mom to come up for a visit later. I'd missed her a great deal since moving here. Nicole had really bad morning sickness, so we decided to put off a longer stay from her until later. In the end, it was Detective Evans who alerted me to the fact that Abel had awakened. He texted, telling me Abel was conscious and didn't want to answer questions, and would I please come convince him to stay for a few hours and give Detective Evans the information he needed? I agreed to do so and left my house immediately. The detective had already questioned me thoroughly, but apparently he wanted to hear Abel's side of things too, and I didn't think that was unreasonable. I drove to Mountain Point Medical Center, eager to see Abel, experiencing a little bit of breathlessness that surprised me. My feelings were so mixed up. Maybe seeing him again would set my brain and heart straight. Abel was sitting on his bed, legs dangling over the edge, power swirling around him. He was staring at his shoes longingly, obviously not wanting to be there anymore. "You're finally awake." I rushed to his side, ignoring Detective Evans, who stepped out of the room, probably to give us some privacy. The giddiness bubbling up inside me made me tingle. I sat next to Abel on the bed, putting my arms around him and resting my head on his shoulder. "I was so worried about you. How are you feeling?" Abel's arms encircled me and he pulled me closer, burying his face in my neck, making my skin tingle. "Not terribly great, but better than I would otherwise. If it hadn't been for you." His voice trailed off and he pulled back, meeting my gaze. He gently brushed my cheek, his eyes tender. "I owe you my life." I trailed my fingers through his hair, finding it difficult to meet his gaze. "No, you don't. I owe you mine." Abel chuckled. "How?" "I did nothing. In fact, I caused it all." "No, earlier. When I was in the room with the fire vampires." He stilled and then his breathing became erratic. We really need to do something about them. How? And what? He shrugged, tucking me against his chest, rubbing my shoulder. I warmed everywhere he touched me. I don't know. We need to figure out where their hive is. Vampires have hives? Of course they do. Strength in numbers and all that. When do you want to go? You need time to heal, so I don't think we should leave for a few days. That is, if they don't come back before then. And we still need to actually hunt hounds. I felt Abel shaking his head, and I looked up at him. No, he said. I have to take care of another job first. I don't know when or if I'll be back. The expression on his face worried me, and a wave of disappointment forced my heart up into my throat. I actually thought we'd be working together. I leaned away, putting some distance between the two of us. Why was I feeling like this? Okay. Well, you let me know when you're ready, all right? Abel grabbed me, pulling me back again. That doesn't mean I don't want to see you. Lizzie, I need to see you, to help you stop all of these creatures. His hand returned to my cheek, and he stared into my eyes. I promise I'll do everything I can to come back. I won't leave you to fight these demons alone. The intensity of his expression almost made me want to look away. I knew he felt something for me, and I realized I had feelings for him too, as if the butterflies I'd had since he'd come back into my life weren't enough. But now I sensed a change, a sort of deepening. I actually cared for him. When had that begun? Maybe it was how helpless and fragile he'd been during his restart, and how much he'd needed me to survive. Please come back, I whispered. Abel answered Detective Evans's questions, then discharged himself from the hospital. He gave me a kiss on the forehead, promising again to return if he could. Then he walked out the door and didn't look back. Detective Evans and I chatted for a moment, then I left as well. I needed to practice with the Shade Amulet. It didn't work in the sunlight unless I stored it in darkness for a large amount of time. It was as if it drew strength from darkness and saved it for use when there was too much light. But I used it quickly if I wasn't careful. I had my work cut out for me. I needed to find out what the limits of the amulet were and what sorts of abilities it gave me. Judging by how things went with the hound, I would begin taking fighting lessons. But I also started to pray that the amulet would give me an ability I hadn't discovered yet, because I knew there was no way I'd learn to fight quickly enough to defeat the hounds that way. Not to mention the fire vampires, when they returned, and any other demons that had discovered my planet. In the meantime, I worked with both detectives as we tried to figure out what to do about the fire vampire situation. No new bodies turned up, and it seemed the vampires might have been telling the truth, that they left to give a report. That didn't bode well. Cole sensed my apathy and withdrew. Before it could hurt him, I explained my feelings to him. I was attracted to him, I'd felt it on our date, but I wasn't willing to lead him on when I didn't know how I felt about Abel. He gave me a teasing smile when he heard I had potential feelings for someone else. So you're not tied to him in any way yet? No. His eyes narrowed into a wicked expression. Good. Don't underestimate the need a man has to conquer. I'd laughed at his joke. I hoped it was a joke. All thoughts of Cole fled when I got a phone call from Abel several days later. He was okay. He told me not to worry about him, that he was almost done and would be on his way home again soon. I smiled. He thought of this place as his home. That warmed my heart. Take care of yourself, okay, he said. I have a feeling things are about to get interesting. Things already were interesting. This has been The Shade Amulet, Koven Chronicles Book 1 by Andrea Pearson. Thank you for listening. Continue Lizzie's story in the Black Masquerade, and join Andrea's readers group to gain access to exclusive audiobooks. See the link in the description for more information.